football.
ABC News with Mary McDonald. Good afternoon. Energy Minister Chris Bowen says the federal government is focused on protecting Australia's fuel security as the US and Iran trade fresh military strikes. Political reporter Lexi Junowick has more.
Mr Bowen has confirmed during his weekly update on Australia's fuel stocks that the nation has 44 days' worth of petrol, 37 of diesel and 29 of jet fuel in reserve. Responding to strikes traded between the United States and Iran amid a fragile ceasefire, the Energy Minister has called for all sides to see the dispute resolved.
We just need to remain focused on our own task and ensuring our own fuel security during this international uncertainty.
Mr Bowen says there are no plans to extend the cut to the fuel excise beyond August, with the government to begin winding back the discount from July 1st.
Meanwhile, US Vice President J.D. Vance says violence will be met with violence after America and Iran traded strikes, putting their fragile ceasefire agreement in jeopardy. Ali Crew reports.
Mr Vance has taken to social media to say that if Iran has disagreements about how the Memorandum of Understanding is being applied, they can pick up the phone. Iran's Revolutionary Guard says it's attacked a number of US Army positions in the region in retaliation for American airstrikes. Earlier, the US military launched a series of attacks targeting weapons storage sites and coastal radar installations. The American attacks came after US President Donald Trump accused Tehran of violating their ceasefire by striking a ship attempting to transit the Strait of Hormuz. Iran has countered, saying the reckless violation of the ceasefire will lead to retreat and regret.
There are reports another earthquake has struck off the north coast of Venezuela just days after twin earthquakes, which have killed nearly 1,000 people. The magnitude 4.9 tremor was reportedly felt in the capital, Caracas. North America correspondent Cayman Gok has more on the aftermath from the initial quakes.
Rescue crews continue to try and save those under the rubble, but hundreds have been found dead, thousands more injured, and a website keeping track of people missing has more than 50,000 reportedly still unaccounted for. Hundreds of buildings have been destroyed or damaged, including critical infrastructure such as the main international airport near Caracas and more than a dozen hospitals. And now we're hearing reports that hospital staff are having supply shortages due to the large volume of injuries they're having to deal with.
US police are investigating the disappearance of a Melbourne woman who was travelling alone in Las Vegas. Yvette Gray reports.
The alarm was raised after 26-year-old Sally Grace Contarino failed to board her flight home to Melbourne on the 21st of June. The Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department has opened a missing persons case and has issued flyers urging hospitals to check their records and for people with information about her whereabouts to come forward. So far, police have released little information, but Ms Contarino's family has told websleuths.com she was captured on CCTV leaving a bar on the 19th of June and later checked out of her hostel remotely via a website, leaving her luggage behind. She also told friends she planned to go on a hike before flying home the next day.
To sport, and France has continued its barnstorming run at the World Cup with a 4-1 win over Norway. ABC Sport's Amanda Shalala reports from Boston.
With both teams already going through to the knockout stage, Norway rested 10 players, including Erling Haaland. France kept its star power on the park, and Ousmane Dembele shone with a first-half hat-trick to consolidate Les Bleus as title favourites. The Graham Arnold-coached Iraq ended a disappointing campaign with a 5-0 loss to Senegal, keeping the Africans in contention for the round of 32.
And in today's other games at the World Cup, Spain has defeated Uruguay 1-0 and Saudi Arabia and Cabo Verde have played out a scoreless draw in Houston. Socceroos goalkeeper Patrick Beach says it's great to have a beach in Melbourne temporarily named in his honour. St Kilda Beach is being renamed Patrick Beach for the remainder of the World Cup after the local council and A-League club Melbourne City agreed to make the change. Beach says the playing group is feeling the love from back home.
All of us players and staff, we see the support from the nation, we see the videos, we see the Fed Square and the crowds in Sydney and Brisbane and all over everywhere. And it's very much appreciated. I think it's pretty funny as well. So I'm all for it.
To the weather now for the state, the chance of isolated showers about the northwest, otherwise a cool, dry and partly cloudy day. For Melbourne, partly cloudy, a top of 13. It's currently 12 degrees. ABC News.
Tammy Shipley believed someone was out to hurt her. She's put under 24-hour surveillance, and then something strange happens.
Ambulance emergency.
Tammy's story. Search background briefing on ABC Listen.
ABC Sport.
This is AFL Saturday with Corbin Middlemass.
McDonald takes it, plays on, goals! Game changer!
AFL coaching record holder.
Mr. Mick Malthouse.
The man's about to coach a team for the 715th occasion.
Premiership pleasure.
Number 12, Luke Ball.
Finals pressure. Luke Ball from 45 metres out directly from goal. Scores the level.
AFL Saturday with Corbin, Mick and Bally. AFL Saturday. On your radio, ABC Sport Digital and ABC Listen.
In the words of Adam Kingsley, the Hawks midfielder obliterated the Giants. Is a top 2 finish within reach for the Hawks? And can the Giants still salvage something from 2026? Are the Brisbane Lions back in town after their win on Thursday night? And do the Swans still have a bit to prove? Essendon have assembled their search for their next senior coach. The panel is together. Who should be the early favourite? And is the lack of an external candidate on the panel telling? Plus, Chris Fagan, the coach of the two-time reigning premiers, Andrew McQualter, the coach of the West Coast Eagles, all to join us here on the award-winning AFL Saturday through ABC Sport. We're going straight out of the middle again here as Will Day tucks it under his arm, long to Watson. And Nick Watson's got it again. It's a spellbinding passage from the Wizard. 3 goals in the quarter. Hot program today with 2 senior coaches to join us. The talkback number 1300 558 222. Lines available. You can jump in early. 1300 558 222 is the talkback number. Corbin Middlemass alongside the Premiership Pie, Luke Ball. Hello, Bally.
Hi, Corby. Hi, everyone. Yeah, it's obliterate. It absolutely was. He's spot on there, Adam Kingsley. He doesn't mince his words, does he? And you can tell he was talking to his players to an extent there. I mean, I think... And we'll get into it a little bit. I do feel for the Giants a bit. They just cannot buy a trick with players that aren't there already, and then obviously they lose a few more important soldiers last night. But regardless of that, it was a demolition job through the middle of the ground, which says as much about the Hawks and their credentials and their prospects going forward as much as it does the Giants, that just might be all too hard for them this year.
I make it 8 already of their best 23 that were missing last night, the Giants. And that's before we get the fringe guys and who forms the best 23. And then, as you said, to lose Daniels with what looked like a serious calf and the knee injury to Gruszewski last night, which is a dislocated kneecap. And they were pumped out of the midfield numbers that we rarely see. Mick Malthouse, the coaching icon, you were there for it. How about these for some numbers? So, in the end, it was plus 24 inside 50, plus 24 clearances, and scores from clearances.
That's the one.
10 goals 6 to 1 goal 4. It was plus 56, Mick, on the night the Hawks' way.
G'day, Corby, our listeners, and Bally. I'm not sure I've ever seen figures like that before, but I've got to say that Adam Kingsley coached brilliantly last night to bring them back. It's very hard for a coach to actually change the course of the game. I've got to say that, because you can yell and rant and all sort of stuff. A couple of positional changes might help. I thought, one, they were a little bit more at the ball in the second half, and why wait? But it did happen. And secondly, by not having a genuine ruckman in the ruck at centre bounces, it gave them some form of competitiveness, which gave them a little bit more inside their front 50, and they capitalised on the number of times they went in. I was a bit surprised that there was a lack of response from the box at Hawthorn. They had that game 10 goals every day of the week by half time. They went in front by 10, but they were going to win it by 10. 2-goal win at the end. Yeah. I think that really they underperformed in the second half, which I think is a little bit of a worry, because basically to be smashed in the ruck and then have a non-ruckman in the centre square, but then, of course, you get gobbled up around the ground because you haven't got the weight to go in so you can put it anywhere. There's lessons there for ruckman You don't have to wrestle at a stoppage in the ground. Move around and make the bigger ruckman have to account for you. So these things we looked at, but brilliantly done by Adam Kingsley. Yes, they're in a power of trouble with their injuries. I just can't see them now registering even the top 10.
You mentioned the Hawks, and that's the final evolution of their game. Like, it looks like, and we've been speaking about it for a few weeks, haven't we, that they're potentially the main Victorian contender, but the last part of their game is that when was the last time they really did put the foot down and blow a team away? It really hasn't happened at all this year. You look at the percentage; it's 113 compared to Fremantle and Sydney, who are up well over 130.
What's Geelong's? Geelong's is pretty hot
120.
Too.
So they're in the middle. So that's the next stage, and I think Gunston probably helps that. We'll see. They likely lose Watson, who's their dynamo in terms of score firepower as well. So see how they go without him. That's the final step between being 6-4 or 6-2, and then are they a genuine contender? And look, potentially they took the foot off the pedal a bit towards the end, and to the Giants' credit, as I said, they fought it out.
Yeah.
Might just skip ahead here and have a chat about the midfield numbers last night. So both Adam Kingsley and Sam Mitchell were asked about it. Just about how lopsided it was, and the plus 56 scoring from stoppage went the way of the Hawks. First of all, Adam Kingsley, followed by Sam Mitchell.
Yeah, it's incredibly disappointing. We got dominated from stoppage, obliterated really. So that's why I'm hesitant to talk about a 10-minute patch in the second quarter, because that was clearly the biggest issue that we had. Ball lived in our back half. We couldn't move the ball effectively. Some basic turnovers, inability to cope with pressure, handballing at feet, kicking to them. It's been kind of our biggest issues when we're not playing anywhere near our best, and unfortunately it was again tonight.
Yeah, I mean, I assume you guys all love to talk about Daisy and Newcomb's games. They've been high-level players and they get a lot of headlines, but we look at someone like Cam McKenzie tonight. I think he was the highest pressure player on the ground, and the intensity with which he played in a game where it was hard to keep intensity. I was super impressed. I think both the rucks gave us a lot of first use, and that doesn't always lead to clearance, but the fact that we could lock the game in our front half and score from stoppage was pleasing. Having said that, I think we only kicked four goals from turnover, so first part of the year sort of was a bit the other way. We couldn't score from stoppage, but turnovers were looking good. The last couple of weeks now we've scored from stoppage, which is great, but the turnover side of it, I think it was 11 goals to 4 or something like that, so we've still got a bit of work to do in our game.
Yeah, so they clearly did. They've gone to work on it, haven't they? And the coach, as is their way, wants to deflect a bit from individual players, but clearly Day coming back in and having a massive impact, not only just with the work that he does, but it's taken the heat off Newcomb, and he's going to another level.
Another number.
I mean, he had 15 clearances last night.
Yeah, brilliant.
And Day had 8. And then it allows McKenzie and the other players, Ward, and then those high half forwards are going pinch in there as well. And that ruck duo, that is an advantage. With Reeves in particular and his size, that two-prong attack, if they can stay fit and stay healthy, when you think about the players that they're going to have to come up against towards the pointy end, you think about Fremantle, Sydney with Grundy, Melbourne with Gawn, a genuine two-prong attack is a serious advantage. So, but Day's the one, isn't he? And I think we've all said that, through the first part of the year. That's why there was so much discussion on adding a Zach Merritt type in the off-season. The question is, with Day out there fit and those other players coming up underneath him now and progressing, do they need to add an expensive piece from the outside at the moment when they're playing like they were last night? The answer is probably no.
Can they catch the Swans? So they're game and a half adrift, and they've got 8 to play. And for Hawthorn's sake, they've already played a lot of the tough teams, and Sydney got the tougher draw out of the two teams on the run home.
I know if they were playing on the last week in September, I know which side I'd back out of those two.
Me too.
It'd be the Hawks. I think Hawthorn are better equipped. Their backline is really solid, really, really solid. Barras, and you've got Sicily, who's an attacking player. They've got Battle does a job. One of their better players on the halfback was missing last night. Then you've got and then you got that middle the way it is. The two ruckmen, the 23 players has allowed that to happen. And I think if you've got two ruckmen, that's the way to go, because you always plonk them out of the goal square. And let me tell you, they can do some damage marking, especially Reeves. And then you look at that forward line. No Gunston there last night. They are a serious side. They could give it a real shake anyway. But out of those two sides, that's where I think the Swans are missing. They don't have that. They have a reasonable back line, but McCartan, mate, you don't know with the way he is at the moment. Their midfield is good, but I reckon that they get tagged out of it. And their forward line, Curnow worries me. I just don't know whether he's mentally equipped to have that MCG 100,000 looking at you and performing against. Let's say it was a Barras on him. I'm not sure, so I'd lean the Hawks.
Swans have only played two top 5 teams. They've lost them both to the Cats and the Hawks, and then they lost to Brisbane last night, or 2 nights ago, which all of a sudden have their mojo together. So a little bit untested still, Sydney, against the top teams on the table. How do you see it? The talkback number 1300 558 222. That's 1300 558 222. John Newcombe joined us last night post game, and I put the question to him about Sam Mitchell and his week in the media spin cycle, about his contract and potentially what that looks like. This is what John Newcombe had to say last night.
I mean, it wasn't addressed. I dare say there would have been a few pot shots in the background that were going on, and I mean, I have no doubt in my mind that he's going absolutely nowhere. It'd take. I want to drop a saying, but I don't want to get it wrong, so I'm not going to bother. But it would take a lot.
As long as it,
you off, hasn't he?
Yeah. I'm not going down that path. So it
Don't
would take
mention
a lot.
elephants.
It would take a hell of a lot to get Sam Mitchell out of Hawthorn. So he's not going anywhere.
It was an unusual week, wasn't it? The conversation around Sam Mitchell, that he was on the panel on Monday night on the Agenda Setters, which is the Craig Hutchison Empire program produced by Rainmaker. Essentially, he's saying there, hey, no interest in going anywhere else, whatever it turns out to be, links to other jobs. The very next night, same program, Tom Morris, who also works for SEN, reports, look, he is gettable. Says he's spoken to Craig Hutchison, hasn't heard back. And then the next day, Tom's at the press conference quizzing Sam Mitchell about his contract. Sam's essentially saying, no, I'm happy where I am. And it felt like this washing machine of a conversation that sort of went around and round. But I'm not sure there's too many people that think Sam Mitchell's leaving Hawthorn.
No, I feel like this sort of grind period of the year, Mick, through July, early August, we start scraping for content a little bit, don't we? And, I can't see Sam Mitchell wearing any other colours, to be honest.
And why would he? He's on.
I mean, it's a compliment. I think from his point of view, it doesn't hurt him, does it, to have those sort of comments said about him as baseless?
Yeah, but you've got to.
May not be.
Well, as I said last night, you've got to get rid of any distraction at all. And if you're going to go deep in September, you do not need a coaching thing hanging over your head. You want every part of the ship facing into the wind and getting a little bit of a nudge along, so that if it persists, or we think that most of those jobs maybe were tied up by the end of the year. But for Hawthorn's sake, I hope it has, because the more people talk about it, there's a distraction.
Yeah, I understand.
Ever so light.
I think from a player's point of view, I'm just sort of thinking of it a little bit lateral. I think it's in a sense it's flattering and makes you realise how lucky you are to have a coach that everyone's talking about and everyone wants to an extent. I think I can imagine whether Sam might have made a joke of it in at the club, in at the team meeting, and then from a player's point of view, the thought is, well, we've got a bloody good coach. He's well and truly under contract. He's a Hawthorn person, and he's still been, his name's still being thrown out there in a Hail Mary sort of sense. But I take your point. I mean, Mick, that would happen to you when you were coaching at your best, and there was a job up for grabs. You got to go. Why wouldn't they try and get the best?
I'm going to throw this one in. If Justin Longmuir is on a now, tell me about his contract, because he's got one of those funny ones.
Yeah, he's on an employee agreement.
Yeah, so they're the ones. He's the one that should be thinking about getting tied up, because that one there, is that a year-to-year thing?
Yeah, so the idea of this deal, which a lot of the modern contracts have got only 6-year payout clauses anyway. 6 months, sorry. 6 month payout clauses anyway. Good. Thank you, Ben, for clarifying that for me. And so essentially under the employee agreement, this gives him a 12-month payout clause, but it doesn't have a set term. So it could essentially any day
they could finish it. Yeah.
Any day they could come together and say it's done. I guess from the Longmuir camp, he's basically saying, well, the contract's not worth what it's written on anyway if I'm only going to get 6 month payout, so I may as well take the 1 year, and even though it's this funky deal that no one knows when it ends, at least I've got more guaranteed dollars at the back end than what I would otherwise.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but this is not the first one like that. There was someone else in that sort of agreement, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think Brendan Bolton famously did it at Carlton. And
there's the one that if I was in that box at Freeman, I'd be going, right, let's shake it around a bit and let's see what we can offer him to just to cement it. He's a young man. It's a young side. It's on the up. We were talking about last night. Their seconds are on top in Western Australia. Clearly, they've got. I know they've got no injuries, but they've still got some good players coming in. You want something stable for the next 3 years minimum, I reckon, because he's proven that he can coach. It's just a matter of whether he can prove he can win a premiership. Now that's sometimes on the day, but that side should get there.
It's pretty rare someone comes and pinches your coach, though, isn't it? Like, I mean, there was the famous Ross Lyon one. Even when you left West Coast to go to Collingwood, it was everyone had kind of agreed, hadn't they, that at the end of the year that was going to finish, and then you obviously went to another club. But it feels very unusual that all of a sudden someone would just come in and all of a sudden, I've got your coach, the same way it is in the playing landscape.
Well, especially if he's got the team and the club, in your words, Corb, going up and to the right.
Yeah,
that's very rare that that the coach leaves, isn't it? But anyway, we'll see.
Let's go to the phones. Chris Fagan and Andrew McQualter both to come to join us on AFL Saturday on ABC Sport. But your calls first, 1300 558. Chris from Heathfield. Hello, Chris.
Hi, fellas. You've just been talking about Hawthorn and Sam Mitchell certainly knows how to coach. I thought Friday night, the physicality, the physical strength of Brisbane, their ability to break tackles and their backline knows when to score, I think they're going to be right there at the end of the year. The last Saturday of September, I just saw signs that when Brisbane really motivate themselves, I think they've got a very strong all-round strength. But that guys like Rayner that can break a tackle and they've got strength all over the ground, and I think they're well equipped to win 3 in a row. And then time will tell, but I just think their physical strength and their discipline in knowing when to spoil. So some of those spoils in the back line were fantastic. So
that's a good call, Chris. Yeah, it wasn't. It was ominous, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It was, and it is for them when their poor performances at the start of the year. It was through a lack of physicality. It looked like they just weren't up for it that day. And good sides, it's dangerous, Mick, but good sides have the ability to be able to flick into gear. Now, it looked like the bye came at a good time. Some of those players that you mentioned off, really long campaigns have had a bit of a freshen up, and they probably, and we'll ask Chris about it shortly, they've had a mental freshen up as well. And now they can really arrow in on, there's a 10-game season or a 9-game season in front of us. Let's manage our energy. And we get opportunities like against a top 4 team on Thursday night to show what we're capable of, and I agree. It started with that, and they had the sort of the swagger to go with it too, didn't they?
Yeah, I think if you want to win the flag, I wouldn't be banking on someone else taking out Brisbane. You got to be prepared that the road to the premiership very well will go through the Brisbane Lions, so you're going to have to get them at some point.
I reckon 5 and 6, as I said to you, I've said on this show before, 5th and 6th this year is a totally different thing from the past, because your first week of finals, well, it's actually probably. Do we call it the second week of the finals? You are going to be in a plum position. Not only that week, but the following week. Mm. And so, if Brisbane don't make the top 4, 5th and 6th could be. I know it's a knockout, but it could be just as important.
And they've played 4 consecutive weeks to win their premierships in the first 2 years.
Yeah.
So they've lost to Quali one year, and the other year, obviously, they came out of that old school elimination final spot. 1300 558 222 is the talkback number. The coaching search comes up every week. This week there is some new news out of the Essendon Football Club. They've assembled their panel to appoint their next senior coach. They've got 3 board members, the CEO, who was formerly on the board, and the head of people and culture. So essentially the HR boss at the football club that have come together to appoint this panel to, or to be part of the panel to appoint the next senior coach. Something that stands out, there's no senior coaching experience on that panel. I know, Bawley, you sat on one and you were able to uncover Craig McRae. I'm pretty certain in your case there was no senior coaching experience then. Big deal or no big deal that there's no senior coach on there?
What do you think, Mick?
I think it would be good if they did, but when you just said that, Bawley had been at 2 football clubs, seen the highs and lows, and I think that's important. Has sampled the highs and lows, so that's. But you're an outsider from that club coming in.
Yeah.
So that's probably the key to it, is to have another look from another direction. I would like to think that they would have a coach of a coach that's again, most coaches have had the highs and lows, and the highs are great, but the lows are the ones that make you. They make you. You're the one. You've got to go through it and come out the other side. That then helps you talk to the people about what you can look at. If I can spend 1 second, you might have been there, Bully. There was the AFL had run a level 4 coaching thing, and I said, "This is what you've got to be ready for." And we're talking about coaches. The board puts you on. The administration are happy with you. Your coaches, you appoint or they appoint. A couple go wrong. The board whisper in the corners. The administration won't talk to you. Your coaches take accolades when you win, and you're an orphan when you lose. And they all looked at me and going. And then I remember whoever was CEO at the times of the AFL looked at them and said, "That's true. It is true. Be ready for it." And I thought, well, better paint that picture because it's not all roses. You've got to be able to take the good and bad and then work through that. So I think coaches know that. Borley, in your position, you had a kick in the guts and you fought through that. So that would have been a great help.
So it's interesting with this panel, and Essendon do point out that Anthony DiPietro, who's the vice president, is the vice president, was formerly on the Melbourne Victory board. So he's got experience there. I think he was previously the chair. Apologies if I'm mistaken. Ted Richards, who of course was let go at Essendon, went to Sydney, won a premiership, did it the hard way, comes back obviously, but has spent time elsewhere. Welsh is the president, Roberts is the CEO, and then Caroline Monzon is the EGM.
I don't think there's a right or wrong answer, Cor. There's been situations where you think of Geelong in the past have just gone CEO, footy manager, bang, he's our man, make the call.
If you get it right, it's get it right. If you get it wrong, then you always look back and go, what's a bad one?
Yeah. Ultimately, that's the answer, isn't it?
You pointed this out a couple of weeks ago, Borley, about the role of Andrew Welsh here and the perception from the outside that, it's Essendon people picking an Essendon person or whatever it turns out to be, and the old and new Essendon and all the rest of it. And you essentially raised at the time that at the end of the day, he's going to be the one that's culpable for the decision. So you either go one or two ways. You remove yourself from it completely, or you say, to hell with it, this is my lot. I'm going to be judged on the outcome. So I may as well have a fair say in who gets the senior role.
Yeah, and ultimately, I think when he put his hand up for the role of president, with his footy background, I think there'd be an expectation from members that he would have an impact on the footy side of it, using his experience. So I'm all for him doing that and backing himself in. And I think Ted Richards, as you mentioned, really experienced footballer, came from, spent plenty of time at Sydney, which is a lauded culture, had experience under some great coaches there. So.
Well, who gets the job? Who do you reckon gets the job, Bully? Look,
I don't think we're any clearer.
Is it shifted?
No, I don't think we're any clearer, are we?
But don't you think that there was a real it looked like heard.
Yeah.
Then it started. Then there was only whispers. It wasn't really loud.
I like we had a chat off air. If it was Heard and Solomon versus the field, I'd ask you, Cor, but a bit more sort of across it and invested. You take the field. I think that's where I sit as well at the moment.
Yep. I still feel like that's the way to go. I think that the quietness around the Heard camp is very interesting. That the original push was almost like this, win the populist vote, try and get everybody on board.
And that's dropped, isn't it?
I get the sense there wasn't people at Essendon weren't that chuffed about that. It was almost like, hey, let's get this groundswell of support on board. And then interestingly, you pick up the paper a couple of days ago and John Ralph's written an article saying, look, the Heard camp needs a change of strategy and a different way to go about it. So I find that very interesting. The other part which is fascinating is this idea that it's pitted Solomon versus Heard. I can't imagine the club would love that either. That does it present this civil war? It's either team Solomon or your team Heard. So I think all those things considered coming into it, and the fact that I take the club completely on face value that they'll go through this process, interview multiple candidates. Absolutely, Bully. I feel like once all those ideas are presented, Solomon, by the way, hasn't even expressed yet that he wants to do it. I think the far more likely outcome is it ends up as, anybody else other than necessarily just those two.
Yeah, and I think they've done the right thing. Time's on their side, and they've taken a breath, and everyone says, they better hurry because there's two other teams in the market as well. No. Take a breath, take the sting out. I remember 4 weeks ago, however long ago, we were talking about it then, weren't we? So take a deep breath, allow it to sort of move through the cycle, and then there's no doubt that they will go and sound out the best assistant coaches who I think now will feel more comfortable that it's going to be a genuine process and they're in with a genuine chance. Rather than 4 weeks ago, the talk was, it's a boat race. No, we're going to stay out of it.
Can I just jump on what you said, Corby, when you said, it's sort of quietened down in the press. is that also happening, Tassie? Because it was Nathan, and it was sort of like I know he's got great support in the media and with his management, but that is also almost dropped off the cliff.
Yeah,
which suggests to me that he's either got the job and no one else is interested, or no, they are going in and they want a slate that says there it is, and we're going to judge everyone accordingly. So that's sort of died, and we know the Carlton thing has died because we don't know who's.
Well, I do think the timing part. I think for all of them to appoint a coach right now with really a half of the season to go, I don't think that serves any purpose.
Well, what does it? It's only jumping in front of something. That's all it does.
When you think about it, if Carlton appoint a coach next week and they've got the Josh Fraser who's won 6 games in a row, and it just adds a layer of perplexity and confusion.
Who appoints their coach first?
Wait. Well, that's a good question.
Devils, Dons, Blues. I feel like the Blues have got to wait now with Josh Fraser coaching the way he is.
Bombers, I think, because their season's done. But it won't be until August.
Yeah, I'm Devils. Who do you reckon, Mick? Which club goes first?
Oh, I'm totally confused about it because I'm with you about Josh Fraser. I mean, Josh technically, you're looking, but he keeps saying no. So if he persists with no, then I think that Carlton might be the last one to choose.
You got to be pretty good to win multiple premierships as a coach. So not only Mick Moldhouse in the house, we've got another one about to join us right here on AFL Saturday on ABC Sport. Back with Chris Fagan in 15 seconds.
Some chase the story.
We'll be interviewing some of Australia's most famous faces.
And some are the story.
Hello, beautiful people.
The piano, the assembly, and race around the world.
This is fabulous.
I loved it.
Great storytelling on ABC iView.
You're listening to AFL Saturday with Corbin Middlemass, Mick Malthouse and Luke Ball on your radio, ABC Sport Digital and ABC Listen. Just look for the AFL button.
Hipwood misread the jump, but it's rode by Rayner at Brisbane. Hand pass to Lohman. Oh, he's got a taste for it now. Runs to 45, hits his second. And he opens his arms in celebratory mode as if he's just found the onion bag in the United States.
AFL Saturday on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass, Luke Ball, Mick Moldhouse, and I'm pleased to say the two-time reigning defending premiership winning coach and Jock McHale medalist, of course, at the Brisbane Lions Football Club. Chris Fagan joins us on the program. Chris, congratulations on the win the other night. Appreciate your time.
Yeah, no, it's great to have a chat. Always good to do it after a week.
Oh, we just might have a few issues with your line, Chris. We'll see if we can get that a little clearer as we work our way through. Happy birthday for the other day during the week as well. I understand another little milestone for you on the way through. How do you assess where the team's situated now with 8 to go in the year? How does your second premiership defence look?
Have you got me?
That's much better. Thank you.
Okay, no worries. Look, I think we've been on the improve the last 3 weeks. Some good performances. We're leaking too many goals and scores in the period of time prior to that. We've addressed that in the last 3 games. Our contest game and our ball movement game is in good shape. And if we can sort of maintain the rage with our defence, then I think we can challenge most teams. But we've got to get that done.
So the usual stuff that you'll get as the defending premiers is obviously, is the group hungry enough? Do you still have the hunger there? And the pressure numbers show that, if you're over 180, which is AFL average, you win. If you're under 180, you essentially lose. As a coaching exercise, how do you go about that? How do you essentially get a read on it, and how do you coach it at this stage of the season?
I think with us, the key to us is our energy. And I can tell it training during the week what our energy levels are like. And when you're an interstate team and you travel every second week, it's a little bit more of a challenge to keep those levels at a good level, if you know what I mean, across the course of the season. We have to be careful in the way that we train our players and manage our players. I think that's critical to it. And I think what you've seen in the last 3 games is a team that's playing with pretty high energy. So I feel like we hit a bit of a flat spot there about a month ago, and we've come out of that. And now my job and the rest of the coaches is to try and maintain those energy levels, I think, and that sort of affects a lot of the other things that we do.
Chris, we actually asked Andrew McQualter a little bit earlier just around dealing with a key forward who's got some kicking yips at the moment, and how do you deal with that, and whether you lean on a mental skills coach or a psych at the club. Do you firstly, do you have a full-time one there at the Lions? It's been a discussion throughout the first part of the year, and is that an opportunity through that bye period to really lean on that side of the game as well, given there's probably not a heap you can do to top up physically this time of the year?
Yeah. Yeah, we have a sports psychologist work with us, Anthony Clarico. He's not full-time. He's been with us for the last 3 years. He's a person that I work with at Hawthorn and at Melbourne, so I've known him for a long time. He's really good in that performance mindset space, and he does a lot of great work with our individual players. And certainly, he'll give me a little bit of advice occasionally on, the direction to take with the team. What we did, we lost those 3 games a few weeks back, and we had a pretty close look at ourselves then. I think what we realised was we're a really good team offensively, really good team in terms of contest and stoppage, but team defence has been inconsistent. And really what we try to do is just loosen up our players a little bit after we lost those 3 games and go a little bit harder on attack, because strangely enough, when we do that, we actually defend really well. Yeah. Coaching's a bit weird like that sometimes. You have to concentrate on the opposite thing to what seems logical, but with our group, that seems to be what works, and he's quite helpful and beneficial in sort of seeing those sorts of trends with the teams and coming up with little themes that can help. So, we do address that side of the game fairly comprehensively. It's a very important part of what we've been able to do the last 3 or 4 years.
Chris, so well done so far. Just a question. Very rarely does a side, if it can't improve, it doesn't go anywhere. Outside of, with, I guess, GWS and Gold Coast coming in a few years ago where they robbed the side from being able to top up their list. You need to be better than last year. Outside the fact that you picked up Draper and Oscar, and incidentally about Oscar and one will ask you about how long before he plays, where have you generally improved your side to approach this final series?
Yeah, well, first of all, Oscar Allen should play in the next 2 weeks. He won't play next week, probably the week after, and he'll be available alongside McCluggage and Zorko and Kadeen Coleman. So I've got some pretty good players coming available. I think in terms of improvement this year, if we could get back to the level that we've been at the last 2 years, that would help. It'd probably get you close to winning it again. But you're right, yep. You've got to become a little bit better. I think Draper, for instance, has helped us in the ruck, and that's no negative comment on Oscar McInerney, but they're different players, and he brings a different style to the game, and he and Darcy Ford have formed a pretty formidable combination in the ruck, which is helping us with our centre bounce game, which has been an area that we've improved quite dramatically this year. And I think it might be on the back of those guys, and the new rule suits them. Yeah. So there's been a growth there.
Yeah. Does Draper help your forwards with his goal kicking, with his style? Has he added a new dimension to the style of your?
You mean those kicks around the corner, man?
Yeah, I do. This is so unique. I know he's got a big hand. I know he's got a big hand, and he can be a metre out and straight in front, and he wants to go around the corner. I think he's created a new cult.
I shudder when I look at that, to be honest. But he practices it all the time, and it's what he feels comfortable with. So I tend not to get in the way.
No, clearly. Yeah, it's good.
You've just got to make sure the umps get the decision right when they decide to do those sorts of things.
Just on that, Chris Fagan with us, the coach of the Brisbane Lions. Did you get the clarity that you were looking for on the kicking over the man on the mark after obviously Logan Morris had that goal cancelled out at three-quarter time? Do you feel like you can confidently explain to your players what happens if they take a shot after the siren?
Yeah, well, I mean, the AFL have said that what Logan did was completely within the rules, and he should have been awarded a goal. So, and he was disappointed after the game about what had happened, because he felt like he had a really good understanding of what he couldn't do. And as it's turned out, he's right. So, the only thing I said to him was, well, maybe if it's right on the siren again, maybe the best thing to do is just go back and kick it over the bloke's hands in normal fashion, so that it doesn't get brought into question. But no, we've got good clarity around that. It was good of the AFL to sort of deal with that pretty quickly, and we can move on now.
Should the goal be added on, Chris? Do you think? Do you have a view on that to both he and the team? I mean, it's going to come down to fine margins, as we know, and as a player, I mean, goals are hard to kick. Let's be honest. So, you know, a young player who's building a career as a goal kicker, should it just be added on?
I think in this instance, when the siren had gone and there was no more play to be had, he clearly kicked the goal. The umpire put the two hands up for the goal. I think that we should get those 6 points. Personally, because it might come down to percentage at the end of the year. Who knows?
Yeah, exactly.
Not that individual things are important, but Logan's pretty high up in the Coleman medal.
Yeah. So is Watson.
So what if he loses by 1 or he's equal? You know, like I know they're just little things and they're individual things, but I think in this instance it's quite unique. I would actually give him the goal, but that's not up to me, is it?
Yeah. He might have a bonus attached to his goal kick. Anyway, I know it's not up to you, but it's worth looking into. I don't think we can just sort of all right, no worries, move on. Yeah, sorry, cool.
Just one on Zach Bailey. Chris, feels like every week you do a press conference, you get asked about Zach Bailey. He's obviously a free agent at the end of the year and he's off contract. Do you know what he's doing next year? And say, for example, the answer is no. Would you want to know? Would you actually want him to come to you in advance and say, even if there's still a premiership to be won and the season's ongoing, that, hey, by the way, I'll give you my all up until the end of the year, but I'm out when it's all done?
Yeah, so I don't know what he'll do. I know he loves being at the Brisbane Football Club, and I think if the offers can be somewhat similar, he would definitely stay with us. I guess it just depends on what the gap is between what we think we can offer him and what other teams are prepared to offer him, because he's got to think about his life and his income and life after footy as well. So there's a bit for him to think about, but I know his heart's at Brisbane. I know that for sure. And in terms of what was the second bit of that question,
so
mate?
Would you want to know if the answer was no?
Yeah.
Would you rather know, or would you rather him just wait and tell you at the end?
I'm easy either way. I mean, the main thing that I always talk to Zach about, any of the other boys that have been out of contract, is that, if you're not here next year, that's okay, but make sure that you do everything you can while you're here to be the best player you can be for our team, and you can hold your head up high if you do end up going. I mean, I think that's the mature way to look at it. I'm not going to hold it against him. It's the way the football world is now. So us coaches, we just got to get our heads around that and understand the world we live in and get on with the business.
Chris, love your insights as always. Congratulations on all you've achieved so far, and good luck the rest of the way in your search for the club's second three-peat this millennium. It's an amazing achievement in what you've been able to do as a program. Appreciate your time.
Thanks, boys. Good to have a chat.
Well done.
Cheers.
Chris Fagan, he's probably the most interesting chat in football. It feels like every single time we get him on, we get plenty out of him. And, Paulie, you were big on that off-air about the fact that given it was after three-quarter time, doesn't really affect anything else in the context of the game. Why not just add the goal on? And you've got an ally in Chris Fagan.
Yeah, again, we talk about common sense a lot. I just think it had no bearing on the action
the next part.
After the next. Exactly. Let's call it the next play. So, to me, that's an obvious one. And it might come down to point 1 or point 2.
Yeah.
Where they're at the moment. You mentioned, 5th versus 7th. There's going to be a huge difference, doesn't it? Plus, and I know it's not about individual things, but if I was a young forward, and he would have aspirations and goals, and it might be linked to commercial outcomes as well. I just think it's
how high up is he in the goal kicking? Because I know that Watson is high. And he was robbed of one. Let's face it, that was a goal every other week that he kicks. So I think it has.
Well, the other thing is, dare I say it, Corb, but betting. I mean,
well, can I?
Logan Morris for 3 goals versus 4 goals. Anyway, there's all kinds of things.
Many years ago, I was asked to speak to the young umpires coming through, and I said, I'll give you the tip on one bad decision. You make one bad decision, and the side misses the 8. Guess what? They may be built on incentives to sponsorship. That might cost them $500,000. It may be that the coach is if he doesn't make the final, he's out. A player could be, on the goal kick, and the young umpires hadn't thought about that. And maybe they shouldn't, but we do because it's massive bearing. So you've got to be so careful in everything you do, and if we can change that,
well, I just think
that doesn't interfere with the play.
No, that's right. It's not I should have been holding the ball, shouldn't have been.
And it could go back.
No, that's right. Yeah,
he's equal fifth coming into the weekend. Logan Morris on the goal kicking. Inside the West Coast Eagles camp next, Andrew McQualter is going to join us, and Ray Chamberlain will stop by. We'll get the umpire side of things out of what happened on Thursday night. So we've got clarity from the AFL, at least, that they believe the goal should have stood. Brisbane are happy with that. How do the umpires feel about it all? Ray Chamberlain's going to join us before the program's out. Back in 15 seconds with another senior coach. They keep on coming here on the award-winning AFL Saturday on ABC Sport.
Do you know the next Australian of the Year? Are they raising funds for those in need? Or building a brighter future? Conducting research? Or inspiring future astronauts? See them, hear them, nominate them at australianoftheyear.org.au.
You're listening to AFL Saturday with Corbin Middlemass, Mick Malthouse and Luke Ball on your radio, ABC Sport Digital and ABC Listen. Just look for the AFL button.
The senior coach of the West Coast Eagles, Andrew McQualter, joins us on AFL Saturday through ABC Sport. Andrew, appreciate your time.
Yeah, no problems at all. Good to be here.
Post-bye, ready to go against the Blues today. How do you assess the first half of the season? What have you seen from your Eagles?
Yeah, we sort of broke it down into probably post-round 7. Our first 7 games, even though we won a few, we probably weren't quite playing the way we wanted to, but really, after that St Kilda game, we've sort of formed our identity around our defence, and it's improved a lot. We'll probably, you get what you get, but we could have pinched a few of those games as well, leading into the bye, which would have put us in a pretty reasonable position. But we feel like our game's improving, and we've got some good ins today, which is pleasing, and looking forward to seeing how these guys go.
So 9 games to go, Min. Do you set some targets, either internally, even amongst your coaching staff, or you even overt with your players around the second half of the year or the last 9 games of the year, and how many you can win, or is it just being thereabouts at three-quarter time a bit more, or how do you approach the last 9 games?
Yeah, we did, mate. We did a deep dive into our game over the break, and it's not about wins for us. It's about just improving our game and how footy works. Wins come on the back of it. So we really did target simply, mate, our defence and our contest stuff. We believe our offence will grow organically over time the more these guys play together, but our focus has definitely shifted into the defensive side of the game, and it'll be critical against Carlton today. They have changed the way they're playing a little bit under Fraser and controlling the ball a bit more, so our aim is to put them in a contest for longer.
Can I ask you, Andrew, about the caretaker life? So the guy you come up against today, Josh Fraser, is obviously living that and has had success. You were able to coach Richmond for a prolonged period of time, and then obviously went through the coaching process, missed out at the Tigers. You're now coaching your own team, obviously second year at West Coast. What did you get out of that stretch as the caretaker? And I guess what are the advantages of not necessarily staying on, but then taking those experiences into a full-time gig elsewhere?
Yeah, for me it was really valuable experience, and Fraser's in a different scenario. I think Fraser's only been to the Blues for this year, hasn't he?
Yeah, short term.
Yeah, yep. So he's only been there recently. I was obviously at Richmond for 9 years or almost 10 years prior to doing that interim job, but I sort of described it as one hand on the steering wheel for that 13-week time. You do get a real look at what the job entails, and the amount of reports and meetings and conversations you have to have with different people. But the interim job, it doesn't give you a full look at what senior coaching is, but certainly it's a one hand on the steering wheel type scenario.
I heard you say a couple of weeks ago in an interview too, we can't get any younger, talking about the profile of your group at the moment. You will have obviously a pretty juicy pick, a high draft pick, probably in the top 8, given the way the group is placed at the moment. Would you like to see the recruiting team go to the draft, or are you open to the idea of perhaps shopping that around to get a senior head in?
We're really clear on our strategy internally. We're going to go to the draft with that first pick, no doubt. We think we're building a list profile that can win for a long time, but we've still got to tip into that top end a little bit more. We've done well. The recruiters have done well, it seems, in the last few years in that space, but we'll certainly be heading to the draft with our first pick.
And just digging into that a bit, I mean, all the talk usually is obviously around your high picks, in particular Willem, Dersma and Harley Reid, but it looks like you're really starting to build some great key position stocks and depth. Is that fair, and has that pleased you over the first half of the year as well?
Yeah, for sure. I speak about this a lot, how our young key forwards, it's quite extraordinary what they're doing. Job's 19 years old, Cooper's 18, Archer's only 20. there's not many key forwards in the competition playing AFL football at that age, let alone playing well and performing. So we're asking a lot of our guys. Ruben's 21 too. He's still young. So these guys are holding down massive positions in AFL footy, and we believe that'll hold them in good stead for the future.
CEO's meeting took place this week up on the Gold Coast. There's been lots of talk about various topics, including the fixture. If Don Pike came to you and said, hey, look, we've been asked for our ideas, what adjustments would you make to the fixture, Andrew?
I think I'm learning to not even get involved in this conversation because I have very little influence. So, look, we're wrapped. We get to play another game in Perth at the moment. That's an important thing. It's not been an interstate club previously. You don't realise how the travel, how much of a demand it is on the bodies and the minds of people. But that's probably the thing that we've gained in the last few years. But I'll let Pikey deal with the rest of it.
The other thing that came out of that was the idea of limits to contact training. And I'm fascinated as a coach of a team that's in development mode, as you are at the moment, Andrew McCoulter with us, the coach of the West Coast Eagles. What material impact would that have on you if all of a sudden you couldn't have contact training for as many hours, say, as what you do at the moment?
I think, we've spoken a lot about this, and I think the challenge you got is if you reduce the contact training, are you preparing them for the contact in the game? You have to be able to train the skill of it. So there's a fine line. I'm all for protecting players and making sure that we don't have any unnecessary injuries. But I'm sure this working group that's been put together will find the balance of the right amount of contact training and unnecessary risk.
Have you been asked for your opinion on that by the group?
Not yet, no.
No, I was just going to say, man, you're a no-nonsense operator, mate. You're a common sense man, always known you to be. Just more to a hot button sort of vexed topic on the field at the moment. Are you confident that your key forwards, you mentioned them earlier, young key forwards, know how to kick over the man on the mark at the moment?
I spoke to Jake Waterman about it yesterday, and both of us were a little bit confused, but I think the AFL said that that was a mistake, wasn't it, on Friday night? So I think the reality is you've got to kick over the man on the mark without improving your angle. That's the idea. And we'll keep focusing on trying to put him through the big sticks.
And how's Jake's couple of weeks been? I mean, I think, and I like the way you addressed it after the game. You'd much prefer to have a key forward that's playing well and putting himself in those positions. How has his couple of weeks been? Is he looking forward to getting back out there today?
Yeah, he will be. He's such a competitor, and the way he's performed this year, it's really quite extraordinary. Probably first 7 or 8 games we weren't generating enough entry, and we've had enough supply for the last 8 weeks, but the amount of shots he's creating is awesome for us. And he's a pro. He's gone to work. He's mentally and physically doing the work on his goal kicking, and I'm sure it'll turn for him.
Is that a tough one as a coaching exercise? I mean, other than saying, hey, we'd like you to kick straight. I mean, clearly he knows that, rather than making it this self-fulfilling prophecy. How do you coach that?
Look, it's all about just evidence of the work. You just got to do the work, feel good about the kick. He's been goal kicking for a long time, and he's been a very accurate kick for a long time. So he's just got to do the mental reps and the physical reps, and then it'll turn.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about that, and it's been a point of conjecture or a topic this year just around psychs and the mental side of the game. Perhaps since COVID, it's been an area lacking in clubs. Have you got a full-time psych or a mental skills coach that would work with players on that side of the game?
Yeah, we do. Not full-time, but definitely part-time, and she's done a terrific work with all of our players and Jake in particular. Over the last period of time, he's dipping into that space as well. So, as you know, Ball, it's such an important space. Yeah. This game's physically incredibly demanding, but also mentally very demanding as well.
Andrew, congrats on the year so far. You're up 400% on wins last year already.
Not hard.
The way that the team's going, and hopefully there's a few more for your Eagles in the back end of the season. Appreciate your time.
All right, appreciate it, guys. Thank you.
That was Andrew McCoulter with us a short time ago, and this is AFL Saturday on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass alongside Luke Ball and Mick Malthouse. Your calls on 1300 558 222. Paul from Otways is the next of our callers. Hello, Paul.
G'day, mate. How you going?
Well, thank you.
Just wondering, a little bit of feedback from Mick about how our boy Marbia Charles going at the moment.
This keeps coming around. What'd you think of him last night, Mick?
Oh, he's pretty ordinary for a while. He kicked one, I think, didn't he?
He was okay last night? He hit the post on another occasion?
He was okay. He was okay. He wasn't... so what happens when Gunston comes in? Who goes out? So Deere goes out, does he?
Yep.
I suppose he does. Yes, he needs to perform at a high rate. He's no longer get too many ruck duels now because they've got the double ruckman, so he has to perform as a forward.
kicked a couple last night.
No, he kicked a couple.
Two goals.
I think the defensive act, if he's going to play as a pure forward, and he can do it. He's so athletic.
Yes.
And he set up that first goal with a chase and tackle as well. That's the thing that he needs to.
That's the thing that he's brought to his game, which he didn't have from his game. So I know where this question's going. He was lazy. He seemed disinterested, and he'd missed too many goals. And I reckon he's third time lucky that he's been able to go to a club that have accepted him, and he's now making adjustments.
Yeah, I think in Paul's sliding scale, the good news is he's gone from in mixed scope to out of the scope,
he's out of the scope,
avoiding attention, and then the next step is, can he work his way into mixed praise? So let's see how he goes on the sliding scale. As working his way across.
It's a big step, that last one.
No,
trust me.
He's done a bit to do
Trust
that.
me, that's a really big step.
No, a couple of times I reckon he's been pretty good.
Appreciate your call, Paul. 1300 558 222. Ray Chamberlain's here, only a 400-game umpire man who's officiated multiple grand finals. It's been another busy weekend for Team Green, Ray.
We're never short of content, Corb. How are we, guys?
No.
We well?
We just had Chris Fagan on moments ago. He was happy with the explanation that he got from the AFL about Logan Morris and the play on call as he kicked it after the siren through for a goal that was cancelled out on Thursday night. From an umpiring point of view, did the umpire get it right?
I heard Chris's comments, and that's fantastic. I mean, it's super important. The players, the coaches, they're the key stakeholders in the game, and they need to be clear. I reckon there's some benefit in making that a conference call, just to make sure we're all getting the same message. I think that would help everyone. And when I say everyone, I'm talking about the umpires. The messages that are going to the club coaches are the same messages that are going there. It is a chaotic game. There is some ambiguity. I think that there's a lot that goes into what's the final decision that's made by the AFL 36 hours after an umpire gets one crack at it and is following the instructions as the way they understand them.
So what were the instructions leading into Thursday night? So it feels like the goalposts are moving a little bit here, pardon the pun. But what were the instructions that the umpires were meant to follow on Thursday night when this played out the way it did?
Well, Corb, for my mental health, I haven't been involved with the AFL umpires for 2 years, so that's a blessing for me. But in relation to my understanding of the laws of the game,
which are limited.
Thank you, Mick. And again, I feel Marbior's pain. I'm trying to bridge that gap too, Bally. Hey, I'm just trying to.
You know we love you.
It's a little bit of self-actualisation, Maslow's hierarchy with Mick. But essentially, the way they drill these things with the set shot on goal with the umpires is the umpire stands. If you imagine a line from the goal umpire to the player on the mark to the player who's going to kick it. Now they're coming from around the corner because it's after the siren. So we're the umpire who's going to make that judgment. They're on that line, and what they drill at training is the player with the football. Their plant foot has to come back onto the line of kick. That's the way they've been coached. That's the way they drill.
So this imaginary laser straight line.
Correct. And let's call it a metre width, right? So there's a little bit of give here and there. It's not a blade of grass, right? They've got to get back and put their plant foot there. Now, if you look at the vision, Logan Morris does not get back onto his line of kick where his plant foot is. Now, I'm not saying that the decision to say that should be a goal is wrong. What I'm trying to articulate is you asked me, what's the messaging? And the messaging is the player's plant foot has to get back onto the line of kick, and that didn't happen. So of course the umpire goes, no, that's no goal.
So if he's looking for that cue, that's one of the things he's asked to do.
Correct.
Where has this bit come in? Is this a Greg Swan initiative this year that you got to kick over the man on the mark?
Well, that's so okay. So this is where we get into the word salad, right?
Yep.
Because kicking over the man on the mark, if you look at it from a traditional sense with the drop punt kick, is you get back onto your line of kick, and that's why they're drilled, the umpires, to look for that plant foot that's back on the line of kick. Now, if we track the ball from where he kicks a snap, does it go over the player on the mark's hands? Possibly it does, and that's potentially why they've said, no, Logan, we're comfortable that you did what you need to do and we'd have preferred a goal there. Now, if that's the way they want to go about it, that's fine. But they've got to tell their umpires that and then allow them to accommodate and adjust what they're doing. So it's communication here.
Are the umpires disappointed with the way it panned out?
I think the biggest thing for umpiring, in my experience, I'll speak for me, I won't talk for the group, there's 42 of them, so it would be inappropriate for me to speak on behalf of the group, but you just want to know that what you're being told during the week is what you want implemented on the ground, and when you do that, you support it and that's communicated, and then if you fail to do that, you need to wear the consequences of that as well.
Ray, wouldn't it? You know, if a player around the ground goes off, the umpire calls play on, right?
Yep.
So wouldn't it be more simple just to say, I think you've played on because you've gone over or under or whatever. And if I can just take your point, the player with his planted foot, if he's able to kick the ball around his body, that means he's actually he's gaining more ground because he's been able to come further out as a right footer on the left flank. So I don't get that. I think if you kick the football with your right foot over the
I understand what you're saying, Mick, but we're saying, again, everything goes common sense, blade of grass. Yeah. No one's leg's longer than a metre. And so you get a metre here or there, right? So I don't think that's a big problem. Yeah. What I will say is just clarity and communication would be fantastic.
We'll hear from you during the game. Thanks to Ray Chamberlain. Thanks to you, Mick.
Pleasure.
Who wins the showdown, Port or Adelaide?
Adelaide.
Pies or Tigers?
Richmond. They're looking to next year.
And the Blues, they keep it rolling here against the Eagles?
I think they will, but it's a danger game.
Yep.
A danger game. They're on the up, the Eagles.
Ballie's hanging around for the game. Stick around. If you want to hear this whole episode of AFL Saturday, you can find it in the podcast store, ABC AFL Daily.
Australia have been the dominant force in women's cricket for nearly 50 years.
Australia has done it again. Australia clinches the T20 World Cup.
But without a current World Cup title, they face no shortage of challenges in their bid to return to the top. New Zealand, the current T20 champions. England, the constant threat. South Africa, a young team on the rise. India, a new force in the game.
Could be a catch. Yes, taken by the captain. Harmanpreet Kaur. India win the World Cup. Listen to the noise.
Can Australia find their best against the best and claim their 7th T20 crown? ABC Sport brings you every game of the ICC Women's T20 World Cup, live and uninterrupted on ABC Listen. Just look for the cricket button.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
Boy, we're going to have some fun.
The AFL in 2026 on ABC Sport.
And the siren sound. Here we go. Listen to the roar. It is showtime.
You take a seat because it don't get better than this.
Right to the goal line. Big ball. Jamie Elliott, the man who gravity forgot.
That's why we love AFL football.
On ABC Sport, this is the AFL.
Sit back, relax, witness the greatest. It don't get better than this.
From 45 and rides it all the way home.
An ambitious effort. Unbelievable.
The left foot is a goal. Oh, yeah.
Throws it. Kicks on goal. The prancing pony.
What a goal.
He's off and running from 45 to get the party started. It's bouncing. It's through. Bailey Smith. He'll want the cameras on him right now.
Not camera action, baby.
Around and buries it.
Loads up from 55. That's a monster bomb.
40 metres out. Snaps towards goal. What a beautiful finish.
Bacon goal square. Goes for glory.
He eyes the goals and sends it home.
100% pure footy. Every minute of every match. All season long.
Gathers, snaps, goal.
It's just football at its best.
Kick on goal. Dribbles it through. What about that? Took them all on and said, I'll have some of this.
Bailey pinches his pocket and bang, bang, bang. That's the price you pay against the Premier.
Watson snaps. Oh, Watson puts it through. And the Wizard arrives precisely on time. He's built for the big stage. On his left boot, his kick is good.
Inside 50, off a step, turns and goes bang. And snap. And
goal.
There's some bravery through the middle of the ground.
How good is that? What a goal. He wastes no time. He whacks it through for another. It doesn't have to be your night, but it can be your moment. Hands it to Charlie Cameron. He can walk it in. Show him your tail lights, Charlie.
Welcome to ABC Sports coverage of the 2026 AFL Premiership season.
Runs the 50 out. What a way to finish.
On radio,
ABC Sport Digital Radio,
and ABC Listen.
You take a seat because it don't get better than this.
The Fraser freight train is back from Sydney and it rolls through Docklands today as the Blues burst their way through the banner, trying to make it 6 on the bounce, a perfect record under their caretaker coach Josh Fraser. And Carlton's opponents today are well rested. The West Coast Eagles off the bye. They were a one-win team in season 2025. They have already got 4 wins under their belt. They're coming in off the back of back-to-back defeats, but both of them by under a goal. So the Eagles very competitive throughout the season so far. Can they be today against the Blues, who have had their measure in recent times? This is Saturday Footy on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass to call the action alongside Ben Cameron. Good afternoon, Ben.
Good afternoon, Corbin. No late changes for either of these two teams. So as named, and Carlton have won their last 6 matches by an average of 69 points against the West Coast Eagles. So have a very, very good record against them. I did run into players from both of these teams at the shops during the week. I saw George Hewitt walking along, testing out his hip flexor. I said, George, you got a sore hip flexor? He said, yeah. And he was testing it out. And yesterday, suspiciously, I saw Jack Graham, Liam Baker, and they bumped into none other than Nathan Broad, their former Richmond Premiership teammate, who's been linked with a move to the West Coast Eagles.
That's not how we do it. In the news-breaking game, you should say, I can tell you today that Nathan Broad has met with West Coast Eagles players on the streets of Melbourne. That would have been the headline.
Correct.
It would have been able to have blown up. You could see it everywhere all over the footy media landscape. That's what we get for having Ben Cameron with us here on ABC Sport. The youngest Essendon Premiership player on planet Earth, unfortunately, not a member of the coaching search panel. We were hoping we were going to see Adam Ramanauskas' name, but it's just 3 board members, the chief executive and the head of people and culture, but no Adam Ramanauskas, would you believe, to pick the next Bombers coach. Hello,
good afternoon to everybody. Firstly, to Ben Cameron, the newsbreaker. He was desperate to get that off the top, wasn't he? And no one was going to steal that from Ben Cameron, which I quite like. But no, Essendon kept it internal, which I don't mind. So there's enough football and experience on that panel with Andrew Welsh and Ted Richards, obviously. So
is it a boat race? Is it already decided?
No, I don't think so. I don't think so by any means. I think they'll find the best candidate. Now, whether that's an Essendon person in talking marks, as everybody continues to talk about, or somebody from the outside, it's whoever's going to be the best candidate. So
does it have to be an Essendon person?
No, it doesn't have to be at all.
Yep.
No, it just has to be the best. And it's going to take a young group forward. They're still got a development phase for the next couple of years, no doubt. So that coach has got to be heavily into developing, because the reality is, if they get this next batch of young players wrong, they're going to be sitting around for another 10 years hoping.
Cool. So development lens.
Early doors for sure.
I like it. Any other questions for Ram on that as we grill him on the Essendon thing that he's not a part of?
Well, no, Kevin Sheedy wasn't an Essendon person when he arrived at the club, was he?
No.
He was a Richmond person.
Yeah, he was, but he barracks for Essendon for a very long time. And his favourite player was Bluey Shelton. So
it was always in him.
It was always in him, no doubt.
And when we support Essendon, they open us up. They put this little chip in there and stuff. So it's a very specific thing to be an Essendon person.
That's a nice media build-up, the Essendon person, I think. But anyway, let them keep rolling with it.
I feel like we could write a thesis on what it takes to be an Essendon person and what that looks like.
When they do find that, can you send it to me?
Yes. Carlton and West Coast, there's no late change here at Docklands. Luke Ball, the Premiership Pies, with us on the back of AFL Saturday. What are we in for today, Bally?
Well, if you just give me a minute, I'm still reeling from that. There was already some intrigue in this game, but off the top, Ben Cameron getting that down. Nathan Broad. That's thrown me a little bit. I've just looked down at the team. No, he's not playing today, but he might be playing for the Eagles next week. Anyway,
He's been linked to West Coast, Ball.
We always love coffee shop sightings and Chambos. If he's on the cans down there, his was a Subway sign. That's right. So always bring him to the table. But no, there is some intrigue today, Ram. I'm looking forward to this one. We spoke to Andy McQualter, and he has been reluctant, hasn't he? He's towed the line around. It's not about wins at the moment, but I feel like now in the last 9 weeks of this year, these sort of games, they have to be looking at, getting themselves later in the game at least with an opportunity to win these sort of games. Now, obviously the Blues are in terrific form and rightly favoured today to keep that rolling. But I'm keen to see a little bit of a new look Blues under Josh Fraser, my old teammate. But this is a game with some good ins too. The Eagles with, great to see Dersman back in, Jack Graham, so big senior bodies back in, and that's going to be important today in the middle of the ground. You feel like he'll probably go and stand next to Paddy Cripps for the majority of the day, and it's great to see Dersma back in as well. McCarthy also a really good in for the Eagles, so a winnable game for them. And from the Blues point of view, it's great to see a lot of navy blue in the crowd too. And why wouldn't you come and watch this team, this resurgent team, Ben? Must say too, I love the navy jumper with the navy shorts for the tradition. Is still a great look, isn't it, for Blues fans?
And I love that they've brought back the raised monogram, which looks fantastic. So it's sort of a sort of svelte feel, isn't it? A felt feel is what I'm trying to get out on the Carlton jumper. What we do get today is maybe the rising star battle. Jagger Smith up against Willem Dersma. So
throw in Harry Dean too.
Yeah, Harry Dean is a little roughy, isn't he? He's been playing very well. I did bump into Harry Taylor, who's doing the running for the West Coast Eagles today, and obviously played as a key defender in the AFL, and he loves what he's been seeing from Harry Dean.
Geez, you're out and about. I've bumped into Harry Taylor as well.
Do you spend any time with your
newborn
child?
Yeah.
I had my child in the pram when I saw the boys. I said, Archie, we've got a story.
I love it.
It's all happens.
You're a play-by-play caller. That's your primary job.
Don't look a gift horse in the mouth when it's right there in front of you.
Josh Fraser conversation, so it's always going to continue, obviously, concurrently with the Blues season, and they keep on winning. They've got winnable games in the next 2 weeks. So West Coast today, they've got Richmond next. They've got the potential to get out to 7 and zip under Josh Fraser. No caretaker coach had ever gone 4-0 to start his journey, so he's already in rarefied air. How do the Blues handle these two things concurrently on the run home, Ram?
Well, I think that they continue to win. I don't see any reason why the momentum can't continue to build at Carlton. Now, the other side of that, Josh Fraser is getting a on-the-job interview as we speak. So the decision makers at Carlton are seeing him every day. They're seeing if the boys are right behind him. Well, clearly they are at the moment. There's been a clear shift in the way they've played over recent weeks. Then Graham Wright and Chris Davies, who will most likely be making the decision. They get to see, well, how does he also communicate with players? How does he run meetings? How does he run training sessions? How does he communicate with his other football staff members? But also then how does he also communicate with the wider football club? So it's an on-the-job interview that he's probably acing at the moment, I would say.
So just on those changes, they've gone from 15th points against under Michael Voss to 2nd under Josh Fraser. So since he's taken over second best or second stingiest defence in the competition, a couple of these other numbers, they've gone from bottom 3 defensive 50 to inside 50 against. So teams used to move the ball really easily against them. Now they're 4th at stopping ball movement. And incredibly, if you look at the change in personnel as well. So I can't remember the last time Carlton were unchanged 2 weeks in a row. That's what they are here. No changes from the side that beat the Giants last week. And incredibly, if you compare their opening round team to the side that ran out today, they've got 11 changes. There's only 23 that play, and half the side's different than what it was from opening round to what it looks like today.
Yeah, and so the other part is, you think back to, I mean, it seems like a season ago, doesn't it? But their second halves, you think Michael Voss, they were pretty strong early, weren't they? And the way they were pretty reliable in terms of contests and all that sort of stuff, but they were just so vulnerable the later as the game went on, and they whether it was physical or mental, they weren't able to sustain it, whereas this team's a lot more reliable, isn't it? And they've been challenged in this little run later in quarters and later in games, and they've been able to stand up. So how much of that is a bit of that personnel? And I think you look at a player like Cottrell coming into the team, really hard-running, hard-working role player, as someone who's embodied that stiffening up a little bit of their the way they've played later in games and later in quarters. So partially personnel, and it must be said. It was interesting, wasn't it? Listening to the game rolls on, doesn't it? Michael Voss.
Yeah.
Was at Fox the other night, wasn't he? And just hearing his take on things and how he's a little bit sort of emotionally torn was, he was nice and honest, which was great. But a combination of some turnover of personnel. We just watched their seconds in the lead up here, and players like Adam Sard still running around on the twos, little Fogarty who haven't been seen since the first part of the year. So it's a bit of a combination of several things.
I think also, Bolly, they're playing with a smile on their face. And that becomes critical. Now, Michael Voss, unbelievable man, and the players clearly loved him, but I think they were just uptight.
Yeah.
They were just wound up, and it was never released. Now it's been released. You can see the excitement and fun they're having.
And just on their 5-game winning streak, it must be said, the game where they were probably the least impressive was Essendon.
Yep.
And, of course, they were a prohibitive favourite that day. They're favourites again today against the West Coast Eagles. Yeah. The other 4 games they've won, they've all been the underdogs. So they play pretty well when the pressure's off. How do they go today when the pressure's back on and they're expected to win?
I still believe that Josh Fraser is in the running to be their senior coach as well.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. And I think just looking down at the
form's good for him.
Yeah, I know. Right. But whenever we say that, Carlton fans jump online and say, he said he's not ready. He said he's not ready. He doesn't want the gig. I still believe him to be very low.
You mentioned the smile on the face, Rabba. No more embodied than by the skipper who wins the toss now. Yeah. And his last month has been... It's like the weight of the world's been lifted off his shoulder and he's playing with a lot more freedom.
Ray Chamberlain, our near 400-game umpire, is in the front row of the grandstand again today. Good afternoon, Ray.
Good afternoon, fellas. Happy to be here today. I'm so looking forward to this. The last time I saw the West Coast Eagles live was in Scott Pendlebury's game, and didn't they compete brilliantly then? I reckon they'll make a really good showing of it again today. And I tell you what I always love seeing is my man down here, George Lawler, who's a bit of a mentor in the AFL umpires, a program that they've got that supports Down Syndrome Victoria. George down here doing his thing.
Thanks, Ray. It's a good call-out. The Blues trying to make it 6 straight under Josh Fraser. The Eagles fresh off the bye on ABC Sport. You're with Ben Cameron.
Hitting it. Outpoints Williams. Snaps it forward for the Blues. Finds Ainsworth. He looks inside 50. Going back. Herbert takes the mark. Defensively for the West Coast Eagles, and he moves it out to Hewitt. Still inside the defensive arc. Hewitt looks out very wide. The kick is good enough out there for Shanahan. He'll move it on short. His kick. Hit one away to Davis, who tries to go with the handball over the head. He turns it over, and now the Blues quickly back the other way. Ainsworth kicks deep inside, attacking 50. Tracking it back towards the boundary line. There is Kemp. And close to the boundary line, and it's held up.
Well, that was
all up, left forward pocket here for the Blues.
That was Ollie Florin on centre wing there. Terrific concentration on the mark.
Oh, hang on. There's a free kick's been spotted out of all this, and it looks like it's going to go Carlton's way, and the Blues are going to get it. Young Taylor Byrne, the youngest Blue on the ground. He's got the footy here against the boundary line, left forward pocket.
The umpire was right there.
What's he pinged?
Played a high Braden Starcevich. In a bit of a wrestle with young Byrne, who can be a bit of an antagoniser, can't he? He's won a few free kicks doing that.
So Taylor Byrne hooks it across the body from the tight angle. It's right to the goal line and off hands through for a minor score. Starts the fire today for Carlton. So 1 behind. West Coast yet to score. We're 90 seconds in.
Herbert moves it into Harley, who loops it over the top. Marrick, he'll loop the handball to Murdoch. He lifts it over the top to Waterman. The Eagles down the wing. He coughs it up nearly, though Murdoch goes back in to try and make it his. And a throw-in coming on the wing. Milan Murdoch, he's got siblings named Paris and Rome. And his dad said, look, you can't have a Paris and a Rome and a Trevor. So they went for Milan for the third sibling. Carlton by a point, 2 minutes into this opening term.
Trevor.
He's in form today, Ben Cameron. The boundary throw-in. Hewitt grabs it straight away. He's tackled and the ball up on the wing. Dockside wing here. Under the roof. Been a very cold 48 hours in Melbourne. Cold again today. Almost a little haze, little fog underneath the roof. Trapped in as the ball's hurriedly put downfield by Jagger Smith, but seen out of play by Mackay. So boundary throw in between winger and a half forward for the Blues.
Some good midfield matchups, isn't there? Harley Reid standing Jagger Smith at the moment. Looks like Brady Hoff's come off the half forward line to tag Sam Walsh.
And he's getting right into him too, Ball.
Yoan Cripps.
Blues all in navy with the white monogram. West Coast in the white shorts and the royal blue with the gold wings as the Blues scoop it up here. Pitternet, back it goes to Cripps, high up and under inside the forward 50, close to the boundary line. Tyler Young's pretty happy to see it out, and he's tackled over the boundary line by Kemp. Throw in, 40 out from the Blues goal.
3 inside 50s to none the way of Carlton to begin this game. Attacking the Coventry end in the opening term. Only score of the game are behind. That is the way of the Blues. Williams in front, wins it down for the Eagles. Jagger Smith onto it. He's wrapped up at a ball up, right forward pocket. Umpires Brown, T, Roger and Birch.
Goal
Charge
umpires,
this fixture.
Goal umpire Sam Walsh too. Just noticed the record.
Two out there today. Off the hands there. Harley Reid bursting through. He's tackled down and got nowhere to go. Ball up.
That's terrific by Jagger Smith. So it's an area of his game. There's a free kick, I think, has come out of this as well. Oh, no. It's an area of his game he needs to continue to improve that physicality in the tackle there. Reid tried to barge through.
Jeez. Whistles everywhere.
Yeah, it's a bit confusing what's going on at the moment.
Out of zone umpire says free kick for the Blues. Cripps to take it for a hold.
Well done.
Trying to lay it up for Mackay. Broke it up. Nice bit of work here from Herbert and gets a couple of plays on it. Hand pass though as he's been tackled, turned over. Cripps wins it, half forward for the Blues. Gives it to Cowan, centering kick. Byrne flies in the air, no mark. Move to side to Allen, got rid of his defender, wins the footy. Handball away to Duggett and now to Young. And he just pumps it into open space on the wing. Took an unkind bounce for Dersma. In the end it comes back to him. As Dennis Cometti would say, like an obedient dog. Out it goes to Walsh, to Chera. Hand pass to Cottrell. He kicks wide and finds Smith, middle of the ground for Carlton.
Gives it off to Krebs, who's met by Harley. The old bull and the young buck, and the young buck won. Turnover for the Eagles. Dersma takes it away, takes a bounce. Now he looks inside 50, kicks deep. Back there, Harry Dean. He marks defensively for Carlton. Blues back with it at fullback. They lead by a point. We've played nearly 5 minutes.
So Dean to Wilson. He's one of the new faces under Josh Fraser. Has played all 5 games under him so far. To Walsh. Out to Haynes. Spears a kick down the wing. Finds Byrne. So no goal as yet through the first 5 minutes. Carlton by 1. Kick goes wide to Kemp. Boundary line City side. Lifts a hand pass over the man on the mark to Haynes. Second touch in the chain. Handball away to Akers. Akers trying to step back onto his right side. Gives a handball back to Haynes. His third disposal. Short kick finds Byrne, who marks right on the 50. And Taylor Byrne's bobbing up early. He's going to dab it short in that leading lane at left half forward, and Mackay marks.
Great example of the little tweak to their game, Rammer, that forward handball. So they've got on board with the way that the better teams have been playing throughout the start of this year there. It was Haynes that time. I think 8 or so weeks ago they would have just gone back over the mark, chipped it sideways, maybe gone down the line. Keep energy on the ball. It's amazing how things open up. Young Byrne involved again. He's a hard-working player.
So Harry Mackay, more behinds than goals this year. His drop punt here is superb. He's yet to change that. And Big H kicks the first of the day. Carlton with the opening goal. 1-1-7, West Coast yet to score. Half a dozen minutes in. Saturday footy on ABC Sport with our premiership pair, Adam Ramadaskas and Luke Ball.
And you're talking about that forward handball. So Carlton were criticised a lot for Michael. Just slow, boring ball movement. So now the ball is in constant forward motion. So that means you're always putting the opposition defence under pressure. So here Taylor Byrne just slips inside to the top of forward 50. Then rather than going back and going, I might make the distance, he sees just a short little lead of Harry Mackay. So it gives Harry the confidence now. He's got a goal in the first 6 minutes of the game because Taylor Byrne's prepared just to keep that ball moving rather than let West Coast reset, slow the game down. So they're looking good, the Blues, to start this game.
Williams flicks it down for the Eagles, but the Blues are onto it through Ainsworth. He takes it away, kicks inside 50, and McGovern leading up. He marks 45 out, slightly right of centre.
He's having a sneakily good year.
Ben Ainsworth, isn't he? Yeah, he is. Yep, he is. Just under the radar a little bit, but pinch hitting out of the centre bounce now, and that was just a pure entry, wasn't it? Out of the front. Centre bounce is so critical. We saw it last night.
Mitch McGovern, he grew up son of a Docker and a Fremantle fan, so a natural dislike for the Eagles. He's bringing this back and sneaking it through. Carlton jump out of the gates. The opening 2 goals of the game, 2-1-13 plays. Zilch, 7.5 minutes in. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Yeah, 2 goals to zip, and really the ball's been living inside. Yeah, and again, that's the importance of the centre bounce. The ability to be able to score from stoppage, which has also been a feature of the last 5 weeks for the Blues. So I'm just looking down now over to you, Eagles midfielders. Time to tighten up a little bit.
Well, possession ball, 7.5 minutes into this game. 30 to Carlton, only 14 to the Eagles. So doubled them in that sense. But also they're on the back foot here, the Eagles. They're defending falling backwards rather than defending coming forward at the moment, and that's allowing Carlton time and space with the ball in hand.
Mitch's brother is obviously a premiership defender of the West Coast Eagles as well, in Jeremy.
Out of the middle, Harley Reid, hand pass away towards Graham, who's back in the side today, returning from injury. Long kick inside 50, spills down to Waterman, tumbles a kick goalward. And the goal saver, Nick Haynes, back on the last line, knocks it through for a minor score. So 2-1 to 1 behind. We're 8.5 minutes in. No late change under the roof at Docklands. 3 games, back to back to back. It's the Pies and the Tigers that follow this, and then the showdown tonight. None of them overlap. You'll hear them all here on ABC Sport.
Newman with the kick-in duties finds Cherup. Former Docker, played against the Eagles in Western Derbies. On the podium in Carlton's best and fairest last year as well. Kicks up to the wing. Pitnet and Williams. Pitnet moves Williams out of the way and marks. Blues down the dockside wing. Gives it off to Evans. Chisels it. Inside 50 to McGovern, who tries to release Kemp. Leaves it behind. Coming in to lay the tackle, Starcevic. Recovering McGovern. He kicks towards Ainsworth. Out towards Hewitt, who dribbles it through. It was an inverted torp, but it is all coming up Carlton. And they lead by 3 goals. 3-1-19 plays 1 behind, 9 minutes in. Adam Ramanauskas and Luke Ball.
Straight from the kick out, wasn't it? And in the end, it was just 2 contested marks.
Yeah, that was poor by Dersma, Willem Dersma there. He's got to be stronger in that marking contest.
So Mark at halfback, that's right. And Mark on the wing, the ruckman, Pitnet out pointing, Bailey Williams, who needs to get going now, especially in the middle of the ground. It's amazing. The other knock on Carlton early in the year was they were a poor kicking team, weren't they? Whereas all of a sudden now, with the confidence up, beautiful kick lace out from Evans, and then a little bit of luck, it must be said, with George Hewitt testing out that hip flexor, Benny. The old reverse torpedo.
He was a bit rattled when I asked him if he had a sore hip flexor.
Did you give him any instruction on how to stretch, Ben?
Which is understandable. If someone said that to you at the shops, you'd be very concerned.
Haley Williams palms it down, and Harley Reid runs it out the front door of the centre square and then whacks it all the way home. That's what he can do. And he puts his talents on show again, Harley Reid. And that's why he's the number 1 pick. Kicks the Eagles first of the day, and it's a memorable one. Tearing out of the centre square. 3-1-19 Carlton, the West Coast Eagles 1-1-7. 11 minutes in, Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Wow, that's more like it, isn't it? That's the last 2. So Harley Reid senses the moment and realises that with Tim Kelly out, he's the one in there now. He's the main man. Bailey Williams, that was just a superior jump. And in the end, pretty poor setting up from Carlton. No sweeper, the old-fashioned sweeper, Rema, and that whole front half of the centre circle open, and just way too easy for Harley Reid. And it's a powerful. He kicked that. That's gone back. He kicked it from 50, and it's gone about row 12. Powerful kick.
Back in the middle, Williams again wins the tap, but Walsh gets it for Carlton, gives it off to Ainsworth. Out the front go Carlton. He kicks it deep towards full forward, getting back to the Eagles. Bazzo can't affect the spoil. Ball comes down anyway. Mackay leaves it behind, and they pile on top for a ball up right forward pocket here for Carlton. They lead by 2 goals.
A centre bounce shootout at the moment, isn't it, Ram?
Mackay and Williams. Williams palms it down. Allen dispossessed. Ball in the pocket. Hewitt coming through. He's tackled out. Umpire wants it. Carlton the first 3 goals of the game. West Coast with the last through the agency of Harley Reid. Carlton by 12.
There's a pair of World Cup games on at the moment. If you're an association football fan, that'll decide who the Socceroos play in the round of 32 knockout stage. We'll update you on those throughout the day. The boundary throw-in, we're going to get another stoppage inside Carlton's forward 50. So New Zealand, Belgium, 0-0. 25 minutes in, and it's 1-1 between Egypt and Iran. So no clearer just yet, but 25 minutes in, updates throughout. 2 Blues combined in the end, taken by Hewitt. Bounces off Ainsworth. Gives it to Akers, who snaps goalward and misses. He appears to be okay. Ben Ainsworth back on his feet. 3-2 to 1-1. 13-point lead for the Blues.
Not a bloke you want to run into, George Hewitt.
No. McCarthy taking a kick out. He's turned it over, and Hayward wins it back for the Blues. Runs a little loop, kicks corridor. Mackay misjudges it, goes over his head. Hewitt tries to get involved. The Eagles are there through Duggan. Back in possession off the Graham. He gets rid of it to Herbert. Exiting kick. Turned over. Cripps brings it down. Hewitt goes back and wins it for the Eagles. Goes back to Herbert. Rushes a kick up towards the wing. Graham low down. Gathers second time. Handball away towards Allen. He chips it back towards the wing infield. And he owes able to juggle the mark.
I'd like to see that replay of Harry Mackay there.
You lose it in the lights.
He must have.
He just completely misjudged it. Carlton by 13 points, 13 minutes in.
Yo kicks the centre half forward. Murdoch had a fair play on it. No mark. Goes back, wins at ground level. Gives it to Baker. Short kick inside 50. Dersma collects. Hooks it through for a goal. And the Eagles' number one, Willem Dersma. And this guy can really go. He joins Harley Reid as their other goal kicker. And they're pretty impressive too to have on the score sheet. 2-1 to a 3-2. It's Carlton by 7 points, 13 and a half minutes into the opening term.
That's the interesting part, Paulie. When you change your game style, as Carlton have over recent weeks, to be more attacking front half game, then you've got to be prepared. If you do turn the ball over, you have to get back and defensively transition run. So you look at that goal there. So West Coast there had 3 at the contest to Carlton's 1, and then 3 ahead of the ball to Carlton's 2. So that's just simply a work rate piece there by West Coast to outwork Carlton, and a lack of work rate by the Blues.
Both teams looking a little disorganised behind the footy at the moment.
Duff Tytler and Mackay in the ruck. Mackay bringing it down for Carlton, away towards Walsh, who gives it off to Newman. He'll kick, or Hewitt rather, he'll kick inside attacking 50. Bazzo goes up, hands to it, doesn't bring down the mark. Jagger Smith comes into Rove, back feeds the handball, back to Hewitt, shorts his kick, and Cripps marks.
Play on. Did she call play on?
Right on the arc of 50. It went, I reckon, 12 and a half metres. Marks paid anyway.
I thought the umpire called play on.
Bender struggled to recognise George Hewitt with his fluid hip. He was moving freely, and you thought, that's not like the guy I saw during the week.
I got his name right at the shop, she'll be pleased to know. So Paddy Cripps, to try and respond for Carlton, hasn't always been the strength in his game. From right on 50, It's the woodwork. Veered out to the right so he could get around the man who was forced to stand on the mark. Just didn't quite have the accuracy. Carlton by 8 points, quarter-hour mark opening term.
McCarthy back taking the kick-out duties, goes short and wide out to Hewitt. Of course, they missed him. McCarthy didn't play against North Melbourne, so back in the team after that little hamstring concern. Gee, big contest kick down the wing. They all flew for it. Shanahan and Dersma, no mark. Spills down to Duff Tytler. Hand pass trying to get it to Allen, broken up by Akers, close to the boundary line. Wilson also scrapping for it. Throw a blanket over 5 of them. In the end, Wilson got it out to Cowan. Tackled straight away. Ball up. Between wing and a half forward here for the Eagles. They're kicking to the Lockett end, or northern end of Dockland Stadium in this opening term. Carlton by 8 points. 3-3 to 2-1. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Cripps doing the ruck work. Wrestles Duff Tytler out of the way. Gets it out to Florent. Away towards George Hewitt. Then to Jagger Smith, to Sam Walsh. Under the pump here, the Blues. They work it out through Cowan. Off to Wilson. Now to Mackay. Training handballs. Off to Cripps. Now Walsh again. He'll kick out wide. Has Ison offering a lead. He'll gather on the bounce. On the city side of the ground, he goes back by hand, away to Hayward, bites off the kick into the corridor, finds Mackay, and it might open up.
They're going forward again, and Kempy's just leading back towards goal with his hand in the air. Bazzo's there to cover off and knocks it out of play.
Great body work by Bazzo. Push back hard. Kemp had a couple of metres separation there. So terrific to hold your ground in that marking contest rather than be pushed out and take an easy mark.
Always shaping corridor, the Blues at the moment, aren't they? You can tell. Always wheeling inside.
Carlton by 8 points. Forward 50 stoppage. Mackay grabs it out of the ruck. Gives a handball away to Evans. Hooks it through for a goal. And he picks up where he left off. Francis Evans on the back of 3 last week. Kicks one in the opening term. And a bit more comfort for Carlton. 14 points their advantage. 4-3 to 2-1. 17 minutes into this opening term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Our premiership pair, Adam Ramanauskas and Luke Ball.
Well, it's a nice finish from Evans, isn't it, Rama? But we'll just try and get a look on the replay, how he was able to get. That's Liam Duggan, who really is one of the few experienced players down there. Just half a step, wasn't he? That's red alert. You've got to be arm across in a deep defensive 50 stoppage. So it'll disappoint the coaches. That's right. And when you think about, so Jinby's not down there. Starcevic has got the experience, obviously, but between Starcevic and Duggan, other than those two, rather, there's not a heap of experience. So you need your experienced players to be able to lead the way there, and just not quite strong enough and result in a goal.
Duff Tytler in the ruck for the Eagles, winning the tap, but Jagger Smith there for the Navy Blues. Handball away to Walsh, handball to Mackay. He's nearly stripped of it, gets rid of it to Wilson. Still in the bullseye here. Eventually, Florent runs away with it. Driving kick inside 50. Bazzo does really well. Playing in front of Kemp, he takes the mark. Defensively for the West Coast Eagles, moves it out wide for McCarthy. He'll go short and find Elijah Hewitt. So on the back flank for the Eagles. Elijah Hewitt sends his kick up to the wing. Marking contest. Up they go. Dersma runs underneath it. Got a hand on it though. It spills down for Cole. And the Eagles are way down the city wing.
Gives a handball out wide to Reid, who's dumped after kicking the footy downfield. And the advantage will be applied as Waterman ends up with it. Waterman straightens up, kicks to the 50, finds Yo. There's a long kick of the footy. Centre half forward, decides to go even closer to goal for Marek. Nice bit of work defensively. Broken up in all of that by Haywood. Keeps the footy in front of him. Intercepted though by Starcevic, the premiership line. Kicks to full forward. Waterman running, jump at it. Gee, had a fair bit of it. Lost it with his teammate in Duff Tytler, and Walsh with a sweeping hand pass finds Akers, who's away on the city wing.
He's got plenty of space, dare I say it, as he shorts it on. Ison marks on the logo. He'll now run off that. Kick inside 50 in the Kemp direction. Bazzo there. Kemp hands to it. Doesn't clunk the mark. Down at ground level, Herbert comes to help out. And the handball misses Akers. Out of play. Throw in 45 round from goal. Carlton by 14.
3 terrific one-on-one defensive wins there by Rhett Bazzo.
Yeah, he looks to play, doesn't he?
All against Brody Kemp.
Just looking at the replay. Oh, had a good piece of it. In the end, they spoiled each other, didn't they, Waterman and Duff Tytler?
Well, past him today. He's a big boy, as they all are these days. Duff Tytler bringing the tap down. He won a free kick as well.
Where'd you walk past him?
The venue on the street.
Hey, at the venue. When I was down there seeing Andrew McQualter. Carlton by 14 points, 19 and a half minutes into the first.
Real name-dropping areas today, Ben.
Duff Tytler long down the wing. Trying to reel it in. Dersma unsuccessful and then tackles Akers. I like to think of Ben like the big yellow bird on Sesame Street, Big Bird, who sort of walks down and interacts with everybody and high fives, and he's singing songs. And
a high step count. He's just everywhere.
Seeing Oscar the Grouch and Elmo and everyone else who's on the street.
Oscar the Grouch is Corbin.
Duff Tytler bumps it down. Blues win it as Florent retreats back with a short kick. Finds Cowan, who's tackled the ball up on that city wing. 14-point lead for the Blues. 21 minutes into the term. No late change coming in. Again, Cripps doing more of the ruck work. Outpointed here by Duff Tytler. Down to Graham. West Coast come up with it. Hand pass away to Cole. Handball out wide to Hewitt. He can just dab it inside the forward 50. Dersma thought about going. Called out of it by Shanahan. No mark. Ball gets out the back. And in the end, more contact. Friendly fire as Wilson and Newman bang bodies, and Newman sees it through for a rush behind. Carlton by 13.
Waste no time, brings it into Florent, who gives it off to George Hewitt, to Walsh, running the wing, kick corridor, finds Kemp. No handballer for Ison, misses him. Ison has to hurry a soccer, and Young can clean up in game 50 for the Eagles. He'll kick to the wing, a bad kick. Marek has to track it, coming through Haywood. Keeps it in front of himself, Blues back in possession. Handball to Cottrell, the harmonica man. He moves it on to Taylor, to Ainsworth. Cutting infield, running to 50. Forward handball, Hewitt, goal.
That's well done.
Well done for the Blues. He's got a couple. And Carlton, they lead by 19 points. 5-3-33 plays 2-2-14. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Adam Ramanauskas and Luke Ball.
Yeah, and they all run to Will Haywood, who, again, has had a terrific 4 or 5 weeks for the Blues, been a huge part of their resurgence in form, and he just wanted it more. Is it Adam Marriage?
Ryan.
In the end, it was a genuine 50-50, and Haywood just got lower and harder. Took the ball with him, followed up, picked up, handball over the top, and then they were able to run in numbers from there. And Ben Ainsworth, Rami, your man, involved again with the goal assist. George Hewitt back into the team with a lovely finish. But Will Haywood, that's your goal. That was just
that's how you attack
desire.
football.
Absolutely. It's interesting, he's playing up on the wing, isn't it? So he's been released a bit. You know, he's spent a lot of his time inside forward 50 for the Swans, but new set of eyes on him. Have released him up onto the wing, and he's having a huge impact.
19-point lead for the Blues. Pitternet hooks it down behind, but Reid comes up with it. Spin move out of traffic. Strolls to centre half forward. Handball away to Graham. Graham decides to bomb hurriedly. High up and under into the forward pocket. An easy intercept for Dirksen. He picks it off for the Blues. Short straight down the pipe again. Corridor, the MO of Carlton. Finds Florent. And Florent then with the long kick out wide. They change lanes to the wing. Finds Chera. Tells Marek to stand. Gives a handball to the run of Akers. More energy on the ball. Hand pass forward to Evans. Evans chips it along the line. This is Ison. Carlton going quick again. Ison slows it down. Forward 50 fills up, kicks laterally, finds an option, and Chera, Sid Jackson's famous number 5, takes the mark 49 metres out from the Carlton goal. He's just going to walk around and try to spot up a target through the hands of Pitternet, leading up. Sits top of the goal square. Cripps tackles Davis. Says ball up. Full forward for the Blues.
Well, they hold up there, but they've got a problem. The Eagles, they cannot defend. Turnover. The Blues just marching it from one end to the other far too easily.
Haley Williams hooking it down right to a scrum of players. Cripps eventually gets it out to Hewitt. He's tackled off to Kemp. Kick smothered. Great defensive intent from Harley Reid. Throwing himself over the boot.
The other issue,
smothers it away for a throw in left forward pocket.
The other issue for West Coast, they can't get their hands on the ball. Carlton have had 97 possessions to 49.
It's nearly double. Throw in left forward pocket. Pitternet takes it out of the ruck, gets the handball away. Kemp back feeding the handball away to Cripps. He goes further back to Evans. Left forward pocket back to Cripps. Jams it on the boot and misses narrow.
An injured player. I think that's why the stoppage of play is here.
Carlton by 20. Will that score not count?
I think the umpire
stopped play before the snap. Yeah.
Stopped play before what?
Before Cripps snapped on goal.
How do you do that?
Ray Chamberlain?
Yeah, in general play, only if there's obviously a concern of another injury to the player. The welfare of the player will always supersede anything else, guys.
McCarthy from the stoppage trying to clear the defensive 50. There's a free for a hold. It's going Carlton's way. And it's against Cole, who took the jumper on the way through of Chero, who's going to get the free kick centre half forward for the Blues.
He started well. They're just getting them everywhere at the moment. The Blues, you mentioned it, Rama, can't get their hands on the footy at the source, so they're dominating clearance, and then when the ball gets out in transition, they're dominating them as well.
13-6 in Carlton's favour, the clearance for this quarter.
Former Docker has played in 6 Western Derbies against the Eagles. Adam Chera kicks him right on the paint of the 50. The drop punt sails goalward. It's off target. This is to the right, behind. So throw that all together. A 5-4 plays 2-2. It's a 20-point lead for Carlton. 25.5 minutes gone in this opening term.
Just put a pin on that stoppage there and that stoppage of play. I just want to talk about that at quarter time.
Starcevic with the kick in goes very wide for Herbert. Marks in stride. Tears off with the foot. He kicks around the wing for Cole. He marks on his chest. Swings it out wide. Duff Tytler. He can kick deep into the pocket looking for Dersma. Bad bounce. Bounces right over his head, which he's long and lean. Willem Dersma, tall man, and took quite a hop over his head out of bounds for a throw in right forward pocket.
Found a player in Marcus Herbert, haven't they?
Yeah.
He was dominating VFL down at Geelong, Rama, so no surprise there. He's been able to make the transition, but he just looks a ready-made player.
Unsurprisingly, out of Geelong, he comes with the headband as Williams taps it down and Jagger Smith pinches it. There's the defensive 50 out wide for Frankie Evans. Touched out of play. Throw in 60 around from the attacking goal for the Eagles. Carlton by 20.
How old is he? He's 23, isn't he? Find out, Marcus Herbert.
He's 23.
About to turn 24. Yep. So
best and fairest winner last year at Geelong in the VFL. Boundary throw in Pitternet. Palms it down straight to Cripps. Half back for the Blues. Oh, hand pass missed his target. Invites in Hutchinson. Collects for the Eagles. Hand pass further forward. Yeah, that's intercepted too, though. Cowan, last line of defence for the Blues. Gives it to Akers, to Dirksen. Back to Cowan. Hurried kick out of defence. Newman can't collect on the half volley. Does the second time. Got it away inboard to Florent. Corridor opens up again. Handball to Jagger Smith. Long diagonal kick to the front edge of the centre square. He finds Hayward. Hayward's calling for something to come at him. Pokes it inside. 50, McGovern! McGovern upstairs, climbs the ladder and rips it down. Over Elliot Yeo, put his knee into his sternum and then just rips it down. What a grab for Mitch McGovern.
And that's just the nice one. A nice little hang there by Mitch McGovern, but again, it's a Carlton ball movement. So Newman takes the ball across half back, really close to a boundary line. But then it's all back in corridor, as Bally mentioned earlier.
And now for the finish. Mitch McGovern trots in from 40 out. Misses.
Well, it's the ball movement, but it's enabled, Ramon, by just the complete breakdown in team defence. Now, part of that is how you use the ball. You've got to attack. You hear teams talk about attacking in a way that supports your defence. And if you're going to just blaze away and butcher it going inside 50, you can expose yourself going the other way. And at the moment, it's far too easily transitioning from one end to the other.
McCarthy with the kick in off hands. Cowan was trying to claim the mark. The umpire wasn't having any of it.
Yeah, West Coast are just simply not protecting the corridor at the moment. So all he mentions, you attack to defend the ground. And West Coast they're just too wide. Here at the Docklands, you must protect corridor at all costs.
Carlton by 21. Bailey Williams bringing it down. Jagger Smith in possession for the Blues. Off to Newman. Left foot kick inside 50. Marking contest. McCarthy, it slips through his fingers. Tapped down by Cottrell. Away to Wyson. To Ainsworth. Blues retreating. Walsh goes back to Florent. He'll kick inside 50. Punched away by Young. Got his knuckles on it. Skids off them. Just out of play. A left forward pocket for Carlton.
He's working hard, Sam Walsh. So he's got the tag. He's got Brady Hoff in his back pocket. But he's just absolutely blowing him off the park with work rate at the moment. Up to 10 possessions. Jagger Smith's got 10 as well.
Blues by 21. Half-hour mark opening quarter from the boundary throw-in. Half forward for the Blues. Hayward can't quite trap it in the end. Davis gets the clearing kick out of defence for the Eagles. Up to the wing. Oh, Cowan bowled over without the footy, surely. He is dragged down by Cole. Second free kick he's given away, and Cowan to take it. And he looks inside the forward 50. Kicks out wide to Cripps. Reid fell over. He's not happy with the treatment he got in the lead-up. But Paddy Cripps is going to have a look at the sticks, and there's been a little bit of feeling in that, the Cripps and Reid matchup.
He just pointed at his wrist too. I think asking about the time, because he might be setting up for a set snap. Now he's going back like he'll kick the drop punt, but we saw the Logan Morris drama on Thursday night.
Got plenty of time. Still 2 minutes on the game clock before quarter time.
Ollie Reid thinks he got one on the chops, but
so he's going to hook it across the body from a long way out, but it's within range for this man. The dual Brownlow medalist puts it through, and Carlton searching for 6 straight under Josh Fraser. They kicked 6 in the opening term. 6-5 to 2-2. Half-hour mark opening quarter. Carlton by 27.
Oh, instead of complaining, Harley Reid, you just got to defend harder there. You want to bowl blokes over at times, but when it's your time to defend it, there's no way Paddy Cripps should have marked that ball. It's a pure one-on-one marking contest inside forward 50, and Cripps just pushed Reid aside. Just did it really, really easy. So, we're watching the replay here. Reid really didn't want to push back on Cripps.
He was too slow to react. He was from the stoppage, but it's an amazing turn
to defend. You got to defend.
Amazing turnaround in form, isn't it? Again, 6 weeks ago, people were wondering whether Paddy Cripps was best as well behind him and even calling for him. But he's got his kicking back, hasn't he? I think back then he didn't even look like he wanted to kick. He's looking sharp again. It's amazing.
Got the 3 Brownlow votes the last time these two teams met as well. The first disposal here off to Walsh, who goes out wide for Carlton, finds Wilson. Wilson kicks back corridor, and in the middle of the ground, Walsh marks. Releases Wilson by hand. He gives it to Newman. Newman steps his man, chisels it inside 50, low down Baker. Sprawling mark for the Eagles, not paid a mark. Called to play on, gives it off to McCarthy, run down by Byrne. Gets it off to Hoff, to Murdoch. They're under siege here, the Eagles. Davis is under the pump. He flicks it out. Hoff goes back to Baker. Baker, a left foot kick to the wing.
Rising up. Hutchinson almost ripped it down. Another huge leap, not quite from the young Eagle. Comes Murdoch's way. Handball back to Hutchinson, who's on back to ground level. Handball to Hoff, and Cripps mows him down.
They're relentless here. The Blues, they're really coming forward with their defence.
The pressure is overwhelming from a Carlton perspective.
Yeah, the Eagles haven't been able to find a mark. Just play a bit of keepings off. Take the sting out of the game. It's all Carlton.
Cripps misses a target retreating. Back to Cowan, who cleans it up. Comes wide for Wilson on the wing. 27 points, the Blues on top. Final 20 seconds here of the opening term. It's been an eventful one. Short kick to Newman. Newman along the line. Punched away by Allen and finds the safety of the boundary line. We'll have a throw in.
Those possession numbers up to Ramo. It's just been an absolute
131 to 68.
So they're on world record pace. 4-130s. My goodness. They just got to get their hands on the footy, the Eagles.
You don't often see a plus 63 in the first quarter, do you? Jeez.
On track for well over 500.
Walsh, Cripps and Smith, 12, 12 and 10.
Mackay tapping it down. Onto it, Harley Reid. He's set upon quickly by Cripps. Free kick.
Highest possession winner for West Coast, Elijah Hewitt with 6.
So Reid with the free kick. He moves it out wide and finds Davis. And that will do for the opening term. Carlton with a heap more of the footy, 131 to 69 in terms of disposals. The goals, 2 West Coast Eagles goals bracketed by 2 lots of 3 for Carlton. So they lead by 27 points, the Blues. The goal kickers, Hewitt with 2, singles to Evans, McGovern, Mackay and Paddy Cripps. Off the Eagles, 2 goals to their 2 number ones, Harley Reid and Willem Dersma.
In the Association Football, the World Cup, it's being played at the moment between, obviously, the teams in Group G. This has ramifications for the Socceroos. So Socceroos finished second in Group D. They will play the second place finisher in Group G. So at the moment in Group G, Belgium 1, New Zealand 0, and that is right on the stroke of half-time. So Belgium 1-0 up. And in the other game, same stage, they run shotgun starts concurrently. Egypt 1, Iran 1. So you're probably wondering, well, what does all that mean, Corbin? So essentially on the live ladder, which we love in the AFL world, of course, Belgium is currently in second spot in Group G. So that is the Socceroos' opponent as things stand. So if that remains to be the scoreline, or at least the final outcome, it looks as if the Socceroos will be playing Belgium in their round of 32 fixture next Saturday morning at 4 a.m. Eastern. We'll have updates of that as we'll work our way through the footy here.
We don't really
what group was that again, Cobb?
It's Group G.
Group G.
G for Gary,
okay.
as opposed to D for dog.
I wasn't sure.
We don't really want Belgium.
No, we don't.
No.
Just put some extra emphasis on
Mate,
that.
it doesn't matter. Whoever it is.
Yeah,
Anywhere, anytime. Hey?
Line them up.
Hey?
Go the Football Roos. They're up and about. The thoughts of Bawley and Rama coming up next. This is Saturday Footy on ABC Sport.
Are there any winners in the cost of living crisis? What's causing the algal bloom?
Questions. They've never been more important. So the one thing we'll never question is our duty to keep asking. ABC News. Keep asking.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season with ABC Sport.
Short kick finds Byrne, who marks right on the 50, and Taylor Byrne's bobbing up early. He's going to dab it short in that leading lane at left half forward, and Mackay marks. So Harry Mackay, more behinds than goals this year. His drop punt here is superb. He's yet to change that. And Big H kicks the first of the day. Carlton with the opening goal.
Recovering McGovern, he kicks towards Ainsworth. Out to Stewart, who dribbles it through. It was an inverted torp, but it is all coming up Carlton.
Bailey Williams palms it down, and Harley Reid runs it out the front door of the centre square and then whacks it all the way home. That's what he can do. And he puts his talents on show again, Harley Reid. And that's why he's the number 1 pick. Kicks the Eagles first of the day, and it's a memorable one, tearing out of the centre square.
Handball to Cottrell, the harmonica man. He moves it on to Taylor, to Ainsworth. Cutting infield, running to 50. Forward handball, Hewitt, goal. Well done for the Blues. He's got a couple.
The AFL on ABC Sport.
On radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And ABC Listen.
Couple off the SMS. Rob from Greensboro says, Harry put his hands up to block the lights. Those lights are bad. Too low, too bright here at Docklands. Separate text, no name, no pack drill. Corridor football at its absolute heart-stopping best. We've seen from the Blues, and I like this one from Michael, just picking up what we're putting down today. My taxi driver told me that his barber's cousin has seen Ben Cousins at a cafe close to his studio. Interesting, loving the call. He's on the back of Ben's reports earlier that he's seen, so it's just Michael's having a little backhander. No Ben Cousins sightings there. 27 points, the Blues lead over the West Coast Eagles. Rama and Bawley with their take through 1.
Well, it's a good call. It is corridor footy at its finest, but if the Eagles are going to give it, then the Blues are going to take it. And it started first and foremost. It's just been an annihilation around the ball. So I'm just looking down. I think Luke Shuey might be the midfield coach.
Yep.
And I watched him closely there run onto the ground at quarter time because he needs to rally the troops and get something out of them. This is a team off a bye, of course, so should be nice and fresh. But really from the first bounce, it was the Blues mids just absolutely running right, both in and around clearance, and then when the ball spread and out into space too, and then, like we mentioned a couple of times through the call, when the Eagles were able to get the ball forward, they didn't use it well enough. And this young team, that team defence that we see good teams do when they win the ball and get it forward, and to set up behind that entry to stop the ball from rebounding like a trampoline, really, which every time the Eagles went in, other than the 2 times that they were able to score a goal, it absolutely flew down the other end and they weren't able to stop it. So some clear areas and rooms for improvement there for the Eagles coaching staff at quarter time. But first and foremost, and I don't know whether it's different magnets that need to go around the ball, Rammer, or just, a Stern talking to. You can see Harley Reid trying, and he had some really good moments in that quarter, and young Hewitt in there as well. The Hoff tag off sort of half forward isn't really working, and now they've got a decision to make whether they stick with Walsh or I think towards the end of that quarter he went over to Paddy Cripps. But really that midfield's got to get moving. Starting in the ruck, Bailey Williams, get up, give us first use. Elliot Yeo's the one, isn't he? I mean, he's an experienced 200-game player. He's the one. They've been absolutely handed.
You look to your leaders in this situation.
So they need to respond before anything else can happen.
Well, you look at it and you go, disposal count 131 to 69, but then the tackle count, Carlton leading 16-10. So their pressure, forget about possession, their pressure's been relentless. Every time that a West Coast player have received the ball, you see a Carlton player wanting to press up, wanting to apply pressure, forcing West Coast to make a quick decision with ball in there, and that's causing turnover. Then you look at you flip that to inside 50s, that 19 inside 50s to 10. So the pressure then converts into scoring opportunities for the Blues. 11 scoring shots in a quarter of football is incredible going. So really, really hot start by the Blues. The West Coast might be still in Perth at the moment, so they need to get going.
Absolutely. Those tackle numbers are alarming, isn't it, when you've had so much more of the footy and still leading in that category as Cripps gives a handball away towards Pettinet. Hurried kick inside the forward 50. Blues going forward again to start the second term. In the end, the Eagles win it back. A 1-2 from Baker with Bazzo back to Baker. Kicks down the wing and inadvertently knocked out by Cole. Boundary throw in between wing and half forward for the Blues.
Have been a really bad opening quarter team this year, the Eagles. Only won 3 first terms. Only Richmond and Essendon are worse with 2 wins each.
With Williams and Pitternet. Ruth on here at Docklands. Another cold day in Melbourne. A boundary throw in. Pitternet palms it down. Taken away by Jack Graham. Hand pass away to Hewitt. Tearing off the back flank. Kicks to centre half forward. Dersma in a tangle with Haynes and a free kick for young Willem Dersma.
Better from Graham too. He's the other one. Experienced player, premiership player. He's got to get in the middle and have an impact as well.
Back from a calf complaint. Dersma goes long inside the forward 50. Punched off the pack. Spills down to Yeo. Trying to trickle it through from the pocket. And in the end, knocked through the behind line by Akers for a minor score. So 1 minute into the second term. Carlton's lead trimmed to 26.
Florent with the kick-in duties, and Willem Dersma goes up right there with McCarthy as well, but out the back it comes for the Blues. Hayward takes it away, gives it off to Newman. Great left foot kick down the line for a sliding Kemp. Kemp comes infield, finds Hewitt, releases Florent running through the middle. He'll kick the Blues deep towards full forward. Mackay goes up, hands on it, down at ground level. The Eagles are there. Bazzo backfeeds the handball to Marek. Marek's kick smothered. Ricochets away to Davis, and the Eagles can work it out. A clear and towering kick from McCarthy forces the up and under. Hutchinson goes up. He can't mark. And the Blues are back in possession.
A handball away from Hewitt to Smith and then to Kemp, who just bounces straight off Harley Reid. Kemp got it away and the Blues set the Sherrin free again. Pitternet to Smith. Kicks in the middle of the ground for Dean. Lateral kick to Haynes. Haynes takes the mark. He's going to go out wide with the kick and finds Ainsworth up against the boundary line right half forward. You don't want to get hemmed in out there, Rammer, in the dead pocket. Short to Cripps, who marks deeper inside the forward 50, but up against the boundary line 30 out.
We might need one of Paddy Cripps' floaters. That's the only way you score in the dead pocket.
The aircon drift just pushes that away from the goals at the Lockett end, and Cripps is left with no other choice now but to have a look. If you're new to ABC Sport, Rammer's been running this theory that the hardest place to kick goals from out there are the Eagles caught napping. Short, straighten up kick. Ainsworth marks, and that's a better angle. He'll have a look from the flank, 45-degree angle.
He might be just inside it, I think.
Yep.
Bob Murphy agrees with Rammer on this. And he played a lot of football here as well.
Yeah.
Surprised me, I must admit.
Another signature to that. Ben Ainsworth. More on the flank here. Out of the danger zone of the Bermuda Triangle as he shoots goalward. He misses. Still the wrong side of the stick behind. 6-6 to 2-3. Ray Chamberlain on the boundary.
Yeah, I know that Aaron Cadman disagrees with Rama's synopsis of that dead pocket. Just a week old.
Starcevic with the kick in the Shanahan direction. 2 hands on it. Doesn't hold the mark, and Hayward's there front and centre to win the ball back for the Blues. Gives it to Haynes, turns it over. Cole takes it for the Eagles. Gives it off to Harley, goes for a run. Wilson's got him, tries to shrug him. He does. The umpire lets them play. No, he doesn't. He says bring it back, holding the ball. He had long enough, Harley. Wilson able to get him. Are you happy with that, Ray Chamberlain?
Yeah, very happy. When you've had a prior opportunity and you're legally tackled, you must immediately and successfully handball or kick. Harley's immediately given some feedback, I'd suggest, and he's being immediately marched 50 metres up the ground.
Needs to be more constructive with his feedback. As Wilson goes short out towards Newman, who takes the mark on the logo broadcast wing. Blues by 27. Newman looks inside the forward 50. Punched away from Mackay. Reid tries to hook it down behind. Unsuccessful. Got to Davis, though. Eagles win it on the wing. Handball to Yeo. Handball away to Graham. He kicks back inside on the 45. Finds Dersma. Slow play. Waits for something to break downfield. Now Dersma comes wide. Shanahan's got 2 to beat. Dean's up. Knocks it away from him and out of bounds. Right half forward for the Eagles.
He's got a challenge here, Job Shanahan. Hasn't touched the footy as yet. Now, his teammates up the field haven't been helping him too much, but what can he do to insert himself and impose himself on the game? Get his running
work rate.
Yeah, just work rate. Get up the ground.
Yep.
Carlton by 27, waiting for our first goal of the second term. Pitnet taps it on the bounce neatly to Florent. Jagger Smith run down. Caught holding the ball. Great tackle. Brady Hoff comes flying in to tackle him. And he'll go back and kick for goal. The mark set 47 metres out.
I always feel if any key forward, if they're anchored to inside forward 50 and they're not touching the ball, it's going to continue for the remainder of the game. The smart key forwards, when they're not getting the football, get up the ground, work past the wings. You know, work your opponent over to try and get some kicks. Your great teammate Nick Revolt was the master at it.
Brady Hoff, the unassuming country footy product. From right on 50, the drop punt looks pretty good. It's a goal. West Coast land the first blow of the second term. And it's back to 21 points. 6-6-42 plays 3-3-21. 6 minutes into this second term. Adam Ramanauskas and Luke Ball.
Well, a good reward for effort, and maybe that's something that can just get his teammates going. We just haven't seen enough of that, have we, Ram? It's just been too easy for the Blues to chain the ball out of clearance and stoppage and transition, but that time there, and I'm just having a look to see whether Hoff was actually standing Jagger Smith there. He spent some time on Sam Walsh in the first quarter. That wasn't working. Moved over to Paddy Cripps, but it's one way to get yourself back into the game, isn't it? A defensive effort like that. And it's a lovely kick in the end, wasn't it? He's absolutely creamed that.
I think the entire West Coast team need to get themselves in the game through defensive actions over the next 10 minutes. They turn the game into a scrap and a fight.
Yeah.
Goal in each of his last 3 games now for Brady Hoff as Williams palms it down to Harley Reid. Wins the footy. Hand pass back to Jack Graham. Kicks off a step inside 50. Shanahan presents no mark. Comes back to him off the deck. Handball away to half forward. Finds Marrick. Marrick kicks a high ball to the top of the goal square. Murdoch's got plenty to do. Slips through the hands of Dean. Pack forms around Newman on the deck. Ball comes out. Dersma's hand pass. Straight into the path though of Florin. He's tackled, lost it. Waterman collects. He's taken high. No whistle. Umpire says ball up. Waterman not given the free, and a forward 50 stoppage for the Eagles.
Up it goes. Pitnet swats it away onto it Ainsworth. So a Carlton ball, sweeping handball. To the back pocket, Haynes is able to gather. Off to Chera, kick to the wing, and Burn marks. Well worked by Carlton out of their defensive 50. Burn lifts it to Haynes, who runs into a cul-de-sac. A couple of Eagles converge and knocked out of play. Some of that defensive pressure.
Just hasn't got the sticky mitts today, Job Shanahan. Keep working though, it will turn. As you said, Ram, just keep getting into as many contests as you can. And slowly it will turn. But you're right, it's been a good couple of minutes. Pressure's just been dialed up a bit.
Carlton by 21. Bailey Williams double palms it down. Walsh steals it for the Blues. Off to Pitnet. to Cripps. Sockers it forward, up towards half forward. Duggan can't take it cleanly. Evans can. Hurries a kick into the pocket. Bouncing ball. The Eagles are there. And they can't take it cleanly through Bazzo. Byrne steals it. Snaps. Goes! A worldie from Taylor Byrne. It was the Chinana. It had the double bend on it and swerved back through the goals. Carlton by 27. 8.5 minutes into the second term. Adam Ramanauskas and Luke Ball.
Well, he's working really hard, Taylor Byrne, in this game. The stat sheet will say 6 possessions and a goal, but he's had 4 score involvements with those 6 possessions. So he's been really active across half forward. And this, you talk about a key forward getting to contests. It's the same as a small forward. You continue to present yourself at the front of contest to crumb the ball. You'll eventually get the reward there. So Burns came from well up the across the wing to work down to the contest between Bazzo and Brody Kemp. Starcevic couldn't go with him. And that was a terrific finish there by the young man.
Still only 18, the young man, and absolutely looks it. In fact, looks younger. Looks like he wouldn't require a razor at the moment, but you're right, he's having a good year.
Youngest man out there, 1 day younger than Harry Dean, his Carlton teammate, as Yo gets the centre break for the Eagles, kicks inside the forward 50. Cowan knocks it away for the Blues to the advantage of Akers. Back to Cowan. Gee, was that a high fend off to Marrick? It was. Shoved him in the throat, so possession's turned over. Marrick will get it 60 out, half forward for the Eagles. Reed's just drifting forward here, so Harley Reid is hailing cabs, calling for a deep top of the goal square. He wants to sit on someone's head. He might get a chance here as Reid leaps up, slips through his hands down towards Pettinet. Had a play on it. Pass over to Cowan. Dumps a kick out of the defensive 50. Starcevic walks it over the boundary line and into the fence under pressure from Byrne. And the umpire's going to buy what he sold here as Starcevic goes running into the advertising hoardings. Byrne actually...
It's okay. Well, he just didn't need to do it. He was already over the line. It was only a slight nudge, but it was I'm okay with that.
Starcevic free between wing and half forward. Puts it inside 50. Big leap Dean goes through his hands. Pack forms behind him. Ball up. What do you reckon, Ray?
Experience counts. I mean, absolutely, Brandon. I reckon put a little bit of mayo on that, but he's aware of what the focus is with the umpires. It was promoted only a week ago. Anywhere near the boundary and you've got no play on the ball, do not push the opponent into the fence.
Pettinet taking it out of the ruck, gets the handball out, and now over the line. So a throw-in coming. Happy to carry it out there, Hamish Davis. Good to see him back from concussion.
He, of course, was on the wrong end of the Curtis tackle, wasn't he, which was much talked about.
Carlton by 27 points, 11 minutes into the second term. Pettinet looking to take it out of the ruck. Harley Reid trying to fight through a Pettinet tackle. Nowhere to go. Eventually it spits out. Only as far as Jagger Smith of Carlton, who gives it off to Cripps. And then Hewitt, an exiting kick.
Bressel on, Bazzo and Kemp, and Bazzo just punches it back to the corridor. Might sit though for the Blues. Cottrell, hand pass away towards Cripps. He gives it to Walsh, runs, carries, back to Cripps. Forward handball game in the middle of the ground. Intercept, or picked up by the end by Smith. Got a handball away to Cripps. Hand pass out wide for Akers, who fumbles a few times. And Hacksaw Liam Duggan's there just to knock it out towards Marrick. Hand pass away towards Graham. Handball to Murdoch. Chips it over halfway. Oh, Cowan just plucks it off Yo and takes the mark. They both had a little bit of that. In the end, a man from behind him. Lockie Cowan's going to be paid the mark. His kick's a shocker. Turns it straight over, and there is Duggan, who marks at half-back for the Eagles. 27-point lead for the Blues. Just a goal each through the first dozen minutes in this second term.
Duggan will kick back around that City wing. Job Shanahan with a run and jump. Doesn't take the mark. Marrick roves, so still with the Eagles. Handball into the muck, though, and taken by Mackay of the Blues. To Walsh, to Cottrell. Forward handball onto Akers. He can give it back to Mackay, running by. The tool, he kicks inside 50. Oh, Bernie dropped the chest mark. Symbols went at that one. It bounced off his chest, and the Eagles can work it out in the back pocket through Duggan. Off to McCarthy and onto Marrick.
Marrick along the boundary line with the kick and punched away by Cowan. Nice work getting up to fist it from Milan Murdoch's grasp. Boundary throwing on the wing.
I'm going to give Taylor Byrne the benefit of the doubt there. He thought that it was to the leading target, the ball, and then he was just a bit rough.
Yeah, it was a bit awkward.
Yeah,
looking,
it was
wasn't
awkward. It was.
Symbols is probably a bit harsh, but it sort of looked awkward.
Ray Chamberlain on the boundary.
You know, we questioned the free kick to Starcevic. He's off the field now getting his knee and shin attended to because it's been cut up from the advertising hoarding. So that's why those free kicks are pretty severely dealt out with.
Reid long inside 50. Shanahan competes, spills down to Dersma, floats a high bomb forward, and in the end, off hands helped through for a minor score. It's an interesting thing to point out. They are sharp, aren't they?
They're like
boards?
little plastic spikes that come out of the advertising hoarding, so they can be very dangerous.
26-point lead for the Blues. 13 gone in this second term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Florent with a kick to a contest. Harley Reid gets it moving forward for the Eagles. Bo Allen bursts onto it outside of the boot. You beauty, Bo. What a finish. That was something. Carlton, their lead cut back to 20 points. The Eagles' fourth major. 7-6-48, plays 4-4-28, 14 into the second.
Well, I love that from Bo Allen because he took the ball at pace, then he saw a Carlton player in front of him, took him on, and the check side. They've got an impressive group of young players coming through the Eagles. It's just, where they play, what's the best combinations, how they all work into this team. Now, Allen looks sort of like that midfielder, half forward type, the way he plays his game. But you throw Dersma into that mix. Obviously, you throw Harley Reid into that mix, and you've got Shanahan as a big key forward.
Good size, aren't they?
The future's bright for the Eagles.
191, only his fourth game for the year, so just needs to put together a string of games. But that was exciting.
Centre clearance for the Eagles. Jack Graham surge kick forward, picked off by Cowan at centre half back. Of course, unfortunately for Bo Allen in the town that he's playing is that the West Coast Eagles taken one pick before Murphy Reid, who's taken all before him. So that's a comparison he's going to have to try and outrun as Cowan kicks to the wing. Davis intercepts and then turns it over himself. To centre half forward, picked off by Walsh, who's now at centre half back for the Blues. Goes across the half back line to Chera. Chera long to the wing, and Mackay hits up and marks uncontested.
So Mackay just takes his time, bumps the Eagle running by. Now he'll short it to Chera. Carlton by 20, as Corbin said. 2-1 the way of the Eagles in their second term. Chera taking his time. He'll go back into the middle for Newman. Carlton in a kick mark mode here. Newman stabbing it short for Walsh. Walsh kicks it out wide. Able to find Cowan. Marks on the logo. Cowan kicks very wide out. Nyson can come up and mark. So just settling the game down a little bit here, the Blues. They lead by 20 points, and Nyson with it wide out. Well, Saturday footy on ABC.
Clearly they feel like West Coast are on top. So slow the tempo down here. Get some marks. Force West Coast to defend for a couple of minutes.
Nyson long kick forward. G. Allen went the climb from the back on the full back line, and there's a free kick in front of all that. Bit of a bailout going the Eagles' way, and Duff Titler to take it. Pick 4 in last year's draft. What was Bo Allen doing trying to take a hanger at full back? Short kick away towards Duggan. Duggan in the back pocket. No, he's a long left-footed kick. Down the boundary line. Punched away by Dean. Again back inboard into the path of McGovern. Takes it. Hand pass to the boundary line. Finds Hewitt. He gives it to Chera. Back to Hewitt. Hewitt now retreats all the way back by hand to Dean. Dean some indecision. Sells a dummy. Around Shanahan. Hand delivers it forward, and that's a superb kick. Hit it up. Burns got it again. And Taylor Burns having a breakout afternoon. 20-point lead for the Blues. He's got a chance to stretch that out.
Well, Taylor Byrne playing the role he's playing allows Ainsworth up the ground higher. So that's really... Ainsworth's had the 10 possessions now. This will be Byrne's 7th and second shot at goal in this quarter. So nice little combination of the smaller type forwards for the Blues.
Taylor Byrne, the 18-year-old, one of their 5 lefties. He's going to trot in, has to kick it all at 50 metres. The drop punt sails goalward. The crowd absolutely love it. Burns got 2. And the Blues extend their advantage. It's out to 26 points. 8-6 to 4-4. 17.5 gone in the second term. This is Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
They're having an impact, aren't they, Romo? You're spot on. The 2 small forwards for the Blues. That'll please Carlton fans there. Dean to Byrne, their 2 youngest players in the team today. A lovely finish.
What I like, Paulie, the last couple of minutes from Carlton, they were aware of the situation in the quarter. West Coast had a good moment. They had a good couple of moments there where they took the control. They took They took tempo. You know, they were inside. They were taking the ball inside forward 50. Then Carlton just slowed it down. A little bit of kick mark. You know, force West Coast to defend a lot deeper inside their forward 50. They get the reward of a goal now, the Blues.
Carlton leading by 26, have led by as much as 27. Bailey Williams out of the middle, hurries a kick forward for the Eagles. Off hands, Dean. He gets it out to Haynes, and the Blues clear their defensive 50 to Walsh, to Haynes, to the run of Florent. Florent through the middle, short kick of beauty. And Kemp marks 49.5 out. Amble's back off the mark. He'll move it on. McGovern into really space and marks on his chest.
So poor by West Coast. Defending there, Bally. There's one kick in the corridor, one handball you can handle, but not three. That's 3 possessions that all in the centre corridor for the Blues that West Coast simply just couldn't defend.
Well, it starts inside 50 for them too, doesn't it? I mean, that's a good centre clearance win, deep entry. They just can't win or even halve a contest inside 50, and once the Blues break that initial chain, they have not been able to stop it.
Directly in front, 45 out, McGovern goals. New game-high lead for Carlton. 32 points to the good. McGovern with a couple. 9-6-60 plays 4-4-28. Approaching time on second term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Yeah, just when you feel like they were defending a little bit better, the Eagles, both around the source and also the ground. They win the clearance. Again, good spoil. Dean involved again. And then they're off to the races. Walsh is having a huge game.
Again, this possession count, ball is a problem for West Coast. 75 possessions for Carlton, only 46 for West Coast in this quarter.
I don't know what Tyler Young's doing there, though. Again, that's got to be, if you're a defender and the ball's 65 metres out, that's got to be red alert. That's 10 metres of space. That's twice too.
You've got to be up the backside of your direct opponent.
Kemp way too much space for the lead up from Florent, and then that's pretty poor defending.
It's bad ground to give up corridor, isn't it? Here at Docklands as Pitternet palms it down. Hewitt, hand pass away toward Ainsworth. They're going forward again and straight up the pipe. Hand pass looking for Ison, slides past him. And in the end, Ison lays a pretty big tackle in all of that on Bazzo. We'll have a ball up. Centre half forward for the Blues. Pitternet gets rid of Williams, grabs it out of the ruck. Searching hand pass to full forward, hitting up to meet at Kemp. Left it behind. The Eagles work it out. Hewitt by hand to Starcevic, to Marrig, to Baker, all by hand. Sweeps a hand pass wide for Duggan. Duggan off the back flank. Kicks down the wing. Duff tight with the target. Harry Dean arrives and almost punches it up into the second deck. And now it's on too as they're ripping at each other's jumpers. Murdoch and Harry Dean. And Harry Dean, he's made of the right stuff, isn't he? Yeah. Jeez. Ray Chamberlain on the boundary.
I am surrounded by navy blue fanatics. They reckon he's made of the right stuff, Corb.
He's got some adrenaline pumping, isn't he, at the moment?
How similar is he to his dad?
Yeah.
It's incredible.
Apples and trees and all of that. He's got a lot of the trimmings of his old man as Bailey Williams brings it down. Elijah Hewitt onto it. Handball towards Harley, a turnover. Evans goes in for the Blues. Gets it out to Hewitt, to Walsh, to Ainsworth. Kick up to half forward. Over the intended target, but out the back. Kemp gathers. Off to Cottrell. Dribbles it inside 50. Mackay, the nice pick-up. Can't find Byrne. Baker pinches at Eagles ball. Gives it out to Allen. Kick out wide. Hutchinson marks. 60 from his defensive goal for the Eagles. Carlton by 32.
Kids out there, Harry Dean, his dad Peter Dean, a dual premiership winner. He's very popular on YouTube too. If you search 1995 premiership celebration, where he leapt off the stage and had a bit of a clanger on the way down. So that's always makes for good viewing if you're ever looking for something to feed your interest or fuel your boredom. I think's what I'm trying to spit out. That kick from Hutchinson went out of bounds. So last disposal free for the Blues. Hewitt takes the mark, goes back short with the kick to Dirksen, and Carlton just playing some keepies off here as they've done most of the day. Short kick out to Haywood. 32-point lead for the Blues. They led by 27 at quarter time and had over 60 more disposals in the opening term. Short kicking game. Eventually they release the Sharon through Haywood. Hits up Mackay, who takes the mark and has a heavy landing as he hits the deck.
He copped one there on the way down, Harry Mackay.
He gets up. He's going to be okay. Front edge of the centre square. It's a crowded forward 50. And the Eagles getting some numbers back here. Mackay is just going to lay it up. to full forward. They come from all directions. Punched away by Williams. Ison got a hand pass out to Kemp. Was he taken high? No. He was caught holding the ball. And a free kick is going to go to Ryan Marrick. He'll get it at fullback for the Eagles, and they get out of dodge there. So 32-point lead for the Blues. And now 50.
Kicking the ball.
Ray Chamberlain.
Yeah, he's paid the 50-metre penalty for the Carlton player kicking the ball away after the free kick had been awarded.
So Marrick marched into the middle of the ground. He moves it out wide for Allen, who dinks a kick over the top. Baker makes it look better than it was, taps it on, but Florent strong in defence for Carlton. They're back in possession as he gets it out to Hayward. And now Billy Wilson zipping through the middle. He'll kick long inside 50. Akers has come off the bench. He marks inside 50. And he points to goal, but pokes it short. And Hayward's down there. Cottrell too. Cottrell, he's got it. Paid the mark. 20 out. Slight angle right of centre. And he can go back and kick for goal.
Well, it's just the skill error again from the Eagles as they go forward. If you're going to go short to that launch pad area across half-back, you've got to hit the target. I thought Baker had done a decent job going back with the flight, but they win the 50-50 again, the Blues, and then they're off to the races. Corridor open. It has been impressive, Rammer, the way they've been able to transition the footy from one end to the other, but far too easy from the Eagles' point of view.
Slight angle, 20 out. Matt Cottrell, goals. I hope he brought the harmonica. The Blues are on song again. They lead by 38 points. 10-6, 66, plays 4-4, 28. 24 and a half minutes into the second.
I know Ben and Corbin, you two have been to America frequently in the off-seasons. The corridor, the centre corridor at the Docklands today is like the express lane on a highway for Carlton today. Because there's no cars there. There's certainly no West Coast players through the corridor that want to defend it. And Carlton are just running in numbers through the corridor. So this is awful defending by West Coast. Awful.
It's not the new Westgate Tunnel, isn't it? Lovely and smooth, and there's no one in it. Open for business. It's a real problem. But again, you focus on the positives. It has been very impressive, the Blues, the way they've moved the footy today.
Williams palms it down. Harley Reid first possession. Got a hand pass going forward to Murdoch. He turns it over. Hayward away to Walsh. Tried to knock it onto Hewitt. Works out eventually. Gives a handball to Cripps. He's tackled. Dispossessed. Holding the ball. Free kick for the Eagles, and Baker is going to be rewarded. The Premiership Tiger flares it out to the wing for Bo Allen, who's off and running. Long kick inside the forward 50. Through the hands of Shanahan. Hits the deck. Shanahan goes and collects. Handball away to the running Hoff. Books through his second. So Hoff doubles up his second of the term, and the West Coast Eagles hang in the fight. 10-6 to 5-4. They've got plenty to do. 26 gone in the second. Carlton's lead down to 32.
They had a lot to do. I think the first thing they've got to do is create some energy. The second thing they've got to do is get their hands on the ball more, West Coast. So plus 34 still for Carlton in possession this quarter. And the issue is it's all uncontested possession. So that's simply a work rate thing. When an opposition has got big numbers in uncontested possession, because contested possessions equal at the moment 30 apiece in this quarter. It's the uncontested possessions where Carlton are plus 36. So that's pure work rate.
Do we want to run? Do we want to?
That's right. That's exactly right.
It's a bit of skill too, isn't it? Like some of their skill errors, which has caused a turnover, and then they're out of position, and then it's harder to chase and run, isn't it? So it's a combination of things, but certainly they're outworked at the moment.
Cripps has hurt his hand, trying to hunt the footy at the restart. Ends up with Harley Reid. Cripps still down on his knees. Reid high up and under inside 50. Hands on it from Cowan. Spills down towards Murdoch. He's tackled. Comes to Yo. Yo also tackled immediately. Ball up inside 50 for the Eagles.
He looks okay. It might have been a finger. He might have just popped a finger back in.
Blues by 32 points. Up it goes. Williams wins it down. Hayward kicks it very high. Underneath it, Mackay and McCarthy both compete. Ball spills down to Ainsworth. Blues away again. Kicks down the wing. Kept the target. No mark, but he's going to get a free. And Brody Kemp will take it up on the city wing. Carlton by 32. 28 gone in the second.
Kemp goes inside 50. The Eagles are able to work it out. Coming across Duggan. Gathers at ground level. He'll exit with a kick. It works out for Graham. Graham moves it on short to Murdoch. Murdoch backward of the logo. Heel kick for Dersma. Overshoots him. Akers back in possession for the Blues. Heel kick up towards half forward. Getting across Baker. Baker tracking the footy. Paddles towards the boundary line. Eventually wins it for the Eagles and gives it off to Cole. He'll send a kick up to half forward.
The target Shanahan. Knocked away though by Cowan. Down to Akers of the Blues. Carlton at half-back, under pressure, handball to Haynes, handball back to Akers, hurriedly trying to kick down the line and picked off by Davis. And Davis has got it on the wing. 32-point lead for the Blues. Inside the forward 50 head, Shanahan crashes the pack, no mark, falls to Dersma and he's tackled a ball up. And one of your good friends is going to join us at half-time, Bally. Australian comedian in Andy Lee. Big Carlton tragic. Yeah. So we'll catch up with Andy at half-time. Do not watch this show, of course, is his animated series, the adaptation from his best-selling book series. Season 2, not far away from dropping on the ABC through iView. So we'll tell you all about that at the half and chat some Carlton with Andy Lee.
Yeah, he'll be happy watching his Blues at the moment, won't he?
Hurried kick forward from the Eagles, picked off, and again Carlton able to easily get it out of defence. Wilson to Dirksen at half-back. How did you guys come across each other?
Bally's a mover and shaker.
Isn't he?
Come on.
I know.
Don't ask silly questions.
Rolls in the
he rolls with the A-listers,
yeah.
Bally.
Short to Hayward, short to Dirksen. We can explore that at half-time. Yeah. We'll ask Andy Lee how he and Bally first met. Stick around for all of that. Meanwhile, 32-point lead for the Blues, and they're happy just to swing it around in the defensive half. So Cowan to Akers, short kick to Chera in front of the interchange gates, turns and sends it long down to half forward. Intercept mark from Herbert, nice work, just edged Ison underneath the footy, takes the intercept mark and goes short to Graham. 32-point lead for the Blues, ticking towards half-time.
Graham just pokes it over the top to his mate Baker. One of the three in the meeting with Broad. And at the local shopping centre, Carlton by 32.
It's Ben Cameron exclusive pre-game.
Baker overshoots Elliott Yeo and a bouncing ball carried out by Shanahan. Carlton by 32 points at the main break. 10-6-66 plays 5-4-34. The goal kickers, McGovern with a couple, Hewitt with a couple, Cripps, Mackay, Byrne and Evans. Having a breakout game too, Taylor Byrne. While for the West Coast Eagles, they've only got 4 of them. Willem Dersma in that Rising Star race against Jagger Smith. Harley Reid, Brady Hoff and Bo Allen as well. Carlton by 32.
Association football score check time. Of course, Group G. This decides who the Socceroos will play in their round of 32 knockout game. And the update I can tell you at the moment, with Belgium up against New Zealand. It's Belgium who lead 2-0 over New Zealand. So 63 minutes in, Belgium 2-0. And in the other game, 61 minutes in between Egypt and Iran. And at the moment, scores are level. 1-1 is the scoreline there. Belgium is still second in Group G. So as it stands at the moment, the Socceroos will be playing Belgium next Saturday morning at 4 a.m. Eastern in Dallas. Carlton here led by 27 at quarter time and by 32 at the half. We've got a very special guest who's about to join us. So just your best one-liner or so on what we've seen in the first half here, Rama and Bally.
Well, pretty simple. Carlton want to do the work. West Coast don't want to do the work. The possession count is enormous. That quarter alone, uncontested possession for Carlton was plus 41. So Carlton doing the work. Ball inside forward 50. Taylor Byrne, dangerous. I really liked his game in that first half. But Carlton are absolutely destroying the midfield battle at the moment.
Yeah, so in a lot of ways, 32 points is probably okay.
Yeah.
I think just watching the game, it probably should be a far greater margin. So you're looking for any sort of positives or any sort of opportunity from an Andrew McQualter point of view. That's it. They really have been taught a lesson around the footy through the midfield, and just their ability to defend the ground's been really non-existent today. We keep talking about the highway, the corridor that's just been open for business, and Carlton have been really impressive and continue on their merry way. That's what they've been doing, hasn't it, the last 4 or 5 weeks. So first time I've seen them live for a while, and it's been really impressive.
Australian personality, comedian. He's a writer, He's also now the star of his own TV show. Set for
Carlton Tragic.
Friend of the show, whatever you want to throw in the opener.
Doesn't sit in the corporate box. He's in the outer.
The last time we saw him, he was dressed up as Wiz, and Wiz is on his return. He's part of the television series, of course. Do not watch this show. It's coming back to iView for Series 2, which premieres on Friday, July 3 from 6 a.m. It's also on ABC Family on Monday, July 6 from 7:30 p.m. Of course, it is Do Not Watch This Show, and this man is Andy Lee. Andy, appreciate your time.
Oh, nice to be here. Yeah, let us babysit your kids for school holidays. Unlimited screen time. And that we've strategically put Do Not Watch This Show coming back right in the middle of school holidays. I didn't realise that Benny was my contact here, but also on air. So I'm calling him saying, hey, mate, I'm near this pie stand. Can you come and grab me? Whatever. He comes and grabs me, runs straight down, puts the microphone back on and starts calling me. But if you're worried about how your tax money's been spending at the Australian government broadcast, it's very thrifty here.
Skeleton staff. That's all we're all about. So everybody has to play every role as part of our team.
The big bucks go to Rama, so that's what happens.
They're
unrewarded running.
He's on a different seat up here, guys. You people who don't know, if you're in your car, whatever, Rama's got a very comfortable recliner chair. The rest are just on stools.
I must admit, when I heard you were coming out as Wiz for Big Freeze going down the slide, I immediately thought of Jeff Farmer.
Right. I thought other people thought of the Wiz Kappa.
Yeah, Wiz Kappa. That would make sense.
Warwick Kappa. Yeah, I asked my nephews, they love the Big Freeze. And they said, what should I go down with? And they said, Wiz, the character from the books, your character. And I said, well, it's meant to be someone who inspires you, so it's a bit arrogant for me to take up.
I was going to ask you that. It's a bit of a tenuous sort of link between.
No, but they were adamant about it, and the kids loved it. I got a lot of good feedback, so I'm happy I went down there as Wiz. Although when I got there, I had this I feel sorry for mums and dads when Book Week comes around, because I get to send a lot of pictures of kids dressed up as this character from the books. A lot of paper mache work. It takes a lot of work. So I'm in this kind of big paper mache ball, and they were very worried about my safety because they said, have you tested it? I'm like, what do you mean? Set up my own slide in the backyard with some ice? No, I'm here. And so they were worried that it was going to flip forward and fill up with water and possibly drown me. It did do the first part. It flipped forward, but only a couple of moments.
Did it insulate you from the cold? That was the other thing. You were a bit sort of query whether you sort of just chickened out a little bit. Maybe
it's a good point, but the water all sat in the ball at genital level. So I think it saved the top half, but gosh, I was paying for it, the bottom half.
The series has gone sensationally well, so it broke viewing records last year. Biggest launch of a new children and family show in the history of ABC iView. So there's some pretty good numbers to get around.
Look down Bluey.
We've got a bunch of... Yeah, don't worry about Bluey. Bluey's been kibosh, but Do Not Watch This Show. Just sell it to us in 60 seconds or so. We have people that aren't familiar with the series. They've got young kids. What are they getting?
It's an adaptation from my books, which is called Do Not Open This Book. Essentially, there's a blue monster. He doesn't want you to get to the end of the show because something will happen to him if he does. So he's just trying to trick kids into turning off the show the entire time. That's pretty much it's only one trick, to be honest. But it's been really fun to make.
Some other important stuff. Should Josh Fraser coach Carlton?
Well, as it stands, yeah. I mean, it's going pretty well, isn't it? It was unlucky for Ash Hansen, who people who don't know, he's the assistant coach running the defensive line for the Blues. It was unlucky for Ash last week and really fortunate for me because on the flight home I was next to him in economy as he was doing all the coding and going through what the Blues are trying to achieve. And so he had me just sitting over his shoulder going, and what are you trying to do there? What are you trying to do there? But it was fascinating. And they've got a great bunch of assistant coaches there and, feel a bit for Vossi, but we weren't getting smacked at the start of the season. We weren't winning, but we weren't having really terrible losses. We were in a lot of games. So these small tweaks have been really good.
Luke Ball, we asked him a few moments ago, how do you two know each other? And we know Bally rolls in some very star-studded circles. Is that where you two cross paths?
I'm a bit like a barnacle on the sort of side of those sort of circles, if I can latch on to one or two. No, look, it's actually, it's been a bit of a mum's a word, but we're both part of Luke Darcy's Leader program. So we've sort of come across each other there. Very fortunate.
I think we might have been the first one. So essentially it's peer-to-peer leadership and you get together and you talk about those things that make you tick in work and life, and we've got an amazing group and Ballie's one of them. Paddy Cummins is another, and Bont and Rob Sitch from Working Dogs. So we get together about every 6 weeks and chew the fat.
I must admit, because there was a photo that went up, I think, on Pat Cummins' social media, and it was at your grand renovation, which is like a kid's fun house, might I add. And there was a photo of you, Bawley, and Pat Cummins, and immediately I went, hang on, how am I joining the dots here? And I could not work it out for love nor money, but there it is.
That's the thing. I'm more of a sit and listen type of guy. Bawley, you and I sit back and let the other ones explain to us how leadership works.
We're on site, and I got a bit of feedback about my clothing too. I'd sort of come straight from work, and I had the jacket and the dress shoes on, and it was sort of, we were still in the mud. It was just at the early stages of the thing, but anyway, it's great. It's fantastic.
I'm a little bit confused, Andy. You were a sports tragic. You've travelled a lot of places. We're not going over to the States to watch the Socceroos?
I know, a bit torn. Obviously, the Blues on the heater. I'm glad I'm back here. It was do not watch this team for a while there for us.
Nice. Nice. Well, then while we're here...
And there was a trick at the end too.
Speaking of, we might as well give old mates to be pumping at the moment.
Yeah,
we might as well give that a plug too.
It's been absolutely going off. We've got a pub in New York that we started just a year ago now. Really sad that the last Australian pub closed down during COVID. And in the best city, or one of the biggest cities in the world, it made no sense to not have an Australian representative. So we tried to create a little embassy. It's turned into a bit of a heaver, and certainly the Socceroos got around it. We've got a bell in there that is from the Bells Beach, that if you ring the bell, you shout the whole pub. So Timmy Cahill was in there last game to ring the bell at halftime, shout the whole pub. John Eales was in there game one. So the Socceroos continue, and it's going to be pumping.
One of my favourite stories, as you know, Corbin, because you were right there, was at the old Australian pub. I was watching the Ashes while I was in New York, and these young Americans came up to me. England were 2 for 3 at the time. And they said, why is the score in fractions?
2/3?
Well, I tell you what, our busiest day, we actually just beat it because of the Socceroos. The Knicks won in New York City 15 minutes before the Socceroos started their campaign. So that was our biggest night of all time.
What a time.
But normally Christmas Day is our biggest day because the Boxing Day test starts at 7 p.m.
Yes.
So all Australians that have been kind of going to their quasi-families and friends inviting them around because they feel sorry for them that they aren't with their families, roll into the pub and watch the Boxing Day test from ball one.
How good. Have you thrown out all your Melbourne Stars gear?
Nah, I'm hanging on for dear life. I'm really hoping that they change their mind on that one. Obviously, being there from the start with the Stars from the start, I've got a lot of fond memories because it was Warnie who rang me and asked me to be a part of that group, and even just that vision and the first time we saw someone mic'd up and bowling and talking while they walked in. It's all in Stars gear, and I feel like they're throwing away a hell of a lot of good IP there. Legacy vision with this move, so hopefully they come to their senses and the Stars remain.
Andy, good luck with season 2. Appreciate your time.
Thanks, guys. Love being on.
Andy Lee, one of our favourites here, of course, on ABC Sport and across the ABC network. Do not watch this show. Season 2 premieres on Friday, July 3 from 6 a.m. in the morning. Season 1's up there now. You can go and check it out on ABC iView. It's halftime here at Docklands. It is Carlton by 32 points. The second half on the other side of this. But for now, let's take the latest from the ABC newsroom.
ABC News, hello, I'm Satyam Weinstein. Foreign rescue teams and humanitarian aid is starting to arrive in devastated areas of Venezuela 2 days after twin earthquakes killed at least 920 people. The 6.2 and 7.5 magnitude quakes destroyed entire neighborhoods near the capital Caracas. The UN says more than 50,000 people have been reported missing. Nicola Paquelt is a part of a specialist search and rescue dog team and says there's still hope of finding people alive.
So as we know from past events, there have been people found after several days. And I think this is also possible in this event. And we are very hopeful to find a lot of people and can help families to bring back people they are missing.
The United States has conducted strikes on Iran in retaliation for an attack on a commercial vessel in the Strait of Hormuz. North America correspondent Cayman Gok reports.
The US military targeted Iranian missile and drone storage locations and coastal radar sites in response to reported Iranian drone strikes on a cargo ship. President Donald Trump accused Iran of a foolish violation of the ceasefire and said the US was able to shoot down 3 of the 4 attack drones, but 1 made contact with the vessel. The attacks come less than 2 weeks after both countries signed a memorandum of understanding to negotiate a formal peace deal. The renewed strikes raise questions over whether there will be a return to major combat operations or if the ceasefire will hold. Cameron Gok, ABC News, Washington.
Meanwhile, Iran's Revolutionary Guard says it struck a number of US Army positions across the Middle East, but provided little detail. The Lebanese ambassador to the United States is welcoming a framework agreement with Israel, brokered by Washington after 5 rounds of negotiations. US Secretary of State Marco Rubio says it will initiate a clear process to restore Lebanon's sovereignty, disarm Hezbollah and dismantle its infrastructure. Hezbollah was not part of the negotiations. Ambassador Nada Hamadeh says the framework is a positive step forward for Lebanon.
The trilateral framework we signed today is a first step on the road to restoring Lebanese sovereignty and territorial integrity, securing a permanent and final cessation of hostilities, enabling our people to go back to their land, and allowing all Lebanese to live in peace, security, and prosperity.
US President Donald Trump is threatening to impose a 100% tariff on goods from any country, imposing a digital services tax on American tech companies. France has already vowed to keep its 3% tax on US tech giants in place. US trade representatives have long threatened France, Britain, Austria and Spain with retaliatory tariffs over digital service taxes, arguing they're discriminatory against American companies. It comes just a day after the EU bowed to pressure from the US and cut tariffs on American goods. The Board of Education in the U.S. state of Texas has approved a mandatory reading list for public school students that includes passages from the Bible. The Republican-dominated board voted 9-5 to approve the reading list for more than 5 million children. Texas had already mandated that the Bible's 10 Commandments be displayed in all public schools. Critics say the move violates the Establishment Clause of the U.S. Constitution, which separates church and state. A South Australian egg farmer says she's concerned about the impacts of bird flu if it were to reach her farm on the Fleurieu Peninsula. The state's first case of the H5N1 virus was detected this week in a giant petrel at Knights Beach at Port Elliot. Claire Fuller's hen farm near Victor Harbour is about 20 minutes away from where the infected bird was found and says she's ramping up the safety measures.
We've limited the number of people that are visiting, and there's actually only 3 of us now who are having interactions with the hens on the farm, collecting eggs, doing the cleaning and maintenance. The shoes that we wear out here are the only shoes we wear on this farm. They don't go anywhere else.
Socceroos goalkeeper Patrick Beach says it's great to have a beach in Melbourne's southeast temporarily named in his honour. St Kilda Beach is being renamed Patrick Beach for the remainder of the World Cup after the local council and A-League club Melbourne City agreed to make the change. Beach says in the playing group, they're loving the love from back home.
All of us players and staff, we see the support from the nation. We see the videos, we see the Fed Square, and the crowds in Sydney and Brisbane and all over everywhere. And that's very much appreciated. I think it's pretty funny as well. So I'm all for it.
In today's matches, France beat Norway 4-1, Spain defeated Uruguay 1-0, Saudi Arabia and Cabo Verde drew 0-0, and Senegal smashed a 10-man Iraqi side 5-0. ABC News.
From Olympic glory to criminal infamy.
I went straight to the dark side.
In an ABC News documentary.
I didn't fear prison, I didn't fear anything.
Deep End, the Scott Miller story, streaming now on ABC iView.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season.
On ABC Sport.
AFL. On ABC Radio.
On digital. And ABC Listen.
Look for the AFL button.
It is half-time here at Docklands. Carlton by 32 points over the West Coast Eagles. The second half is only 3 minutes away. The West Coast Eagles 5-4-34 with work to do. The Blue Baggers 10-6-66. So it is Carlton who lead this game by 32 points at the half. Corbin Middlemass and Ben Cameron. Razor Ray Chamberlain on the boundary. Our premiership pair, Adam Ramanauskas and Luke Ball. And Carlton led this game by 27 at quarter time. They now lead it by 32. Still to come today. Of course, there's plenty of footy to follow this. It is Collingwood and Richmond, our next stop at the MCG. So you'll be getting coverage of that game next. And then later tonight, the showdown. A lot of people forget that they sort of remember the close ones. They don't remember the wide ones. The second showdown last year, so the late season meeting, was decided by 98 points. There's Adelaide pumped Port Adelaide. So the Crows have actually won 6 of the last 7. A lot of these, the ledger in the showdown has been pretty even throughout its history, and yet Adelaide's starting to pull away. Can Port do something about that tonight? Association football. The World Cup is on at the moment. The World Cup finals. Belgium 3. They lead New Zealand 0. So 3-0 Belgium on top with about 11 minutes to go there. So 79th minute, Belgium 3, New Zealand 0. And in the other game, same stage, 78 minutes in, it is Egypt 1 and Iran 1 is the way that it's situated at the moment. So we check our live ladder. And Belgium is still currently in third position as it sits at the moment. Despite, so the goal difference now is even, but they lost the head-to-head game. Goal difference is even, but they are behind on goals for. Oh, in fact, this is just updated right as I'm looking at it. Belgium have moved into top spot. So Belgium are now in top spot in Group G, Rammer. So 3-0 over New Zealand. Iran and Egypt is 1-1. Oh, we love a bit of live ladder work. So what this means is it updates essentially that Belgium have now made their way into top spot in the group. And Australia's opponent is changing on the run before my very eyes. So I think this will have a shake-up, which means Egypt will go into second spot, Iran third, and New Zealand fourth. So it looks like as it's situated at the moment, Belgium on top of Group G, which means the Australia's a likely opponent is now Egypt. That's the shorthand way to say it. So essentially, Egypt and the Socceroos is the most likely scenario in the round of 32 with about 10 minutes to play in those fixtures. What that means, Ben, is there's a certain Egyptian striker who will be coming up against the might of our football roos.
Yeah, Mo Salah, the former Liverpool winger striker. He'll be coming up against the Socceroos in the next round. I think that's better than Belgium.
This is why we got a live ladder.
Yeah. We'd rather Egypt than Belgium, wouldn't we?
Sure. Yeah, I haven't done the full scout, it must be said, on the Belgium team and the Egyptian side.
Yeah, I would say yes.
Yep.
I'd say we prefer Egypt.
Rama's not working at the moment, so his day consists of getting up in the morning, watching the first half of the first game, taking the kids to school, coming back home, plonking down and watching the next 2 games.
What's he doing right now?
Do you play golf during the week, Ben? Do you work? Does your employer know that you're playing golf?
Yes, it was a rostered free day.
Oh, right. Okay.
It actually was.
Is that what they are?
Yeah, I had to cover for Corbin on Tuesday.
I give Timmy Vera a call and just check if that was a
Now,
rostered
come
free
on.
day.
No, come on.
32 points is the Blues lead at halftime. 10-6 over West Coast 5-4. Your thoughts on the SMS? 0437 774 774. So as I was working that out in real time with all those numbers and so many goals that were scored in those World Cup fixtures, Belgium are now on top of the group, and the Socceroos likely to play Egypt as it currently stands.
Restart in the middle, second half underway. Carlton by 32 points. The Eagles with the clearance through Harley Reid, kicks inside 50, bouncing ball. Murdoch gathers, gives it off to Waterman. He'll hook it back to a central position. Up they go, no markers. Ball hits the deck. Dean comes in, decapitated. And his head ripped off there by Harley Reid, and a little bit to go on with as well. Carlton by 32 points.
Shanahan saw that hurt, that contest. He might have a corky. It's been a tough day for Job.
All right, free kick for the Blues, and a long kick up to the wing. Spills out the back towards Pitternet. Pitternet knocks a kick back into the centre corridor, taken by Duggan. Duggan goes long, straight down the pipe. Shanahan flies, no mark, no free kick. Ball gets out the back. Dean settles that down, kills it, knocks it out of play. The Eagles appealing for deliberate. The umpire says, no, throw it in. You wouldn't believe it. I've spent all this time explaining the table and live ladder as a goal. So New Zealand scored.
Yeah,
so
good strike too.
It's 3-1. New Zealand have scored, so I'll tell you how that impacts the table and the ramifications for the Socceroos in just a moment. So Belgium 3, New Zealand 1. It's as live as you can get as we update 2 things at the same time. The footy underway here in the third term, Carlton by 32.
Bailey Williams brings it down, then goes and roves his own ball. Handball away to Harley Reid, off to Marek. Snaps back to a central position. Waterman arriving, hands on it. Ball hits the deck. Florin on the last line for the Blues. Handball to Wakers. He's worried out of it. Murdoch sweats on it. Snaps. Goals. West Coast. First goal of the second half. 10-6, 66 Carlton. West Coast 6-4, 40. 2 minutes in. Carlton by 26 points.
Just pressure, wasn't it? Forward pressure there. And we've spoken enough about the Eagles' key forwards and they're having a tough day, but what you can do is continue to apply yourself and apply the defensive actions. And that time, that's what led to that goal directly. Both Shanahan and Waterman involved. And you just feel like if there's any chance, obviously, to get back into this game, those two are going to have to, or certainly Waterman in particular, are going to have to find a way to impose himself on the game. But first goal of the second half was always going to be important. So, like we said at half-time, Rammer, it didn't feel like it, but they were only 5 goals down. So, let's see if they can put a couple of goals on the board in quick succession and put the Blues under pressure a bit.
Pitternet grabs it out of the ruck at the restart and then just hacks the kick out to half forward and leaping up Hayward. Takes a nice mark. So Will Hayward's going to roll immediately from 55, 60 out. He's just going to dob it all the way home for a behind. Jeez, it was effortless from a long way out. A minor score, 27-point lead for the Blues. Ray Chamberlain on the boundary.
One to keep an eye on, the big jump of Bailey Williams. He turned and was a little aggrieved with the centre bounce umpire because he feels as though his tapping arm is being dragged down in the centre bounce by Pitnet.
Thanks, Ray. Good eye, picking that out. I'm out on the ground. The kick in from Herbert finds Graham. He looks out really wide, and on the end of it, here's Allen. Allen then chips it infield. Short kick for Baker. Carlton by 27. The Eagles with the only goal of this second half to date. The last 2 goals of the game. Baker looks out wide, trying to get it to Dersma. Had a lot of it, knocked out of his hands. Cowan then goes and gets it at ground level, and the Blues go back the other way. Kicks around the wing. In front, Starcevic. Good mark. It's not looking dissimilar to the old number 4 at the West Coast Eagles, Dom Sheed, with the shaved head. And that number 4 jumper.
Long kick down the wing. Pack competes. Punched close to the boundary line. Stays alive. Hot handball to Hutchinson. He can't handle it. Spills over the line. So boundary throw in between wing and half forward for the Eagles. There's been a goal. Belgium have scored. So Belgium 4, New Zealand 1. So 4-1. Belgium on top of New Zealand. So back where we were. So Belgium on top of the group and Egypt a second. It means that Australia will be playing as it stands at the moment. Obviously still a few minutes to play out here. The Aussies will play Egypt in their knockout round of 32 game. Back to the footy here as Jack Hutchinson high bomb into the forward pocket. Target is Waterman right there with him. Dean knocked out a play and we'll have a boundary throw in forward pocket for the Eagles. He's been good again today, Harry Dean.
It just looks like he's already played 100 games of football.
Yeah, and what I like, he wants the best forward, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Yep.
He's got Waterman today. He's kept him goalless. Boundary throwing inside the forward 50 for the Eagles. There's a free kick for an illegal Shepherd. It's going West Coast way. It's against Pitternet. And it looks as if Bailey Williams is going to get a look at the sticks here inside the forward 50. He'll kick from about 30 metres out.
Is that what Ray was talking about? Ray Chamberlain, was that the dragging down of the arms that Bailey Williams had been?
In that instance there, I don't think that's what the free kick was awarded for, but alarm bells were ringing. Pitnet, he's a physical sort of a unit, and Bailey likes to run and jump, so you've got to have your wits about you as an umpire in those circumstances.
He's been goalless in his last 2 games, Bailey Williams. This is a big kick all of a sudden in the context of the game. So Williams comes in and knocks it through. The Eagles with the perfect start to the second half. Back-to-back goals. And they get within 21 points. West Coast 7-4-46. They're coming 6 minutes into the third. Carlton 10-7-67. Haven't scored through the first half a dozen minutes of the third term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Luke Ball, Adam Ramanauskas.
Well, a much better start to the quarter by West Coast. So the intensity's there, the physicality's there. You know, they're driving the ball inside forward 50 early in this quarter, and they get the reward of 2 goals. So we're imploring them to up the pressure, up the intensity, up the energy at half-time. Well, they've certainly been able to find some of that energy to start this third quarter.
The rub of the green there. I think Mark Pitney probably rightfully argues that might have been a bit more of a skew-if boundary throw-in rather than him blocking. But anyway.
Back in the middle, Bailey Williams brings it down. Harley Reid plays for the high free kick and wins it. Ray Chamberlain.
Yeah, with the boundary throw, and it may or may not have been short, but Pitnet, has he got any objective to contest the football, and does he prevent his opponent from doing so?
Harley Reid plays on, runs himself into trouble, has to escape with a snap to the wing for McCarthy, kicks the Eagles inside 50, can only spot up Newman. Defensive mark for Carlton, plays on, has to get around his man. Sweeps out the handball to Chera. Chera will kick the Blues to the wing, and it's all the Eagles, and Herbert, he takes it back on the logo. Carlton by only 21, led by 32 at the half. Herbert out wide for McCarthy. Short kick for Marek. 60 from home.
He's got to be patient here. See if they can find the mark inside 50. It's been really tough for them to this point.
So Marek will just set it up towards the hot spot. Up they go. Job Shanahan launching. He can't take the mark. The Blues have it. The handball's out to Allen, though. He gathers it for the Eagles. His handball spits out. Now pinching at Brady Hoff. Handball to Bailey Williams. The big ruck snaps on goal. Gets the bounce the wrong side of the goalpost. Minor score. Carlton by 20 points. 7.5 minutes into the third term.
It's all West Coast, isn't it? A small sample size as the kick from Newman out wide finds Haynes. Marks on the back flank, sends it down the wing. Mackay the target, broken up by McCarthy. Ball hits the deck. Ison's got it. Blues still up by 20. Ison looks corridor. Courageous mark. Sammy Walsh. And to ride the contact from Hoff, still took it. Continues the shift across the ground from the dock side to the city side. Taken on the wing by Akers. Hand pass away to Wilson. Wilson, change of heart on the way through. Eventually kicks inside 50. Bursts through the hands of McCarthy. Ball hits the deck. Ison knocks it out. Ainsworth at centre half forward receives it. Sends a handball away for the Blues to Hayward. Hayward retreats back. Misses Walsh. Walsh got to clean it up under pressure. Handball to the wing. Meant for Dirks, and he's met front on. Free kick. Blues to take it on the wing, up by 20, but the Eagles have kicked the last 3 goals in the game.
Dirksen moves it out to Chera. He's put down as he got the kick away. Hutchinson came in and bumped him. Ray Chamberlain, it was right in front of you.
Yeah, we've seen 3 occasions now. Harley Reid early doors with the high tackle. We saw a poor attempt to spoil in the middle of the ground there, where if the player drove through the ball, they'd have spoiled it. Hook around the arms of the head, and then that free after disposal. I love that they're up and about West Coast with their 3 goals and intensity, but they've just got to harness their discipline.
You're happy with that, Ray? That was there as Mackay comes around, snaps on goal and misses.
Yeah, absolutely. No attempt to tackle or smother, bumps and the ball's gone. If you get your timing wrong, it's a free kick.
And the player's never in a more vulnerable position than when they're kicking, are they? They're so open and exposed. What, you disagree, Rama?
Oh, I think if it's simultaneous, you're allowed to bump.
If it's after disposal, mate, it's a free kick, right? It's really simple.
Was that after disposal?
Yeah,
I didn't think it was.
Rama, was the kick effective? No, that's right, because the ball's gone, mate. Really easy to read it.
I'm not sure, Ray.
I know, I can tell.
I'm not sure.
Everyone's a bit tetchy to start the second half.
I just love that we're always really keen to hop into the ones in green. We never talk about the players taking ownership over their behaviour.
That's fair.
How about we get on that page for 5 minutes?
That's fair.
Baker's just ragdolled in the tackle by Haynes. The Blues have swung the ball from one wing to the other. Akers gives a short kick down to half forward through the hands of Hayward. And out of bounds, we'll have the boundary throw in half forward for the Blues. So Carlton did lead this game by 38 points. West Coast have kicked the last 3 goals either side of half-time. 10 minutes into the third. And at the moment, it's the Baggers by 21. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. All the fun of the fair, as always, from the boundary throw-in. Comes down to Ainsworth. Hand pass goes back to Walsh. Walsh gets onto his right peg on the wing. Long kick inside 50. Mackay runs to the front of the pack. No mark. Spills down to Evans. Handball away to the harmonica man, who's mowed down Cottrell. Umpire says, I'll have it. And a ball up. Centre half forward for the Blues.
Definitely lifted here, the Eagles, haven't they? Just sensing a bit of an opportunity, a bit of a moment to get themselves right back into this game.
Pitnet hooking it to the back. Jagger Smith swoops onto it. He's retreating with a handball to Wilson, who kicks into the pocket, looking for McGovern. Duggan comes across, punches it away. McCarthy lands in his lap. He'll exit with a kick to the wing. Bouncing ball for Job Shanahan. Overruns it. Haynes goes back in. He's tackled by Hutchinson. And a ball up, 60 out from the defensive goal for the Eagles. Carlton by 21. Another goal for Belgium. They lead 5-1.
Wow.
Over the All Whites.
Definitely not playing them. Yeah. So they're off. They're out of the Socceroos range for now. So round at 32 games, Socceroos and against Mo Salah and his Egyptian side as it stands at the moment. Final scores coming up shortly. The Eagles continue to shift the pill down to half forward. Baker to Williams, kicks into the pocket. Dean gets across, spoils, can't kill it. Waterman collects it half forward, kicks to full forward. Allen juggled attempt, didn't quite reel it in. The umpire arrives and says ball up, full forward for the Eagles. But Harry Dean, he's having himself an afternoon. 3 goals in a row for the West Coast Eagles either side of the half. They're within 21.
Williams takes it out of the ruck one-handed, had to throw it to himself to get the handball away.
That has to be
holding the ball. Oh, Allen did kick it away, but
he's lucky he gets away with 50. One.
What about the way Bailey Williams took it out of the ruck there? It's like a snake getting its prey. He sort of wrapped the hand around it and was able to reel it in. Mackay in the back pocket. Carlton by 21. Long kick to the wing. Up they go. Off the back of the pack. Ison roves it. Handball to Cripps. A little fumble. McGovern soccers it on. It was nearly Scarlet-like in the middle of the MCG, but didn't find a target. The Blues go back in and win it at half forward. McGovern out to Ison. Tackled to ground. Bounces off the first tackle. Then he's wrapped up. All up. 45 out from the attacking goal for the Blues.
The news of the World Cup's in the other game, by the way. Iran 2, Egypt 1. So Egypt, who were meant to get the draw and finish second in the group, all of a sudden find themselves now down 2-1 in that fixture in the waning moment. So how that impacts the Socceroos in just a moment. Out it comes towards Allen. Hand pass to Duggan. Handball away towards Graham. High up and under, up to the wing. Floating through. Cowan picks it off for the Blues. There's a free kick, though. It's still Carlton's footy, and Newman's going to take it. So 21-point lead for the Blues. Newman's got it on the wing. 13 minutes gone in the third. And right in front of us, the Eagles are making a run. They've kicked the last 3 goals. Short to Cowan, just inside the boundary line. City side. Cowan, towering kick into the forward pocket. In front of the pack, Duggan threw his body at it. No mark. Herbert collects. Mowed down by Byrne. Byrne with the chase down tackle. Holding the ball, not paid. No prior, and the ball trickles through for a minor score. Carlton by 22 points. 14 gone in the third.
Duggan zips away with it from the kick in. 3 bounces. Thinks about a fourth. Instead, the handball away to Elijah Hewitt, who was pressured, and he kicks it out on the full. Carlton by 22. Akers to send it back inside 50 towards the pocket. Wrestle on, getting back. Duff Tytler takes a defensive mark for the Eagles in the back pocket.
So that Iran result's pretty straightforward. So Iran have now flipped. They've taken Egypt's spot, and at the moment it's looking like Iran up against the Socceroos.
Oh, Shanahan with a nice little ride coming in to take the mark. Put a knee right into the back of his teammate Elijah Hewitt.
Did. Bit of a domino effect. He got the double there. Hewitt, he's tough. He's up. Good signs there, though. Duff Tytler, aerial, and then Shanahan finally sticking a contested mark. Let's see if that can get his confidence up.
And we heard Andrew McQualter speaking about it on AFL Saturday, which you can get under ABC AFL Daily, wherever you get your podcasts. 5 drops a week as Young. Long kick up to the wing, through the hands there of Bailey Williams out the back. Murdoch moves it on to Yo at half forward, drops the mark. Allows his defender to get back into it. Handball to himself. Umpire lets them play. Murdoch knocks it out. Yo tries to shrug. The tackle does, but runs out of room.
It's a bad drop from Yo. Had time to go 2 hands, I think, but all the momentum there just goes out of it. Murdoch had worked really hard, did well, won a crucial 50-50. All of a sudden, we've got to throw in at half forward.
Andrew McQualter did guarantee what they'll do at the draft. Later this year, the West Coast Eagles, as I said, ABC, AFL Daily, wherever you get your pods. A Carlton clearance. Cripps kicks to the logo, bounces out the back, gathered by Tom McCarthy. Dribbles the kick up to half forward for the Eagles. Cole picks it up off the deck. Back feeds a handball to Herbert. Herbert goes further back to Bazzo, and Bazzo will flare it out wide to the City wing.
Footies with Allen. Short kick finds McCarthy. 22-point lead for the Blues. Short centering kick finds Baker. He's got it between wing and half forward. Baker looks inside the forward 50 for the Eagles. Long kick into the dead pocket. He hasn't read Rama's transcript and slides out the back, and boundary throw in right forward pocket for the Big Birds. 22-point lead for the Blues. They did lead by as many as 38. West Coast have kicked the last 3. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Your thoughts throughout the afternoon. 0437 774 774. Mackay grabs it out of the ruck. Handball coughs it up. Graham from a tight angle. Hooks it goalward. He's missed everything. And he's in the spell of the Ramanaskas curse in that dead pocket. And there was nothing good to come from that. Out on the full, right across the goal mouth.
Akers just poking it over the top. Away to Newman. Newman in the back pocket. He'll switch it. Mackay was one option. The other was Cowan. The latter accepts it. Cowan kicks up to Haynes on the wing. Carlton going down the Melbourne City side of the wing. 22 points is the Blues lead. Haynes kicks around the wing. Up they go through the hands of Bazzo. He has to go again. And now coming through Byrne. Sockers it to his own advantage. Might burst onto it. Just leaves it behind. Allows in the Eagles. Duff Tytler clipped him. Right as Byrne went to ground to try and gather the footy. And he'll go back and have a look at the sticks.
It's a free kick for a mistake.
Sloppy, isn't it? Big fella.
Yeah. Byrne should have really taken that ball at ground level. Yeah, but then it's just a Duff Tytler. It's a free kick every day of the week. The player's in a vulnerable position.
I have noticed when Taylor Byrne kicks on goal, he veers to the left at the very end, which has been contentious, dare I say it. I mean, not here, not after the siren. Carlton by 22 points. Comes in straight here, Byrne, and kicks it straight as well. That's a settler for Carlton, back out by 28 points. Ends a run of 3 for the Eagles, and he's got 3 of his own, Taylor Byrne. Maybe a breakout day for Taylor Byrne. 18 and a half minutes into the third term.
Well, I don't know what's contentious. If you come off your line, it's play on. So I don't understand how we keep having the same conversation about this. So I look at from behind the kicker. The umpire gives you a direct line to the ball. Now, Ray will correct me if I'm wrong here. You're allowed, I think, a half a metre either side of that before it's play on. So
Spot on.
I don't see where it's contentious.
Ray? It becomes contentious when the AFL try to please everyone.
Yeah.
Well, it's contentious when it's a goal after the siren. That's when it's really...
But if you come off your line, you've come off your line.
Yeah, I know. But I think the point was... Well, anyway, we've spoken enough about that in the weekend. That hurts, that goal, though. That's against the tide a bit. He's a clever player, Byrne. Just watch it. He kicked it to himself. You're right, Rammer. He fumbled and got rewarded for a clumsy mistake from the big fella, but that hurts the Eagles.
Williams pumps it down to Yo. He's taken high, takes the free kick, kicks inside the forward 50. Akers has got it. He's tackled to ground.
Just looking down at Willem Dersma. Only there's 6 possessions. I wonder if it's time to put him in the middle now, halfway through the third quarter or later in the third quarter. See if they can't find something, create a bit of a spark.
The first came back from his calf injury for Willem Dersma as Williams wins the hit out from the restart. Hoff, hand pass to Williams, to Dersma. There's possession 7, gives it to Graham, kicks across the 50 to Davis, spills the mark. Davis goes and collects, gives a handball away to Cole, who retreats back with the kick to Herbert, who marks on the wing. Herbert looks corridor. Things open up here for the Eagles. Tyler Young takes the mark. He kicks deep towards full forward. Reed flying in the pack. Knocked away from him. Marrick collects. Left half forward. Pulls the kick back to the corridor. 2 Blues up. Dean and Mackay. And Dean was never letting that go. He's got it at fullback for the Blues. And Harry Dean, who's also having a nice afternoon. Gee, the 2 18-year-olds impressing at either end, Byrne and Dean. And Carlton by 28 points and possession. Short kick to Wilson, who's got it in the back pocket. I'll tell you what, this association football stuff is a thrill a minute. So the Iran goal was disallowed. So instead of being 2-1 and they're playing the Socceroos, it's now 1-1. And that flips it back the other way. So now all of a sudden it looks like Egypt again are the opponents of the Australians. So 1-1 as it stands between Egypt and Iran. We'll give you the finals and all the breakdown in just a moment. But that looks like the path for the Socceroos. Egypt next Saturday in the round of 32.
The Eagles with a free kick on the wing. Eventually, advantage paid. Young just heaves it inside 50. Off the hands of the pack towards the boundary line and close to the elbow of 50 in the boundary. A throw-in coming. Carlton by 28, 21 minutes into the third. 11-9, 75, plays 7-5, 47.
Full time, by the way, 1-1, Egypt, Iran. And then the other game, it was Belgium 5, New Zealand 1.
Williams taking it out of the ruck. Shovels a handball forward. Onto it quickly. Jagger Smith, handball to Haynes. Blues in their back pocket. Off to Florent. Rushing a kick up towards the wing. Brought down by McCarthy. Baker takes it. Kicks inside 50. Just misses his target inside 50 of Davis. The Eagles can go back and get it through Davis, though. Waterman helps out. Getting involved, Cole. And then turn it over. Cottrell trying to clear the defensive 50 with the handball. He goes in again, wins it to Walsh. And now the Blues can really go. Handball away to Shearer. He'll kick forward of the logo and it all opens up.
Kemp takes the mark. He's got Harry Mackay tearing downhill. Mark's all alone. Show him your tail lights, Harry. Can run it in and whack it into the second deck. Mackay's got 2. And Carlton calm it all down. 34 points the lead for the Blue Baggers. 12-9-81. West Coast 7-5-47. 23 minutes gone in the third. Adam Ramanauskas, Luke Ball, Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
It's really the Baker kick that causes this. You love then the contest.
Yeah, that's the game, isn't it?
Yeah.
Win the contest and then...
Yeah, so it's Cottrell, Harry Dean involved in the contest then, sort of inside West Coast forward 50. But once they break Carlton, they're just away. It wasn't just Harry Mackay who was goal side. Frankie Evans was goal side also. But just the Baker kick had to hit. If it hits, West Coast having a shot at goal.
There was some high-speed running there from Harry, wasn't there, where he saw the open field and the open goal. Would have blown the GPS up then.
Neither ruck decisive with the tap. Free kick at ground level to Harley Reid. It's about giving the handball to McCarthy on his way by. Sides against it and rushes a kick inside 50 in the end. Turns it over. Makers marks for Carlton. He kicks out towards the wing and finds Evans. Evans shorts it for Kemp. Carlton by 34, have led by as much as 38. Short again, away to Jagger Smith, who goes back to Billy Wilson. And a real find, this kid. Wilson kicks back into the middle of the ground for Harry Dean. Rising in stature every week. He kicks out wide on the bounce to Chera. Now Carlton can look inside 50, leading up. Ison doesn't mark, out the back, Dersma. I called his name a lot in the back pocket for the Eagles. Twisting, turning, kicking laterally, and too wide for Baker. And he carries it out, throw in right forward pocket, Ray Chamberlain.
Yeah, whilst the game's been going on, Cooper Tough Tyler spent the last 5 minutes down with the doctor and the physio, lower left leg.
Mickey Ray has played 11 of the 14 games leading into today, so what's that, 12 of 15 for Duff Tyler. As Pitternet grabs it out of the ruck, tries to kick goalward, puts it across the face, and Young able to intercept for the Eagles, pumps a kick up to the wing. Cole needs it to sit for him. He's got 2 Blues to beat. Great tackle. Chera just reels it in. No Pryor and a ball up on the wing. Still to come, by the way, Collingwood and Richmond next at the MCG, and then later tonight, the showdown. Port Adelaide and Adelaide. You'll hear it all right here on ABC Sport. And from the ball up on the wing, Cripps, first clean disposal. Hand pass away to Hewitt. Runs and carries for Carlton. Gives it to Walsh. Handball down to Ison. Extra hand pass on to Ainsworth. Needs it to sit. Now he's got to deal with Hewitt and ran out of room. It's out of bounds. Boundary throw in half forward for the Blues. Just repeating, Egypt is the opponent in the round of 32 for the Australians after their 1-1 draw with Iran. There's all sorts of controversy at the end with Iran having their goal cancelled out, but Socceroos and Egypt next Saturday, round of 32 knockout.
Williams bringing it down and pinched by Ainsworth. Blues back in possession off to Walsh to Cripps. Low kick. It barely got a foot off the ground and hit the chest of Frankie Evans. Diving forward, 35 out, slight angle left of centre.
It's good work around contest again by the Blues. Paddy Cripps there, just a real chiseler. Evans good enough to mark it on the chest, should convert here.
Just been, for the majority of the day, the Eagles just defensively, just been a step or, at best, a step off there. Even then.
Just on their heels.
Yep, on their heels. Slow to react, which off the bye, you'd hope for a bit better, I reckon. Andrew McQualter.
Evans comes in. His drop punt is missing. Missing to the left. Carlton by 35. Closing in on three-quarter time.
Eagles did get within 21 earlier in the quarter. 20 points rather earlier in the quarter. It's out to 35 now. The Blues settling that down with the last couple. Up to the wing, the Eagles work it. Shanahan away to Murdoch, trying to get it back to Shanahan. Broken up by Newman. Tough stuff in there from Akers. Got it out to Hayward. He's tackled straight away and a ball up. 12-10 to 7-5. Up it goes. Williams palms it down. Oh, Dersma turns straight into Byrne, fresh on the interchange. He lays the tackle. Ball spits out. Cripps shoots a handball forward. Akers running out of room. Surely threw it back in the field of play. No free kick for the Eagles. Allen takes it anyway. The Eagles work it out. Handball to McCarthy, to Dersma, to Marek. He receives a short kick. Gives a handball to Baker. Over kicks it. Turns it straight over. Haynes, the intercept mark for the Blues. Centre half back.
He gives it off to Wilson, who's met by a couple of Eagles holding the ball. Waterman picks it up, fires on goal, and Harry Dean is back there to mark on the last line.
Well, it's a frustrated key forward who's been starved of opportunity, but he just had to hold up there, take Waterman. Could have lowered his eyes, waited for some players to break into space, but had an unrealistic shot from outside 50, well outside 50, which fell short.
So the Blues just kicking it around inside defensive 50. Eventually, Ainsworth exits on the lateral kick out wide. Right, taken by Newman. Carlton 35 points to the good. Newman to Wilson, who shorts it to Ainsworth, and Carlton just assessing the situation late in the term, happy to just chip it around a bit, off to Ainsworth, now to Cowan. We'll move it on to Hewitt. We'll kick back to the opposite back flank and find Harry Dean.
Dean tumbles a kick down the wing. Haynes collects the footy on the logo. Long ball inside the forward 50. Oh, Evans at the back takes a chest mark. Cripps couldn't reel it in the front. He had to deal with the contact coming over the back from Starcevic. And yet Evans hugs it to his chest, and we'll get a look after the bell. Let's see how he goes inside the tram lines here.
Well, he's got a sider, hasn't he, from probably about 10 metres closer. He's actually a beautiful kick of the footy. One of the Blues' best kicks, certainly inside 50.
It's incredible, Murphy's Law, the way the game happens to produce these moments after a controversial incident. We had two kicks after the siren last night. We've got one here. He's got the umpire right behind him. He's on his line. The kick's legal. The kick misses. The behind will count. It's a minor score, and all's okay in the world for now. 12-11 to 7-5 are behind for Francis Evans. And it is three-quarter time here at the, where are we, at Dockland Stadium. A 6-goal lead for the Blues. 12-11 over the West Coast Eagles, 7-5. The goal kickers for the Blue Baggers. Taylor Burns got 3. He's had an afternoon, and then 2 each for Mackay, McGovern and Hewitt. Singles for Cripps, for Evans and for Cottrell. Meanwhile, for the West Coast Eagles, they've got 6 individual goal kickers. No, they don't. Hoff's kicked 2, and then individuals for Dersma, Reid, Allen, Williams and Murdoch. 3 quarters down here. It is Carlton by 36 points. They led by 27 at quarter time and by 32 at the half, and they've won every term so far. A 6-goal advantage for the Blue Baggers. The thoughts of Bawley and Rammer in just a moment, plus a trip to the MCG. This is AFL. This is AFL footy. This is Saturday footy right here on ABC Sport.
Tammy Shipley believed someone was out to hurt her. She's put under 24-hour surveillance, and then something strange happens.
Ambulance emergency.
Tammy's story. Search background briefing on ABC Listen.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season with ABC Sport.
Ball hits the deck. Florin on the last line for the Blues. Handball to Akers. He's worried out of it. Murdoch sweats on it. Snaps. Goals. West Coast. First goal of the second half. Trying to clear the defensive 50 with the handball. He goes in again. Wins it to Walsh. And now the Blues can really go. Handball away to Shearer. He'll kick forward of the logo and it all opens up.
Kemp takes the mark. He's got Harry Mackay tearing downhill. Mark's all alone. Show him your tail lights, Harry. Can run it in and whack it into the second deck. Mackay's got 2. And Carlton calm it all down.
The AFL on ABC Sport.
On radio,
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
and ABC Listen.
The Eagles got within 20 points. Carlton kicked the next 2 goals. It's out to a 6-goal advantage for the Blues. At three-quarter time. 12-11-83. They lead the West Coast Eagles 7-5-47. Corbin Middlemass alongside Ben Cameron, Luke Ball, Adam Ramanauskas and Ray Chamberlain. Your call team. Lauren Borden is heading up our call for the fixture which comes next across town at the MCG. The Tigers and the Pies. Loz.
Hello, Corbin. Yes, pack your hand warmers if you're coming across to the MCG this afternoon. Maybe you're planning to do a little bit of double duty and watch a couple of games in Melbourne today. A low of 4 degrees expected tonight. But there is plenty of sunshine around at the MCG, which is nice at the moment. Both of these sides, Collingwood and Richmond, were part of the more ordinary matches last week in round 15. So Collingwood did defeat Port Adelaide. Richmond scored just 6 goals against North Melbourne. The Pies are in 11th position. They're half a game away from a wild card position. And that's the factor, that's the carrot that Adam is talking about for the Tigers, that they can't play finals, but maybe they can stop another side from getting there. So Toby Nankervis returned last week. They regained Jack Ross from concussion and Ryan Mansell as well from a fractured wrist that he sustained earlier at the very beginning of the season. Scott Pendlebury's in for the 4th time this season for the Pies, and he's up to game number 436 if you're counting. It'll be myself and Joel Peterson to call the match. Former Tiger, number 1 draft pick Brett Delidio, and North Melbourne Games record holder Brent Harvey will be our experts with Poppy Penny on the boundary. So Collingwood and Richmond coming up next from the MCG, Corb.
Call well, Loz. Appreciate all that. So the latest there from the G, the Pies and the Tigers coming up next. Blues by 6 goals here. Adam Ramanauskas, Luke Ball through 3.
Well, West Coast found a little bit of energy, really, for the first 10 minutes of that quarter. And then to Carlton's credit, so what is it, 2 goals 5 to 2 goals 1 for the quarter, but it was 2 goals to 0 to start that quarter in West Coast favour. So Carlton, what they did is they locked down. They simply locked down in their defence. There's a couple of really key moments in their defence from Harry Dean, who's having a terrific game. Like, to hold down a key defensive post at 18 and do it week in, week out is simply incredible. And he's certainly in the conversation for the Rising Star this year.
How do you seed them?
Who have I got?
So let's say Willem Dersma, Jagger Smith and Harry Dean. You put Cooper Trembath in there as well. If
I would go Harry Dean, then I would go Dersma, Trembath, Jagger Smith. That would be my 4 at the moment.
Okay.
I think Trembath playing a key forward role at the moment in the ruck as well. I think he's doing an incredible job in that sense. Dersma's an interesting one, and you mentioned him in that quarter club. He's only had the six or 7 possessions for the game. Put him behind the ball. Let him go and defend for a while. Find a player that's got a high work rate. Put Willem Dersma on that and go, okay, when we flip you back forward, this is the level of intensity you need to show at AFL level to find the football, to work into a game of football. Shanahan's the same.
Yep.
Now, this last quarter, flip him back. But he's not touching the ball forward at the moment. What did he have that quarter? He had the 2 touches only that quarter. So it's sort of like when you've got an opportunity to give these younger West Coast players a bit of a lesson. Shanahan's coming to the bench now to start this 4th quarter. Duff Tyler is also coming to the bench to start the 4th quarter. But when you've got a chance to give education to them, give it to them.
Yep.
And I think this last quarter will be a perfect opportunity. 30 minutes of both and with Shanahan and Will Dersma to play back.
And with Duff Tyler, he hasn't even rucked today, has he, Shanahan? So we haven't really seen him get up and around the ground. What do you reckon, Boy?
Yeah, I think so. I think, throw the magnets around a little bit, try and find something. I'd even put Dersman into a centre bounce or 2.
Yep.
See if he can't have an impact in there. But, just far too few contributors today. And from the Blues' point of view, it's been some really good contributions across the board.
They gave him a little mini scare, West Coast, in that 3rd quarter, and Carlton able just to settle the game down.
Yeah.
So 36 points the advantage.
They just haven't been able to stop the ball transitioning from their forward half, which is it's a young team sort of problem, but 8 goals from the defensive 50 for the Blues.
Repeat ball ups to start the final term. Harley Reid, the centre clearance, competing in the air. Waterman then goes back, gets it. Handball away towards Yo. Kicks deeper inside 50. Murdoch trying to draw the free. Unsuccessful. Thought he caught one over the back of the head. No free kick forthcoming. Now trying to drag it in off the deck. Ball spills out towards his teammate Hutchinson, who's tackled, and will have a ball up left forward pocket for the Eagles.
Here's just an opportunity now. So deep forward 50 stoppage. How do you set up behind the ball? The ball should not be able to transition out here to a score from Carlton's point of view.
Tapping it down, Bailey Williams gives it off to Murdoch, and then Harley Reid caught. Trying to run the gauntlet.
Yeah.
Tight to the boundary line. He couldn't find a way through.
Trying to make something happen. But yeah, let's see here if they can lock the ball inside their front half at least, if not forward 50.
Ray Chamberlain, there's some news out of the Eagles around Cooper Duff-Tytler.
Yeah, as we discussed, a lot of treatment, but he's out for the rest of the game. I'm not sure how severe it is, but certainly precautionary.
So, calf concern there for Duff-Tytler. Pick 4 in last year's national draft. They've got 7 top 20 picks out there today. The West Coast Eagles, 10 on their list in total. As Wilson just runs around the man on the mark, kicks down the wing, and there's a free kick from Mackay, who's caught in a tangle.
So that just relieves the pressure there. Like that Wilson shouldn't be able to do that. It's Adam Marek just losing concentration, allowing him to step around the mark instead of a long kick and being able to maintain the ball inside their front half. It just releases the pressure. They just haven't been able to do it at all today, the Eagles.
Ryan Marek, we've seen him in defence in much of his career, much of the season so far, playing more to the front half today as Newman dabs the kick down the wing. On the bounce, it got to Young, and he's tackled out of bounds. We'll have a throw-in right in front of the benches. Final quarters this year, the Blues have won more than they've lost, despite their reputation in the front half of the season.
Is that right?
Yep, they've won 8, lost 6. Which is a little quirky stat, isn't it, given how they coughed up all those leads in the front half of the year.
Tapped down by Pitnet. Cripps bursts away with the footy, kicks the Blues to half forward to McGovern. Marks 53 out. Probably too far to score, so he kicks to the pocket. Looking for a marker. Kemp right there with him, Bazzo. Able to impact enough to send it out of play.
We've seen a couple of the still visions of that goal that was disallowed for a run up against Egypt.
Oh, I think that's going to be controversial.
There was less than a big toe in it.
Might be a talking point, you think?
There's another image where there's a defender that's further behind it as well. So
controversy.
VAR not getting it done. Cottrell, high kick to full forward. Bazzo, he marks for the free kick. Big Harry Mackay was held out of it.
And he was.
And 15 metres out, slight angle to the right side for a left footer. Harry will snap on goal.
Well, Young just holding the arm there of Harry Mackay, not allowing him a run and jump with the football, so an easy one there for the umpire.
Big H snaps it through, and Carlton, they lead by 42 points. A new game high. Harry's got 3. 13-11-89. Plays 7-5-47. 4 into the fourth. Ray Chamberlain.
Yeah, those marking contests are really difficult for umpires when there's not a grab of the wing. You know, when they're using body on body, rammer, and they're coming in, you know, who's contesting the ball, who's not. But when that's the second one in 3 minutes where the opposition player just grabbed hold of Harry's arm, and it's a pretty easy one for the ump.
And he's got his arm around the body of Harry Mackay as well. So, you know, okay, Mackay might be a bit stronger than Tyler Young, but just lay off him, jump into the contest and spoil the ball.
50th game too, Tyler Young, so he's starting to get those errors out of your game. Really missing Jinby, aren't they? And even Harry Edwards, who hasn't been out there for a while. They're probably their 2 best defenders, the Eagles, so exposing some of their depth behind the footy.
Blues by 7 goals. They get the first possession of the restart. Cripps a handball down to half forward. Evans keeps it moving. Cottrell needs it to sit for him. Decides just to kick it out of midair. High up and under, closer to goal, and picked off by the man running back there in Davis. Hamish Davis, one of the last picks in his national draft. We always love those feel-good stories. Pick 64, goes wide with the kick and finds Hoff, who marks at half back.
They don't quite go with the Mr. Irrelevant tag like they do in the NFL, do we? Bit harsh.
Ball turned over on the wing. Cripps to Walsh. Away to Evans by hand. Hand pass to Jagger Smith. On the run, he misses out to the right or behind. So that game-high lead grows. 43 points Carlton's way. 5 gone in the final term. This is Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Young to take the kick in. Taking his time too. Stabs it short for Duggan. Reminder to the Eagles fans, if you want to hear Andrew McQualter and you missed him earlier, ABC AFL Daily in the podcast feed, you'll be able to find it. The Eagles work it through the middle of the ground. Graham loops it over the top to Harley Reid. Harley Reid kicks deep towards Waterman, and he marks. Loops it over the top. Joe Shanahan runs it in. Something for the Eagles as he kicks it into the corporate box.
Yeah.
Right through the open window.
A souvenir for a lucky fan. Let's see if it comes back down.
I don't think it will. Oh, yeah, it's come back down.
That's good.
Carlton by 37, 13-12-90, plays 8-5-53. 6 minutes into the final term. Adam Ramanauskas and Luke Ball.
Well, it was a bit of a taste of their own medicine, wasn't it, Rama? First time really for the day, and they've been able to get the ball. And that time it was from a kick out. And it wasn't, you wouldn't say it was pretty, but just keep turning up the overlap run. In the end, there was a bit of a breakdown from the Blues team defence, wasn't it? They had 3 players out the back, the Eagles, against one, and Harry Dean. It was a lovely penetrating kick, wasn't from Harley Reid. And Jake Waterman, nice and unselfish there.
First of the day for James Shanahan. Back in the middle of the ground. Shanahan, what did I say?
Kind of sounds like you're saying Shannon Hearn.
My apologies. It's a friend of Eagles past as the Blues get it out to the wing. Here's Evans, who marks on the wing. Carlton going forward. Long kick into the forward pocket. Kemp couldn't quite reel it in. The ball spills out towards Young, who's tackled straight away. Ball up. Deep forward for the Blues. 37 points, their lead. Got out as wide as 43. From the restart, comes down to Ainsworth. Hand pass away to Cottrell. Cottrell just kicks a high floater up and under. Punched on by the Eagles. Closer to the Carlton goal, taken by Harley Reid. Last line of defence. He's getting jeered. It took them a moment to ID the player as Reid with the long kick up to the wing. Through the hands of Shanahan. Out the back to Newman. Carlton now with it. Hand pass to Haynes. Handball away to Dirksen. He looks corridor with a kick. It's superb. Finds Jagger Smith. Jagger kicks to the leading forward, and it's a good option. And a neat mark taken in all of that. Kemp rather hits up and reels it in. Copped a bit of contact too. Heavy landing for Brodie Kemp. 52 metres out.
Yeah, it's knocked the wind out of him, that one. Well, the ump's good. No sympathy from the umpire.
Told him to keep it moving. High kick into the pocket for Byrne. And he's challenged a little vertically, so that wasn't the best kick for him. The Eagles able to work it out as Davis gives a hand pass out towards McCarthy. Short kick along the boundary line. And Waterman takes the mark, rolls and immediately moves it forward.
Kicks a high kick inside 50. Elijah Hewitt goes up, slips through his fingers, and the Blues are there to work it out, though the handball goes right back into the muck. And still they all scrap after it. Elijah Hewitt at the bottom of the pack. Carlton by 37. Have led by 42, the Eagles. The last goal in the game.
His second mark for the game, Waterman. We just haven't seen him up on the wings enough, Rama, have we?
Hitting that down to Walsh, who grubbers a kick towards the logo. Evans gets there first. Right there with him is Evans, who gets some help from Marek, and the Eagles back in possession. Kicks for Hutchinson. He marks it half forward. Gives it off to Graham running by. He'll kick deep to full forward. Up they go. Williams and Waterman both there. Cole sidestepping back to Bailey Williams. Snaps the goal. 2 for Bailey J. And it's back to 31 points, Carlton's lead. 13-12-90, plays 9-5-59. 9 travelled fourth term. Adam Ramanauskas and Luke Ball.
Repeat inside 50 entry there. So, force Carlton to defend a couple of times. Ball comes in. It's a ground level work. So Carlton, for the first time, they didn't close down the space of the West Coast players. So Cole was able to really make a decision with the football, probably 12 or 13 metres out from goal, where all day Carlton have pressed, forced the West Coast opponent to make a decision quicker. But that's where Cole was able just to give that handball out to Williams for an easy goal.
I mentioned that interview on ABC AFL Daily, Ben. Wherever you get your podcasts, you can check it out. AFL Saturday with Andrew McQualter. More of that at the moment as Pitternet palms it down towards Walsh, who runs it out the front door of the centre square. Great kick, finds Ison, who hits up and marks. And the Blues will get a chance to answer straight back. As Ison will kick from 30 out just right of centre. I did ask him, Bally, about their number one pick, or their first rounder this year, as to what they'll do with it. He mentioned a few weeks ago that they're not keen to get any younger, but it's pretty adamant, wasn't he, that they'll take it to the draft?
Yeah, and I think if it's a top 5 pick, want to be pretty compelling to trade that out. So not a huge surprise there. But certainly as of next year, you'd hope that their first pick starts to creep out a bit, Corb.
Ison misses out to the right and behind. So 32 points in the lead for the Blues. Obviously all the advantages of the top 5 too. If there's a a bid on an academy player or a father-son in the top 5, you get an extra pick, start of the second round or end of your first round. So comes with plenty of advantages. A top 5 selection where the Eagles are currently positioned third last.
Young heaving it to the wing. Waterman going up, doesn't take the mark, and the Blues are there out the back through Cowan, though the tackle jars the ball free. Waterman trying to get involved again on the wing. Ball spits out to the Blues once more. They come away with it. Ainsworth, handball to Haynes. Handball to Cripps. Cripps handballs it straight back to the Eagles. Davis, he takes it back. He was bumped. He'll take the advantage. He was bumped high, I should say. And now the long kick inside 50 for the Eagles. Dirksen. Up he goes. Doesn't take the mark. Follows up at ground level. And the Blues are there through Cottrell. It's all a little bit ho-hum at the moment as eventually it comes out to Yo. Snaps and hits the post. But the players have just stuck it in neutral a little bit here. Carlton by 32 points. 12 minutes into the fourth. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Kick out duties here as the kick comes wide there from Dirksen. Finds Ison and marks on the back flank. Short kick straightens back up and Ainsworth takes the mark. Sing well and truly out of this one. A 31-point lead for the Blues. A dozen minutes into the last. Kicks down the wing and here's Mackay. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Pies and Tigers coming up at the G. Looking to come back corridor as Mackay's kick broken up. Didn't quite reach Walsh. And in the end, clash of bodies, all okay. McCarthy tackled as soon as he got it. Ball up on the wing. And then later tonight, the showdown. The Adelaide Crows up against Port Adelaide. Port in the prison bars. Of course, it's their home showdown. So all three games you'll hear here today on ABC Sport.
Williams gives it off to Harley Reid. He'll kick around the wing and find Murdoch, who marks and goes. Handball to half forward. Baker chips it into the pocket. And a good mark for Waterman. 40 out. Acute angle right half forward.
It's too little too late, isn't it? But I just feel like he's moving a bit more this quarter, Rammer.
Well, he's playing higher up.
Yeah.
He's got his the anchors out of the goal square now. So
number one key forward, and play on a young player too. I feel like he probably a missed opportunity for this quarter to get him up the ground and try and get him a bit lost in midfield.
Jake Waterman. Boot to ball from 48. Starts it narrow. It's not coming back enough. And misses narrow. Carlton by 5 goals neat. 14 played in the fourth.
We don't often get we don't get the Eagles here, obviously, every second week like they play at home. And obviously there's various other ports in the country they've got to go to. So Rama having, I guess, watched them live today in Bawley. Is there sort of areas you think that are most pressing for Andrew McQualter as to what he can clean up in this group as the kick out comes wide to Dean?
From what we've seen today, it's that team defence, Corby, I think. And it's a bit of a constant theme with the younger developing teams, isn't it? Just their inability to be able to stop transition, defend transition. I mean, Carlton have probably dominated all facets today. They've been stronger around the footy and clearance. They've won that. But the ability to be able to move the ball from back half to score has been far too easy.
Hurried handballs out of the back half from Carlton. They've coughed it up as Reid involved in a handball chain with Duggan. Back to Harley Reid. Kicks inside the forward 50 and Haynes takes the intercept mark at half back. 30-point lead for the Blues. 14 and a half gone in the final term. Socceroos are playing Mo Salah and his Egyptian national team in the round of 32. So that's next Saturday morning after their 1-1 draw with Iran. And the other game was Belgium wide 5-1 winners over New Zealand.
I'm pleased to tell you as well, Corbin.
Yep.
Who did you see?
Call them Carl 10. The live ladder has Carlton in the 10 now.
Oh.
As Hayward looks out wide, I did hear someone run with Carl 10 during the week. Corey Abilio from Champion Data. It was his idea, and I like it. They could be in the 10. They are right now.
It's another win for the wildcard round, isn't it? For all those naysayers out there.
Yeah. Young, long kick to the pocket off the hands of the pack. It comes down for Duggan. He overruns it. Onto it, Hayward.
Ball, yeah.
Yeah, he's caught holding the ball. Well done by Davis. Applying the tackle. And Hamish Davis for the West Coast Eagles with potentially a shot on goal. Marks at 49.5 metres out. Trot in. Veer out to the right. Send it on goal. It's not a bad-looking kick, but it's offline the left-hand side. Carlton's lead 29 points. 16 minutes and change into this final term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Pretty good crowd. Have we got a crowd number yet, Corp?
Not yet.
Level 3 always the gauge, isn't it?
Do you want to
Blues fans?
Do you want to guesstimate? What do you reckon?
I reckon it's high 30s.
Why wouldn't you come out and watch the Blues on a Saturday afternoon on the back of 5 straight wins, about to make it 6? McGovern short down the line and knocked out a play before Evans could mark it, so a throw in next to the benches. 29 points Carlton's advantage. They led by as many as 43 earlier in this final term. Of course, most of the round to play, but Carlton 10th on the live ladder. Got a wrestle on the wing. We'll have another ball up. The Eagles, they've got a poor record against Carlton. They've lost their last 6 games by an average of 68 points. And they've lost their last 10 here at Dockland, soon to be 11 by an average margin of over 10 goals as well. They've fought on pretty well here, despite the fact that the result seemingly taken care of much earlier. From the stoppage, ball heads down to half forward for the Eagles. There's all sorts of whistles going on. There's a free kick. After all that, it's a Carlton free. Happy with that, Ray?
Clear hold.
Okay. Newman takes it, dabs it short to Haynes.
That's quick by Ray.
Final 8 minutes. It is Carlton by 29 points.
Haynes just assessing what's before him. Kick to a contest. Kemp to launch at it. Crashes into the back of Harry Mackay, and then Hutchinson roves it for the Eagles. Handball to Baker. Back to Duggan to Hoff. Back to Baker, bursting forward. He'll kick inside 50. Yo's got some separation. Dirksen.
Had a good game, Benny.
Darts in from the side to Mark defensively. His kick hangs in the air but gets to Haynes.
He's taking his opportunity, isn't he? With no Wiedering out there at the moment. Not sure how far off he is, but he's been good.
That's short down the line, punched away by Bazzo and over the boundary line. Unfortunately, not close now, Bally. So he pulled up short at training on Thursday, had another scan, and that revealed a new strain. So
okay, well there you go. So more opportunity for Wade Dirksen, and so far he's looking like taking it, which is great to see.
Already missed 4 games, and now a repeat calf. I imagine you'd be more conservative the second time round.
Yep.
So that might seem.
And look, that's a good sign, isn't it? Too that they're going to win their 6 games in a row. 6 in a row without largely without Jacob Wiedering. It's a really good sign.
Getting ready for the wild card.
Pitternet got it corridor. Cottrell links up with Ainsworth. Ainsworth on the run, knocks it through. Party time for the Baggers. And then about to make it half a dozen in a row under their caretaker coach Josh Fraser. 14-13-97. The Baggers all over West Coast, 9-8-62. 35 points the spread as we tick into time on in the final term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Again, Bally, it's just this corridor protection. Defence for the Eagles has just been non-existent today. Now, that was a scrubby kick. So you should be really with your direct opponent. So Pitner straight out of the ruck. Duggan's behind Cottrell. Baker's behind Ainsworth. They go through the centre corridor and they're able to kick a goal. You've got to be protected better, particularly there's a stoppage directly on centre wing. It's right in front of our commentary boxes here, and there's just no protection by the Eagles. But terrific by Carlton to recognise that.
Restart in the middle. Pitnet with more of it. He follows up as well at ground level. Gets it out towards Hewitt. He kicks out wide for the Blues. Chera can't take the mark. Offhands, it comes down and he wins it at ground level. Carlton half forward. Handball over his head to Evans. Off to Hewitt. Steps his man. Kicks on goal. And kicks a behind. Would have been a third for Georgie Hewitt. Shrugging off that nagging hip flexor during the week. Not to be. Carlton by 36 points. 20 minutes into this final term.
Oh, Bazzo pushed as he kicked, and the ball ends up out of bounds on the full. He was trying to draw some kind of a free, but good pressure from Ison. And Carlton win it back between wing and half forward. 36-point advantage for the Blues. Chera into the pocket. Cripps hitting up and marking. And Cripps has got it against the boundary line left half forward.
Oh, I like this version of Paddy Cripps. This will be his third shot at goal for the game. just looks dangerous every time he goes forward. It's such a tricky matchup. 193, I think here, 192, Paddy Cripps is. So you have to put a tall player that can compete with him in the air.
He does this pretty well too, doesn't he, Eben? From 45 metres out, kick the goal like this at the other end of the ground, but left half forward flank, snapping across the body. 45 metres he's got to kick it. This time he's got it a little skinny, misses near side of behind. 37 points, Carlton's lead. 21 minutes gone final term. So result in their keeping here. They're about to go 7-8 on the year. So just a game below 500 for a team that won only one of their first 9.
And just repeating, the live ladder has them in the 10. They are in the wild card positions. No caretaker coach has taken their team to finals before. And if you're disputing the semantics around whether it's a final in the wild card position, Andrew Dillon did say at the start of the year it would be considered as such. You can make up your own mind, though. I'm not that strong on it. As a kick from Cowan finds Ainsworth, who gives it off to Akers, into the pocket. Burn for the Blues, to Kemp, to Evans, and another one. Evans doubles up, and Carlton cross 100. 15-15, 105, plays 9-8-68. Carlton by 43, 22 minutes into the fourth.
Well, the footy they're playing, they absolutely deserve to be in that finals or wild, whatever you want to call it, Rama. And I think that'll really please Josh Fraser too. And they're working hard. Ben Ainsworth, who's been super, he's in career best form, isn't he? Young Bird involved again, so it's been young and old today. Yeah. Cripps and Walsh and sharing the footy around there. That's a good sign, isn't it? Sign of a team that are enjoying their footy and playing with a lot of confidence. They've just been cleaner, more skillful, far more skillful, and they've just worked harder than the Eagles today.
So 133 more possessions Carlton have had in this game.
Just dominated the footy, the Blues. Out to 43 points, an equal game high. So Hewitt, hand pass away to Smith. Handball further afield to Ainsworth. Spins out of a would-be tackle from Duggan. Gives it to Hayward. Hayward from outside 50. Another one. Another W. And another goal for the Blues. Out by 49. 16-15, 111. The West Coast Eagles 9-8-62, a centre bounce goal for the Blues. 24 travelled in the last, and Will Hayward joins in the party with his first of the day.
Oh, it's exciting. A really exciting play there by the Blues. Centre bounce has been relatively even for the day, 14-13 in Carlton's favour, but when each team have had that centre clearance, they've actually made the opposition pay. So on that occasion there, Smith's involved, Ainsworth's involved again. Lovely kick outside 50.
Beautiful finish, wasn't it? Two steps. Jeez, he's hit that flush cleanly.
Ainsworth's up to 26 possessions with 10 score involvements.
Yeah, and I thought he was good early too. I thought he set the game up in that first quarter.
Williams bringing it down for Yo in the middle, who gives it back to Harley Reid. His kick out to half forward. Graham brings it down, gives it off to Bo Allen. His kick a turnover. Cowan marks on the back flank for the Blues. Carlton by 49 points.
What are those cheers for? Is that I think there's something there? Was Lockie Cowan?
I think they're moves.
Is that his name?
Because he's a cow. He's a cow. Yeah. So they all move when he kicks the footy. It's a long way from the wolf for Perovic and Ange Christo and the big left footers back in the day. Adam Saad, of course. He had that honour bestowed upon him. But it's the moves nowadays. Pack forms at the end of that on the wing as Pitternet and Williams swat it down. Blues win it as Chera got a hand pass away to Hayward. Handball to Hewitt. Hewitt meshes his kick, finds Evans. There's another one who's found a little pep in his step after Josh Fraser's taken over. And Evans goes short down to half forward for Byrne. Byrne looks to straighten up. More unselfish footy. And Wilson marks in the corridor. 25.5 gone final term. The Blues are finishing strong here. Wilson decides just to load up and try and kick it 60 metres. Oh, Bazzo trying to mark in front of the behind post. He spills it out of bounds, looking over his shoulder. And so instead of being an easy West Coast ball, it is now a 450 stoppage deep forward for the Blues. 49 points Carlton's way, 26 gone final term.
Umpire brings it in. Pitnet taking it out of the ruck, gets it on the boot, snaps back to the top of the goal square. Mackay makes it his. Stripped in the tackle. The Eagles swoop through Graham. Clear and kick from their defensive 50. Up for Hutchison. Can't take the mark. And off hands out of play.
I think what's also impressive, Cobb, you mentioned the stats around points against. We're only at 62 points here.
Yeah.
And doing it without Jacob Wiedering, one of the premier defenders in the competition. Just look at structurally behind the ball. They're well organised. Nick Newman's a huge communicator of that, so he's really important as a leader of that defence. But they look well organised.
Stoppage win for the Eagles. Harley Reid's on the end of it. Short kick to Yo, who marks it centre half forward. He looks a little closer to goal. He spots up Waterman, who takes the mark. And Harry Dean is filthy with that. He's kept Waterman goalless today. And Jake's got a chance to break that here. 26.5 gone final term.
Well, let's have a look at what he does here. See if he's had I can imagine he's had the big bucket of balls out over the bye weekend. He's going to go around the corner.
Would have been a long fortnight.
Yeah.
After missing that goal late in the Eagles, the North game that cost them the victory.
Given up on the drop punt.
He's 0-1 for the day. Kicked more behinds than any other player this year. Jake Waterman hooks it across the body. Misses again. So 2 behinds for the day for Jake. That takes him to 39 behinds on the year. So for context, had he kicked that many goals, he'd be equal second in the Coleman. But instead, he's got 31 goals, 39 on the year, Waterman, and a 48-point lead for Carlton.
Newman with the kick into Dean. Gives it to the run of Cowan. He kicks up to half forward. Young comes up to contest. And a free kick will go the way of Tyler Young, game 50. Flares his kick back into the defensive 50. And laterally for Starcevic, who moves it out towards the city wing. Marked by Cole, who moves it on to Marek. And the Eagles trying to find a way inside 50. Marek will do that by going long. Waterman outmarks Dean again. This time very wide out. And you can bet your bottom dollar, if he's going to kick any of them, it'll be this tough one from the pocket.
Well, he doesn't have a choice here, really, does he? He'll go around the corner. Seemed to hit the last one okay. He just got a little fat, didn't he? Let's see what happens here.
Goalless today. Waterman hooks it back. Narrow. Carlton lead by 47. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Still to come, Collingwood Richmond next stop at the MCG. And then, of course, later tonight it is the showdown. Adelaide and Port Adelaide. Over in the city of Churches, you'll get it all here on ABC Sport. Ainsworth marks the kick out and then goes all the way back to Cowan. 29 minutes gone, final term. Blues by 47. They're about to win their 6th consecutive game under Josh Fraser since taking over as their caretaker. 1 win in their first 9 under Michael Voss. Newman looks corridor as Wilson hands it away to Haynes. Handball onto Florent. Kicks inside the forward 50. Knocked away from Mackay. Allen hunting out after it. Shoved off the footy. Ison wins it. Goes back by hand to Ainsworth. Hand pass away to Hayward for the Blues. He just taps the kick down to the 50 and finds Ison, who marks for the Blues. And Ison's got it right on the 50. 47 points, Carlton's lead.
Ison just taking his time here. Ambling back off the mark. Taking a lot of time. Here, Jack Ison. Ison finally trots in on his left. Pulls his kick towards the goal square. Marking contest. Comes down in front.
So Josh Fraser and his Blues remain perfect as Jagger Smith on the bell hooks one through. It's going to count, and that is a perfect way to see it out. The Blues by 53 points, a game high at the finish, and this unprecedented run under their caretaker coach extends to a 6th game.
We're the team that never lets you down. We're the only team all Carlton knows. We're all the champions they like to send up. We'll keep our head up, and they will know that they've
37 at quarter time, 32 at the half, 36 at three-quarter time, and 53 points in the finish. They had 145 more disposals. It is an incredible number. So much more of the footy. And throw on top of that 14 more tackles. 61-47 is how that spat out. It was a big, big win for the Blues. They go to 7-8 on the year. And most importantly, on the live ladder, the Blues make their way to 10th on the table with the rest of the round to play.
We are the Navy Blues. We are the old dark Navy Blues. We're the team that never lets you down. We're the only team old Carlton knows. With all the champions they like to send up, we'll keep our end up, and they will know that they've been playing against the famous old dark Blues.
An amazing turnaround. One win in their first 9 games. The senior coach departs. The caretaker takes over. Never before had a caretaker coach won their first 4 games. How about 6? That's what Josh Fraser's done. And the Blues are 7-8 on the year. In 10th spot as it sits currently. Keep in mind, by the way, that there are still a bunch of teams that can win that spot back this weekend. But it goes to show that this team is in the season, up to their eyeballs. The Carlton Football Club with a 53-point win over the Eagles. Luke Ball, Adam Rabanaskas. Just before you do, by the way, if you're trying to complete your record, the goal kickers, Mackay with 3, Byrne with 3, who was excellent today. 2 for McGovern, 2 for Hewitt, and 2 for Evans. And then singles for Smith, who kicked one right on the bell. Cripps, Ainsworth, Haywood, and Cottrell. Meanwhile, for the West Coast Eagles, 2 each for Williams and for Hoff. Singles for Dersma, Reid, Allen, Shanahan and Murdoch. A 53-point win for the Blues. Cooper Duff-Tytler did his calf. That's the only injury of note out of the day.
Very impressive, Rama. 53 points, 10 goals, or roughly 10 goals. Feels like the right margin in the end. You called it before the game, Corby. This is a game where they were favoured to win, expected to win, and perhaps in the past these are the sort of games that they would slip up in, but they put that to bed pretty early on in that first quarter, Rama, and it was just a domination out of the midfield. The Eagles just really struggled to get their hands on the footy and probably were lucky to be within 5 goals at half-time. They rallied a little bit early in that third quarter, but never really threatened. And I think you said it, Corb, they had really good contributions from all over the ground, young and old, really well led again. Little Cripps and Walsh set the game up in that first quarter with their and then others jumped on board like Hewitt. Cherrett contributed pretty well. We mentioned Ben Ainsworth in career best form, and as he should be. He's played 170, 180 games now, so him and Haywood and Florent, these are the sort of guys. That's why they got him to the club, so they were impressive, but an absolute domination around the footy. The Eagles just couldn't get their hands on it or couldn't pressure enough to force any mistakes. And this Josh Fraser's Carlton, their ability to be able to transition the footy, which we know is the game this year, remember, isn't it? We know that's what the best teams are doing. You've got to be able to score off turnover. You've got to be able to punish and put other teams to the sword if they're going to give you the opportunity to do so. And unfortunately for the Eagles, it wasn't just their intensity around the footy. Their skill level let them down at times today as well, especially with that last kick inside 50. And I think it was 7 or 8 goals in the end directly from defensive 50. So that's a huge number, and that's something that Andrew McCalton and the team will be scratching their head about. I'm sure they would have worked on it over the break. It's a young team, we know that, and a lot of young teams start with that foundation of team defence, but it just was nowhere to be seen. Today we quipped along the day, wasn't that corridor just seemed to be open all day, and Carlton were happy to take it. And it's I think a feature of the team since Josh has taken over has been their speed of ball use and their kicking and their skill efficiency from the first half of the year to now has gone through the roof. So I'm really impressed. The tests will come, we know that. I think they've got Richmond next week, so you'd expect them to keep rolling, and then the tests will come after that. But you can only beat the team in front of you, and you can only build week to week. And at the moment, they're a pretty red-hot team. You wouldn't want to play them, Ram, if you're a team fighting and scrapping to finish in the top 10.
Certainly wouldn't. And what I love is that they want to take the ball forward now. So they've had 61 inside 50s today for 32 scoring shots. So that's going at a really, really good rate. Their forward line looks dangerous. So the combination of Mackay, McGovern and Kempers, those three sort of taller players, looks good. Then you've got Taylor Burnell, who I thought had a really strong game. He's had 11 possessions, 3 goals and 7 score involvements. So for an 18-year-old kid playing as a small forward, that's really good going also. Dirkson's come in for Wiedering and looks at home. Ison has had his moments. Cottrell's come back into the team. Harry Dean goes from strength to strength week in, week out. Billy Wilson's had 25 possessions today. So those sort of younger guys that Josh Fraser has inserted into the team is paying dividends at the moment. There's an excitement. There's a collective effort and energy from Carlton that we haven't seen in a number of years. So it's quite exciting for the Blues fans. Now, they turn up in numbers, the Blues fans. There's nearly 42,000 people in today. So they're going on the ride with Carlton and Josh Fraser at the moment also. What is really noticeable is today, watching Carlton live, is their want and use of the corridor. So a number of times, Bally and I referenced it throughout the call. Was it West Coast simply not defending the corridor here at the Docklands, or was it Carlton just forcing the ball into the corridor and then hoping that it works out? Now, I don't think they're hoping it works out. I think that's how they want to play the game now. They're prepared to take the risk because they think they're well set up behind the ball with protection if the ball does turn over. So let's go at it. Ainsworth's playing that higher half forward role coming up into the midfield. He had 28 possessions today, 11 score involvements and 1 goal won. So really holding up his end of the bargain. Florin, I thought, was strong today. Hayward was strong. So those three guys that they get through trades at the end of last season, they're actually starting to really make real contributions to this Carlton team. So they're getting a big cheer now when they walk off the ground. Previous to this, and this is certainly no knock on Michael Voss, but they just weren't exciting to watch. And now they are. They're must-watch. They're the must-watch Blues. So good on them. West Coast, well, I'm disappointed with that today.
Yeah.
I'm really, really disappointed with that today to be minus 145 in possession, minus 116 in uncontested possession. That just shows no work rate. Clearance plus 14 to Carlton. The tackle count is what gets me.
Yep.
So Carlton have had 61 tackles. West Coast have had 47.
Yeah, when you've had 144 less disposals,
you've got 145 chances to tackle someone because they've got the ball more.
And they've tackled more than you.
Yeah.
So it's a damning stat.
Look, I think it's pretty clear what Andrew McQualter needs to go to work at.
Blues by 53. Ray Chamberlain with the winners.
Full house down here, Corb. Lots of young little ones, though, which is always a bit cute.
Any harmonicas?
Not that I can see. I think, is that a harp? Hold on.
We are the neighbours, we are young, dark neighbours. We're the team that never lets you down. We're the only team on Carlton. We're all the champions. We'd like to send us, keep your hands up. Never know that they've been playing against the very best sold out.
You're a pretty happy bunch. The Carlton Football Club, a 53-point win over the West Coast Eagles. They won every quarter. 41,861. So there's the roll-up. Just a little shout-out, by the way, for those of you listening on ABC Radio and the ACT. You're getting Dolphins Warriors. So that's coming up shortly. Dolphins Warriors for you in about 9 minutes from now. For everybody else, we're going to take you to the MCG. You'll be getting Pies Tigers. So that's our next stop. Lauren Borden heading up the call there for Collingwood and Richmond. Just repeating what happened in the World Cup today. So Belgium 5-1 winners over New Zealand, and Egypt 1-1 with Iran. That has ramifications for the Socceroos. So the Aussies will now play Egypt next Saturday in their knockout game, their round of 32 match. Of course, the knockout's been extended by a round, so instead of just 16 teams, it's 32. Nevertheless, the Socceroos have a chance to win a knockout game for the first time. They play Egypt in their knockout game, 4 a.m. Eastern Time next Saturday in Dallas, Australia and Egypt. There were 9 changes of opponents for the Socceroos during the 90-odd minutes that those games took place. So just goes to show what a crazy afternoon it was. At one stage they were playing Belgium, one stage they were playing Iran, and in the end it finishes as Egypt after 9 different results flipped across the course of the afternoon. We'll get some reaction from the Blues in a few moments. Ray Chamberlain will bring us that. The votes in the ABC Footballer of the Year. This is Saturday footy here on ABC Sport. Quick plug for ABC AFL Daily. You can get the full episode of AFL Saturday there. 2 senior coaches, Andrew McQualter at the halfway mark of the year or after the Eagles have had their bye, gives an assessment on where the Eagles are from a bit of an overview. And Chris Fagan, fascinating listening, talking about his Brisbane Lions. Of course, a few headlines following the result the other night with Logan Morris denied a goal. It was ultimately deemed to be, or ruled a mistake by AFL head office. So Chris Fagan talks about that on today's episode. Let's go back into the winners' rooms with Ray Chamberlain. Razor.
Guys, I'm getting a little bit of a razz here from a couple of dirtbags around the side. We'll ignore them. I'm very fortunate to have Audrey Newman and her father, Nick, here, who's going to spend a bit of time with us. Nick, congratulations. 6 on the bounce, big crowd under the roof. How fun is footy?
Yeah, it's a bit more enjoyable when you're winning games, mate. So, mate, when you're playing like that, it's just fun and it's contagious. And we've got young guys bring great energy, and us older blokes are just jumping on the back. And it's been enjoyable, mate.
You talk about the young guys. I just jotted a couple of names down, right? So when Harry Dean, Jagger Smith, Taylor Byrne, Lockie Cowan, Jack Ison, there's a few potentially coming next year through draft. What is the influence of those guys on this group?
One, I think it's the energy they bring day to day at the club. But at the same time, like they're playing huge roles. Like if you got a young kid like Harry Dean prepared to screw up and defend, it's like, well, it puts the onus on me as an older bloke. I've got to back it up as well. And young Taylor Burns is putting enormous pressure on, and he got some reward tonight. And we'll celebrate his 3 goals, and everyone will, but his pressure's been unbelievable, even when he's having his 5 or 6 possessions. So, if you've got young guys like that doing it, then there's absolutely no excuse for us older guys and senior players.
I love that. So there's the mentoring, etc., that older heads like yourself bring, but then when they're stepping up, there's an accountability piece that reflects back up to the older boys.
Absolutely, mate. Like we ask Harry Dean to do his job and defend hard, and then that puts the onus on us. And as I said, same with Taylor Byrne and Jack Ison. We're asking them to put pressure on, and they've been doing it. They've been leading our pressure ratings for forward. So, you can't sort of get let off the hook as an older guy when you're asking 18-year-olds to do it, and they're pulling through.
Borley, Rammer, Corb, any questions for Nick?
Oh, Nick, well done. What stood out today was your want to use corridor, and to be fair, the Eagles left it open for you most of the day, but your ability to defend and then transition the footy from back half to score. I think you kicked 8 goals directly from the defensive 50, which is must be really pleasing for you as a back 6.
Yeah, mate. It's everyone will see the offensive chains and the way we're able to move the ball down to the forwards, but it all starts off our defence, and our mids and forwards have been doing an unbelievable job of getting back, filling the corridor, helping us out. So when us backs, especially the big boys, bring the ball to ground, we've got an outnumber there and we can sort of use it and run at the opposition. So it's been a real highlight the last few weeks, and us backs we love it when our mids run defensively, and it's funny how the footy world works. When they do that, they often get the lick of the ice cream going back the other way, so it's been pleasing for our game.
Newey, obviously we can see how the game's changing, so we see that on the weekend, more, obviously a lot more attacking, more organised behind the football. But what changes during the week when the coach turns over? What's different during the week between Michael Voss and Josh Fraser?
There's a few little tweaks. I think everyone thinks it's this secret recipe, and he's come in and he's got the secret sauce. But we were doing a lot right, as I've sort of touched on previously. Like we were doing a lot right with Vossi, and we made some gains on our offensive profile, and defensively we probably sharpened up a little bit. It's more just your day-to-day. Like Fraser's changed a couple of little things around our meetings. We've probably got some shorter meetings and couple of little different themes. Like there's just little things that are just different. And I think Sorry. She's Audrey's. She's pretty keen to get rid of me. Yeah, so it's just a few little things, but we were playing some good footy. We just needed to do it for longer. So, we've been able to transfer a lot of the things that we've been working on in the early part of the year, and they're coming to fruition. They're coming out game day, which is nice.
And what's your responsibility in that as an older player? Obviously, played a lot of football under Michael Voss and some successful stuff. You played some great footy under him, but what's your role in helping these young players along? You mentioned Taylor Byrne, but Jack Ison is in the team at the moment. Harry Dean's in the team. Billy Wilson's had another really strong game. What's your role in that?
Well, it's exactly what you said. It's helping those young guys. I think they're finding their way in AFL footy, and it was a challenging first part of the year, not going to lie, and you form a close relationship with Vossi and had him for 4.5, 5 years, and had a good bond with him. So it's hard when a change happens and you sort of have to pick yourself up, and you've got a responsibility as older guys and leaders to help these young guys through it, and guys that haven't experienced it before. So it was around that, and then just filling them with confidence. I think it's during the week, it's helping them out with vision, helping them with their craft, helping them with their habits and routine, and then ultimately it's giving them the freedom and the confidence to go out there and play. So I think we've been doing a good job of that, and I guess the other thing, as I said before, is making sure we have our backyards clean and getting our role done on game day, and then they sort of jump on board.
Nick, enjoy these moments. Appreciate your time.
No worries. Thanks, guys.
Nick Newman in the Carlton rooms. Thanks to Ray Chamberlain for all his work throughout the day as well, and to Stu Birchmore, our tech. To Jules Hay back in the studio. Carlton by 53 points in front of over 41,861, so just shy of 42. The Blues make it 6 straight wins under their caretaker coach, Josh Fraser. An unprecedented start, and their 10th on the live ladder as it sits. Collingwood can knock them out of that if they beat the Tigers. Coming up next, the votes in the ABC Footballer of the Year.
Rammer, me, you. One vote to, haven't got long, have we? One vote Sam Walsh. I thought his first quarter was huge. Got tagged, so had Brady Hoff for company, but he looks back to his best, covering the ground and using the ball better. That was a bit of a knock on him early in the year, but thought he was terrific. 2 votes, Ben Ainsworth. Best game I've seen him play for a long time, Rammer, and starting to to really show why he was a high draft pick and why they went for him and traded him in. So I thought he played a really good game, and we're going to give the captain 3 votes. Huge part of this Carlton resurgence and turnaround has been off the back of their skipper reclaiming his best form. And actually, I'll just leave with Andy Lee. We're talking about him out the back off air, and Andy said, well, just a little one for you. He's historically, Paddy Cripps, rounds 1 to 6 or 1 to 7. Low ranking, and gets to the point where everyone sort of starts to question whether he's, and then from round 7 onwards, he clicks into gear and gets moving.
Is that because the game slows down?
A little bit. There's a bit of that. Yeah, the game's flying around early, and that doesn't suit the Paddy Cripps type player. But even though I feel like he's got his burst back from stoppage, and he's kicking better too. So well done to Paddy Cripps. 3 votes.
Thanks, Paulie.
Thanks, Corb.
Thank you, Rammer.
Well done.
Enjoy the week. Thank you, Ben.
Thanks, Corb.
That's us out here at Docklands. Carlton by 53 points. 3 for Cripps, 2 for Ainsworth, 1 for Walsh in the ABC Footballer of the Year. Don't forget, wherever you get your podcasts, ABC AFL Daily. You can hear from Chris Fagan there. For most of the network, it's the Pies and the Tigers.